for them bangs that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Let's get it. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Hi, I'm John. I'm here with Redux from Nexus Gaming. We have seen a lot from you in the European region, but before this season, you were over in Africa with a different team. What made you decide to leave from your old team in the African region and return to Europe under the Nexus Gaming team?
So basically, after the PMPL Africa, I had some family problems. Then I left PUBG Mobile for 1 month. And then after 1 month, I somehow did resolve all the problems, and then was free agent, but I wasn't playing very much. And then I got an invitation from Nexus Gaming, which was really amazing for me, considering the fact that they did very good in European and the last European Championship, and I couldn't reject the offer. So yeah.
Fantastically lucky for them to be able to pick you up. You've obviously performed very well this season. There were a couple of mistakes, I think it's fair to say, for Nexus this season. And how are you guys going to assess those mistakes from the PMPL that you guys just played in preparation for your shot at the championship?
We have some mistakes. I'm not gonna tell on stream what mistakes we have in the team. It's secret. But yeah, we are working on it. We are working on everything, and yeah, we are hoping for the best what we can do, and yeah.
Well, I mean, absolutely. I hope that you guys are taking notes, making sure. It's good that you seem to have identified a few, even if you're not going to share with the class. I mean, fantastic. Great stuff. Last championship, as you said before, the team almost claimed the title, but this time Fireflux aren't going to be there. So coming back into this one, do you see anyone else as a threat to your shot at the title? And if so, who and why?
So basically, every team has a chance to win this European Championship, considering the fact that every team has made it so far and being the best ones of the regions. So I would say every team can make problems for us, and every team is on their top level in the region. So, yeah.
For you personally, Redux, how do you describe yourself as a player? And within that, how does the team that you've managed to find yourself with Nexus Gaming contribute and help you deliver that performance that you think you can?
Being the second fragger on Nexus Gaming after Dorian, of course, the best player in Europe.
Of course.
Kind of aggressive player next to the other PMPL players, and yeah, the team supports me, even though I'm new in the team, doesn't have so much synergy and stuff like that. Yeah, something like that.
They seem to have done a pretty good job. I mean, you guys, especially in phase 3, right? The fragging was out of this world. The placements, not so much. They were a bit more tentative. How are you guys going to prepare going into the championship and your chance at qualifying for PMGC?
Considering the fact that there will be 3 teams that already made to PMGC by PMGC points, I think it will be 8 teams, like top 8 that will qualify to the next stage PMCC. It's kind of high for us. Last time, as I said, we took top 2, but it wasn't so much important than this season. So this season we will have to give our full and make it happen, make Romanian proud, because the whole Romania is behind us and they're supporting and cheering for us everywhere.
Well, speaking of your fans, is there anything that you want to say to those Romanian, and I'm sure plenty of other nationalities supporting you as well out there who have helped Nexus this season? Is there anything you want a message you want to give to them?
I want to thank you guys. We're looking for you. Your support is really means a lot for us, and keep supporting us. I know Romanians have the best fan base, and yeah, we're gonna fight for Romania. We're gonna make Romanians proud, and we're gonna beat her. I promise you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Redux from Nexus Gaming. We're going to head back over to the rest of the action. The battlegrounds await, and I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty from this man. So don't you worry. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll see you there.
Thank you, John. Have a great time.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
I hope you guys ready. First place is gonna be ours.
Хочу пожелать всем удачи и сказать, что в этом году мы будем готовы только побеждать. Поэтому хочу, чтобы каждая команда давала максимальный отпор.
I hope you guys ready for it, because we're gonna come, we're gonna win, and at the end, first place is gonna be ours. So you guys can fight from top 2 to top 8.
Düzgünce rotasyonumuzu atalım, geçelim. Denk gelirsek çünkü orada bir fight oluyor ve belki karşılıklı olur, belki karşılıklı olmaz. Kayıplar oluyor.
Umarım şansları yanında olur çünkü çok fazlasıyla ihtiyaçları olacak.
Bizden korksunlar.
У них меньше всего шансов выступить хорошо.
En alt sırada olmasını beklediğim takım birincisi bizim Miramar'daki main fight'ımızın olduğu Alfa takımı. Şu anki Kasık Team galiba ismi. Onların alt sıralarda olmasını bekliyorum.
Ya ben buraya bir Türk takımını söylemek istemiyorum. Avrupa'dan söyleyeceğim. Bence KP olacak.
If you turn the rankings upside down, it's gonna be NEXUS Gaming there.
At the moment, and I think this might have gone better if they were able to get a little bit more control over to one single edge.
KAOS ESPOR.
Ну, я думаю, те команды, которые впервые прошли, у них меньше всего шансов выступить хорошо.
From and I can't go back now. Watch it all go black. Yeah, seen too much, can't forget about all that. We really are bad. You don't wanna see the things that I see, man. You should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we winning. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option. I gotta go get 'em.
It's dawn of another day here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship, as we have our 16 teams coming from, well, 8 from Europe and 8 from Turkey, going head-to-head here to see who's going to be going into PMGC, the biggest event of the year. And of course, like always, I'm always joined by 2 handsome gentlemen, and 2 gentlemen that I am so happy to see. One of them more handsome than the other. I'll let you decide at home who that's going to be. But Colaris, how are you doing today?
Splendid. Absolutely ravishing, Jason. I'm excited to see how BRA is going to turn up once again, as Kane is on the scene and ever present and deadly.
He said it. He said the thing. I can't add anything to that. It's perfect.
Nothing to add to that. I mean, you got REGNUM CARYA to talk about.
Okay. I was going to add something. It was just like for the bit. But no, top 3 teams from Turkey right now. I want to see more of the European squads doing well. We saw some moments of that yesterday, but I feel like we need to see the comeback from those guys and hopefully contest for top 3 spot today. It's still early days in the championship, so anything can happen.
It's true. At the end of the day, we'll be halfway through, so it is technically still early days. You guys at home who are watching, though, make sure you guys let us know who you're supporting, or let us know who you think is the most handsome person here on the analyst desk.
That's in the survey, actually.
It could be in the survey.
It is.
Oh, I'm going to fill it in right now.
But you only fill it out once. You only fill it out once. You can't get your friends and family to fill it out. That's not fair.
Oh, no, you've bamboozled me. Anyway, no.
You see the survey down below. You see the social medias behind us. Make sure to check them all out. Use the hashtag PMPL EU Champs if you want to contribute to our conversation. But speaking of conversations, gentlemen, we have our prediction game going on, and well, 2 of us were doing better than the other. And it was John Allen and Blank. They were destroying us.
You got the same as Blank. Are you just trying to like boost yourself up a bit? Like, Blank's doing really good.
Hey, it's big baby Colaris.
Hey, all right. I'm not okay with this. Where?
Baby Laris.
Why am I clawing? What's going on?
Clawing for more points.
For the more small amount of
points. I'm going to need to claw for more points if the results keep going the way they are.
Okay, yeah. I mean, thank you so much, Matt, for following up on that. I appreciate you listening to the show and hooking us up. Now, if we go and get Maxman to look like a baby.
What?
That's not possible.
He's also has the same amount of hair.
He looks too old.
It's coming in. He'll be there soon, okay?
Let's move on. Okay, we don't have time for this. Let's move on, right? Okay. Let's actually take a look at our schedule for today. Let's actually focus up what's coming today, because there's obviously a lot on the line here for all these teams. We got, of course, our 3 Erangels, our 2 Miramars, and our 1 Sanhok the exact same way every single day throughout the rest of this event. No Vikendi, which we have over in North America. But also begin having 2 TDMs right after match 2 and right after match 3, which, as you saw yesterday, the Panzerfaust with unlimited ammo can be quite deadly. Yep. I think it had over 1 trillion ammo.
I also love that second map. That's like POV 7 playing in PUBG Mobile. It's really cool. Everything's just so big.
I even play in PUBG Mobile. That's him in his room.
Yes. Him get up in the morning, he's just like, whoa.
What are you talking about? This is how I feel in every room. Baby Colaris just...
I've seen... Oh, no. I don't want to imagine like a baby Colaris crawling on the ground crying.
And I would be crying. You know that. I'd be making lots of noise.
You'd be trying to annoy us as much as possible.
What is this pre-show?
Yeah,
I don't know what this pre-show is.
I haven't talked about anything right now.
Because we're not going to touch on it just yet, because that's all coming up right now, right? We're going to take a look at our top 5 fraggers from day 1. And this opens things up quite a bit here, as we do see BRA Kane going to be coming in at first with average eliminations of 2.83, which is ridiculous. And it has been able to put them in 2nd place at the moment overall.
Yeah, the beautiful, most important numbers highlighted in blue for Kane here, of course, as he's been able to do plenty of damage. If people don't get this reference, just Google blue Kane, all right? Please. Anyway, yes, he's done fantastically yesterday. I had some questions, some reservations about how BRA was going to play yesterday, considering we saw those first 2 games and they came out with 16 elims, fantastic, but no placement points. They really followed through towards the latter half of the day, and exciting to see, because there was a little bit of everything there for them. A lot of different play styles that they were bringing to the table and making it all work.
Yeah, we've got to mention here, looking at these top 5 fraggers, that you have 2 players then of S2G. You got yourself Silas and Razy. And of course, very close, you're also going to have Kelsey that was doing exceptionally well throughout that first day of play. So 3 players are pretty much towards that top 10 position over the entirety of the tournament, which shows that every player is just doing so much in these matches. And when you have 4 players that have the potential to frag out and they rotate so efficiently, like S2G, that's why they're currently in 1st place. And it is going to hard to overtake their position because they are consistent, and it's a playstyle that doesn't seem forced to me. This is something they could do on any map, on any kind of circle shift. I would expect them to reach a top 5 position without too much effort behind it. So they are the team to beat from what we saw from yesterday.
And the thing is, if you guys didn't tune in yesterday, we have to reiterate the fact that they are qualified to the grand finals of PMGC already for S2G. So we had questions of what kind of team are we going to see? A team who's having fun, a team who's really trying to practice and iron out some maybe kinks in their own gameplay. And what we saw was a team with no pressure and no qualms about just dominating the entire lobby the best they can.
Yeah, really emphasis on no pressure, it feels like. It does feel like they're, you know, not just having fun, but using this kind of as a bit of a springboard to try and get, you know, some really good games under their belt here to then move on to that final where they'll be kind of going to mull over all the other contestants going into PMGC and thinking, you know, how... Because actually, this is also pretty good scouting. I think, by the end of this, it's like half the lobby is technically PMGC, right? So... That's pretty ridiculous when it comes to first-hand experience against who you could potentially be playing.
Yeah, I think they also know that some of these teams, because we know they're going to have some other European teams from this tournament qualifying in their group, there's a very high chance. So we'll have to see how that's going to be working out, but you could already start to think your next approach and start testing that playstyle of your group in this tournament. So also next to RÜYA, MADBULLS 2 could also try and be looking that extra step further and just get ready for that.
Yeah, you can see some of our overalls behind us. Been talking about S2G being first place and BRA being second. We'll take a look at the entire overall so you get an idea of who would be qualified right now. And obviously, REGNUM KARYA is going to be in there, Major Pride, G.GLADIATORS as well. But you got MADBULLS knock on the door of Gladiators. And as you mentioned yesterday, Kalaris, Gladiators, this is their only route into PMGC. They have to get top 5 here, and they're on the brink of already being knocked out of top 5.
And despite us having a few question marks about how they were approaching some games yesterday, that Sanhok was an interesting one. Well, plus side, there's only one Sanhok per day, so at least they don't have to really worry about that.
It was a weird Sanhok, yeah.
Yes. Aside from that, 38 points on a day is pretty respectable, to be perfectly fair, with a lobby like this. So, you know, as Gladiators goes on, we do sometimes have that situation where they're not a fast-starting team, so maybe they can gain traction throughout the days.
Like, after we know this roster for so long, right, we expect more from them, I'd say. Right?
I'll give them this, though. Out of everyone on that front page, they have the most placement points outside of a chicken dinner, which is actually fantastic to see for me, to see them be able to get decent eliminations.
It's like 3 teams there.
Yeah, well, no, look above them, right? So Major Pride, 12 placement points outside of their win. REGNUM KARYA, 5. BRA, 5. S2G, 6. Like, they have 13 right now without a win under their belt, and their elims, I mean, yeah, they're not rivaling the top 2 teams, but they're looking like a pretty well-rounded team at the moment, minus Sanhok.
It's just a bit frustrating for Gladiators because we know how good this team is. Like, every single player is just so talented at the game, and they rotate sometimes just so slow, sometimes go for really weird routes, like especially that Sanhok. It's like you have a Ferrari in the garage you're just never going to use. It's just, I want to see them move a bit faster, hopefully, and they could be in central positions, and we know that they could just pop off.
I'd be using that Ferrari, just saying.
Well,
but
would, yeah.
Yes, definitely. But I mean, when you look at this, I think one of the major problems that does exist for Gladiators to stay in top 5, let's be frank and real about it, is Türkiye. And the fact that actually, compared to previous championships, I do think that they've come in with a bit more fire for this one, considering that, yeah, okay, Fireflux was able to win a few here and there against Europe and stuff like that. But Gladiators was oftentimes the champion. And I don't think that sits well with their opposite region here.
Yeah, which is, we didn't really expect that. Without Fireflux, it's like, okay, SGG can compete for the top lane, but without Fireflux, is that really going to be felt? Even in the KAOS interview, right, he said without Fireflux, that's going to be felt in the lobby. Really, these newer teams like BRA that really we never saw excel in these kind of championships really stepped up so well in that first day. So there's a new kind of second generation of teams here that are doing so well for Turkey, and that with this extra experience in these championships, like 2024, they could just become even stronger. We'll see.
Similar thing for Dagestan as well, right? A team you're talking about coming into spring with no really big prior experience, and they've been able to get themselves into regionals now and able to get themselves at least on the front page. Yeah. But the real question that comes to me for teams like this, as we were talking about in the ride on over, is you're expecting to see rotations pick up quite a bit in pace. Teams like Gladiators who rotate slow, who don't make that split-second decision, they might be punished like this, whereas we saw Major Pride yesterday that crashed on a REGNUM KARYA while they're trying to regroup, completely caught them off guard, and allowed Major Pride to really hinder the progress of RC.
I mean, you can look at the average time in blue zone for some of the teams at the top. REGNUM KARYA's got 15 seconds. Most teams average about 5 to 10 minutes. They only got 15 seconds. They're always in the center. SGG's got, I think, 2 to 3 minutes average time in the blue zone. So you've got to speed up those rotations. If you're KONINA Power, if you're Nexus, you got to be already in the circle way
What did you
earlier.
say what KONINA Power's time was? I don't know if you
55 minutes.
55 minutes combined as a team.
Yeah.
6 matches.
Pretty much like 2 to 3 games fully in the blue zone.
Yeah, that's insane.
And you have only one Sanhok, by the way. I don't know.
Okay, well, why don't we take a look here at our top 3 teams from each region. You get an idea of how they did yesterday compared to what they did in finals. I think this is important to show and to prove a point that Claris was saying yesterday of, yeah, for instance, MELISE, they might have won PMPL, but they're not necessarily the best team.
No, in terms of those short form sprints and things like that, you can have some variance in terms of results, right? And again, when we look at kind of those circles that they had in favor of them, I mean, as well as some opportunistic tendencies, I'm not going to take that away from them. They are a good team. Every team here is a good team. Let's kind of repeat that. But when it comes to a lobby like this, when it comes to having to adapt to 8 relatively new teams to you relative to the past couple of months that you've kind of been sparring with and things like that, class will live forever. And when you see S2G being able to kind of push that aside and again not really have too much pressure on them because of the PMGC situation, that class kind of proliferates throughout the lobby, and you can see it here in the first day.
And I think you're possibly going to have a lot of the teams towards the bottom of the rankings beat themselves down because this is maybe their only shot, one of their only shots to make into a big event like PMGC 2023. So if they had a bad first day, you're hoping that they're going to go back to the drawing board, rethink their rotation, speed up, hopefully the rotations, as you said, Jason. But I think a lot of teams are just going to be completely like depressed after that day. It sucks, but I hope we're going to see some changes happen still. But it's tough on the morale for sure.
I think I agree and disagree because I think there's some teams who would be down on themselves, like maybe NEXUS, for instance, second place finish last time in spring. But then you have other teams out there who are maybe going to this event of like, this is more of a learning experience. Realistically, we shouldn't be qualifying for PMGC with some of the teams that are in this lobby. However, as they approach that point of maybe getting into top 5, I wonder if that pressure is going to get to them and they were going to start to crumble.
Oh, they could fumble at the end, that's for sure. I mean, I think for KAOS in particular, that's a team that stands out as like very purely here maybe for experience. There's a chance they could come back. The point gap is very, very minimal. So any team, even a 16th place team, could catch up technically. But that experience, if you can bring it into next year, who knows? Maybe you'll be one of the big names out there like Shifu for Dagestan. He done his first PMPL season this year. I'm telling you, next year, 100%, he's going to get picked up by a team.
Yeah, probably.
Like, that guy has just so much potential. So individual players, maybe your team doesn't stand out, but as a solo, you could be the next star player of next year.
I mean, Unicorns of Love are putting together a team, right?
Uh-oh. No.
Stop.
Leave Shifu alone. You don't.
Jason, it doesn't count if you put a new team together every 2 weeks, all right?
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong there.
One team per phase.
Well, let's go back here to our current champions at the moment, S2G, and take a look at their player stats across the entirety of yesterday. To give you an idea, as we mentioned before, everyone on this team can frag out. Everyone on this team can rise up. I think one of the best parts of this event for them, or to be in pre-qualified and having no pressure, is that it puts you in a really good mental state going into PMGC. If they were a team who we finished like 10th, we're like pissed off, we messed up, we're unhappy, that can really affect your performance into the biggest event of the year.
I think being able to test a playstyle like they've been doing, which is the central splits and trying to regroup, very similar playstyle to REGNUM CARYA, and it's efficient at this level of play, you're like, yeah, there's a high chance this is going to be at least somewhat successful heading into PMGC, right? So you're just testing it, it's working out, great, continue this way. But when you have 4 players that, as you said, can frag out, have this fragging potential, it makes everything that you want to initiate in these matches so much easier to do because you can just pick 3v4 fights versus Galatasaray eSport and win it really easily.
Well, that's the thing. I do feel like they're laying the foundations for a potential defense of a world championship. If you look at, again, those 2-2 splits, they're an important factor to have in your arsenal. The 3-1 splits, having Raze as kind of that anchor position, whilst the other 3 are doing what you're suggesting, like a 3v4, and being able to sweep edge whilst you still have that anchor position, that's another thing that you need in your arsenal if you want to become world champion. And when S2G did become world champion, we saw some of that. It slipped a little bit through the middle of this year, but it does look like they're gearing back up for that come PMGC. They understand the importance.
Do you think there's a chance we're going to see almost a completely different play style of them today, that they want to practice, maybe playing more edge heavy to kind of work on their game, having to play from the outside? Because obviously yesterday, the very first match of the day, Erangel, amazing 2-2 spread, they completely dominated the zone. Is that something you think they're potentially going to go for?
Depends if they want their boys of Fireflux to qualify. You know? Maybe that's something, we want more Turkish teams in, or you could try and do that. But
I think there'll be a little bit more restraint in some of the team fights. There was moments yesterday where I'm thinking, okay, that's a little bit too wild. That's a little bit more of a crazy move, things like that. If you bring those in, just rein that in just a little bit, you're suddenly surviving as 4, and where you find yourselves in situations where you may be crossing around and losing out on a fight, suddenly you have 4 people alive, and you might actually be able to win that fight for S2G. So minor things, but I mean, again, they're looking at the bigger picture, the broader horizon here.
Just a little bit of limit testing, I think, right now.
Yeah, maybe.
How far can they go with specific playstyle and approaches? And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, adjust and try and get as much experience before heading into PMGC, because clearly that is what their sights are just set towards right now.
Okay. Well, there's another team I do want to bring up. Obviously, a team dear to the hearts of a certain commentator here that we have. I want to bring up Nexus, actually. You were talking about how they had a very good Phase 3. They were a little bit lackluster in the beginning of the season. They've been very lackluster so far yesterday. I actually want to take a look at their player stats to see who's maybe getting eliminations for them or where the real power is coming from, because this team is it's unfortunately been struggling a little bit. And Doran, I think he was one of like the big people to talk about. Even saw Redux before we kicked off the show today talking about Doran being one of the best players in Europe. For eliminations though, it's not going to cut it. And I mean, looking at Kapahala, like back last year, he was the dominating factor for the team. And even thinking back to like Eastern Stars days.
I think that a lot of these players are very, not ego focused in a negative way, but they got their own way of playing the game, right? Clearly Redux, when playing in Africa, has been really successful in doing so, now joining Nexus. I think that they will have a different idea of how they want to approach the game, and it does feel like internally there's a clash of the approaches, and because of that, they heavily delayed. So I'm not sure internally, like it might be completely different, but it does seem that way because rotations take so long, and then they go for one play, fully commit to it, which is great, but there's a bit of hesitation from time, it seems.
I can't remember a time where I saw Nexus have stats where literally every single one of them has done less damage than they've received. And I can't remember a time where I've seen EXO have 0 eliminations on a day. So definitely there is room to improve, but we do know that this team is capable of doing it, is able to do more damage than they receive, is able to get more eliminations than 0, especially EXO, who we kind of saw as a bit of a whirlwind when he came in as a sub halfway through one of the phases, and then everyone was like, well, this guy's really good, maybe we should use him on the main team. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I think we should see more from Nexus. It just depends on whether or not what we theorized yesterday, what you were mentioning now, if they need to get on the same page and be okay with it.
Okay, well, maybe one last team we can go into is MUERTE, our champions from Europe. I wanted to bring up them in particular because I wanted to see their player stats for FURIA in particular, because he was the top fragger for their team in league stage and in finals. And the fact is they brought in FURIA and Korka for Discrim and Happy J. And I want to see if he's able to kind of help excel like he was before previously, but it's actually going to be him and Korka again. So kind of the 2 new players they added to the team are the 2 to still reign supreme within the roster at the moment, but something's not going right for MUERTE.
Yeah, it's a bit tough right now for them. It's still getting a few eliminations for Korka and FURIA, which is great to see, but I think that this is a point you mentioned, Kalaris, multiple times, is that they are a team that tends to try and learn as much as possible and improve based on those learnings as much as possible. The thing is, 4-day tournament, don't have a lot of time to do so. So I would like to see big changes today in how they rotate, and if we can see that starting today, there's a lot of hope for how the rest of the tournament could be looking for MUERTE.
Their early game suffers from a lack of feeder teams being in the lobby.
They did get a lot of those, yeah.
in Europe, obviously, you had situations where they would have kind of early fights, early engagements. They knew that they were feeling confident about those engagements and would be able to win them out. And then that would move them into the mid game, where sometimes they weren't able to get even into the late game, but at least you've got some eliminations on the board. This time around, you need to learn. You don't have those feeder teams. That's 2 elements of your game plan that are, again, kind of long-term plays for a short-form tournament, which is difficult, so it gets rough.
One thing in Europe that was very interesting for MUERTE is that they were very good at maneuvering around those feeder teams and getting in good positions to deal with them. So now that we have 1 day played out, they got a map feeder they can go back and look, see how teams drop and rotate. They can trend on from that and improve their overall macro.
Only problem is the lobbies get tougher. Feeder teams kind of dissipate, and they potentially could become a feeder team themselves if they can't seem to step up here. Maybe they pick themselves up a Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL. You can crack one open, unleash the beast for yourself, which maybe we'll see a couple of beasts appear on our very first match of the day over on Erangel with our 2 commentators who are beasts in their own right, of John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much. Very complimentary on the throw. I always appreciate it. Thanks very much, Jason. Looking great today, as always, with the guys over on the desk. We're jumping into match number 1, day 2, Blank.
That we are. I think there's a lot of good conversations that happened over there. I particularly like the one about MUERTE and feeder teams in particular, because I think it's something that we touched on a little bit yesterday as well. It's a case that, you know, they like to scrap out in that early game, but I think KO kind of really brings it together there with Max in the sense that, look, if you don't have those teams there anymore, a lot of their rotations become pretty lackluster in the early game because they require you to find that pretty easy barricade to just blast right through like a rhino. MUERTE just don't have that in them anymore. They need to be a little bit more cautious on these rotates, they need to take their fights a little bit better, pick them a little bit more smartly. So I think in general for MUERTE, there's a lot that needs to be changed and quite quickly. Luckily, they are fast learners, and I think that is the main thing to take away from this. I was sort of surprised that KARYA is so high up in damage at the end of yesterday, honestly. But he did have his real big standout moments over in PMPL EU as well, John. And it's nice to see that here, he's also really performing quite well on a stage that requires you to be under a lot of pressure too.
It is absolutely probably the most pressure of the season for a lot of these teams. Their only shot at PMGC, at a chance to get to those league stages, right? You're looking at teams, and the desk talked about this, that you're looking at teams like S2G and to an extent MADBULLS as well, although they haven't been as strong, as prevalent in these games so far, who have already got that spot, right? But they are everybody else looking to scrap in the barrel, shaken about, shaken up, in the mix of it, trying to find one of those qualification spots, all important. Plane path from Severny down to Sosnovka military base. It's nice and easy, nice and calm to kick things off. The first circle about to come through as well, and we'll see where that heads. It's really quite central as well. Blank should be a nice mediated start to this first match.
Yeah, I think for a lot of teams, getting central was a bit of a difficulty yesterday for them. Next in particular, the guys on the desk, they touched on it already. I don't want to talk too much about it, but particularly they very much did not find their way into those circles early enough. And it is that hesitation that Max brought up multiple times. That is their downfall, because they can win out these team fights. It's just a lot of times, I think this goes all the way back to maybe even the spring season, where playing over towards Milta Power, Lipovka side, you had MUERTE there as well, a couple of other pretty difficult teams. And they would always get boxed in as they moved out of prison. So their game plan changed massively to let's rotate in late, we'll try and pick up a spot and fight in from there. I think they have to come to this realization now that they have extremely good players on this side at the moment, in Doran, in Redux, and EXO, and I think that you have to utilize those players as well and take those team fights early, potentially scrap for a bit of positioning as you move in. Maybe not take a full team fight, but send a team in a different direction so that you get a free passage into the circle itself. So it's just a change of mentality that needs to happen, because in that spring season, they didn't have the strength to do that. Here now, they absolutely do.
They have that power in the back pocket, but it just hasn't been shown. Gladiators, they've been on their salvage missions so far this tournament, Blank, over the matches that we saw yesterday, all 6 of them, kind of no real standout matches. They did have a tough time of it, I think, on several games. I think that specifically on that Sanhok, I think it was quite tough. They didn't opt to go for the North Bridge, which I think it was Kale who criticized them for. He thought there were some potentially better options, but they ended up having a pretty tough time of the rotation on that map and on that military finish as well. They had a pretty difficult time. So some of them are excusable, but for all 6 matches to be salvage missions, it feels, and I said this yesterday, like Gladiators have made some mistakes here so far that they have made in the past and are looking to correct that today, hopefully have regrouped themselves.
Yeah, it feels weird, Gladiators, because their playstyle is constantly evolving as well, and it just feels a bit weird to me right now. Sort of like slightly malfunctioning car at the moment, because they're fairly jolty, right, when they go for those gear changes. The car is sputtering when we go from 4th to 5th. So I think that for Gladiators, it's these rotations where you see them start quite quickly and then stall and then jump straight into the circle after a fairly decent spot that maybe could have been theirs has already been taken, in which case they have to take a pretty awkward fight for it. And it's just some of that decision making as well. And I think it always comes back to confidence coming through from Gladiators. I think they're a team that, they do have 2 pretty stellar IGLs on the team, in Matic as well as Kitsune, with the recent addition from their coach as well. He was very interested in the way that Matic wanted to play the games, a little bit more aggressive, take more space. Kitsune was a bit more withdrawn. And I think it's good having both of those sides in the conversation a lot of times, right? Because you need to have disagreements. However, these disagreements can't take up so much time of the map that you're still trying to agree upon a play that it takes like 30 seconds, and those 30 seconds realistically you don't have. Sometimes someone's got to make a call, you can't disagree with it, you just got to go with it in the moment and feel what's right. Because I do think that Matic had a significant impact into their fall season. You know, some of his plays were really good, and I think it was interesting as well because there was some very big amounts of self-development coming through from Matic during the fall split of PMPL EU, in terms of not getting too far away from the team, not going for, as me and Max like to call it, the Matic Classic, which is him just flying away from the rest of the squad. But he was definitely making some big moves. Still quite aggressive, but not to the point where he was sort of throwing his team under the bus. So I do think there needs to be something within the team where you just agree to a call. You know, even if it's a bad call, you make the bad call together.
Yeah, that addition of Quizzy as the coach, as you said, they released Blamos, who's now with another team, and got Quizzy in, looking to develop Matic. I think that's a good line, and as you say, we've seen it come through. But honestly, if you come in as a coach in the first season with a roster that's been to PMGC every single time and you don't make it, that's got to be a bit of a mark. So not only, I guess, are the players themselves feeling pressure, it's got to be that coach who is potentially feeling a little bit under pressure as well. Hopefully they can pull through. I know there's plenty of fans of the Gladiators out there are seeing that chat spam come through for them, voting in the chat, making sure that the Gladiators were feeling your support. They need it now more than ever.
Yeah, and I think that, honestly, even if they, look, this is where I'll put it, 'cause just for anyone at home that's a bit worried they're not going to make it into PMGC, if they don't, I still think that this was the right call from both Quizzy and the team itself to go for a shake-up, because Gladiators have been fairly consistent, right, in those 3rd and 4th place positions, sometimes getting themselves a 1st place looking really strong, but it's felt a little bit of a struggle to get there, right? However, they really did need a shake-up. They were looking stale. It was looking like the same thing over and over again. And even if they don't go to PMGC this time, it's probably a case that they are still figuring things out, how they're playing this new playstyle. And I imagine that coming into next year, they'll be way, way stronger. It would be unfortunate if they go to PMGC, and I really do hope they get into it because they are desperately trying to make that change. But again, that remains to be seen. And I think today is a really good benchmark of where we'll see them over on Day 4 as we close out the championships itself. Looking at the circle a little bit more though at the moment, and this first match of our today over here on Erangel, we've got Bra Esports on our screens. They're fairly central just underneath Pachinki, had themselves an absolute terror of a game on match 6 yesterday. Already we're seeing KAOS take a little bit of damage over towards Major Pride, and losing players to KAOS feels pretty bad after the performance that these guys put out yesterday.
Yeah, Major Pride going to be put down to 3, unfortunately, and denied a fairly decent area on those hills just south of Pachinki, or north of Pachinki, sorry. Playing around that area, a very valuable rotation spot, but Major Pride going to have to divert and go east around those fields on the east side of Pachinki, move through those buildings and potentially look to play those East Pachinki hills. Next circle not too far away, but Nexus and OZAROX yet to leave, mostly from that Stauber Hill up on the northeast side, making their way down south soon, hopefully, for both of those two teams. KONINA Power, pretty happy with that shift blanket. Are we going to military again?
Yeah, I mean, this is an extremely nice little shift here for KONINA Power. This could easily head back up towards that northern side, though. But I think teams will try and confirm down towards Sosnovka at this point in time. You know, it's a good gamble to make for yourself. And for KONINA Power, this is one of the reasons their time in the blue is so high, right? You know, playing Sosnovka is never really easy to go for. And talking about particular spots on the map which cause problems like Sosnovka, I think for Major Pride, this is a big change of pace for them in terms of gameplay, playing from Sunken. Over in PMPL EU, there was not a lot of teams that played towards the western side of the map, really shifting over towards Pachinki, Gatka. A lot of teams would wrap over towards Severny if they were playing Primos. So for Major Pride, it's a lot more teams that they have to push through now, and this is something that they have to figure out. And it doesn't bode well after yesterday when you've had all that time to look at the maps. They're already losing players once again to a team like KAOS, so a little bit upsetting to look at that. GALATASARAY already making their way across the bridge. Graxy took a bit of damage, but he's still kicking and will make his way over towards Observatory, but probably will shift over towards that western side as they cross.
That level 1 helmet looking very much the worse for wear after MUERTE took a couple of shots out their way.
holding out on the east bridge could be pretty valuable. A lot of teams looking to huddle around that west bridge, though, and with Galatasaray on the other side, tricky progression for them. Dude and MUERTE reposition. S2G in the meantime fighting off the MADBULLS. Both points leaders from both regions, both PMTC qualified already, fighting off for the Lighthouse at the top of the hill. And then aid in from REGNUM. One knock either way and a flush over to Silas. Another knock onto REGNUM. And it's looking good for the MADBULLS, but a nade on in finds Tulico. With Frozen already down, it's again S2G evening those numbers.
Yeah, goes straight back towards one over there. It's a nice little nade coming in from REGNUM. That does sort of lock the MADBULLS in position for the time being, allowing other teams to potentially surround them. For S2G, though, it's never a good thing to have your player that runs towards that top side already been taking a lot of damage. Zerich is very lucky to get away with his life there. Just continue to toss those smokes down, provide cover for his teammates. You know, Bar Esports, they have angles towards this position. And MADBULLS would like to play towards the backside of the compound here just to get themselves a little bit further away from those nades that might be tossed up the hill. Zerich is going to have to be very slick on the shots here because it's a whole team looking his way.
And there's one of them, Kane, over on Bra, able to land that shot onto Zerich. He steps up just a little bit too overzealous there. And have to crawl back if he's going to be able to find that cover. Have to wait and see. Teams now starting to migrate. In the blink of an eye, the Gladiators were able to get across onto that South Island. You spoke about the value of confirming down to Military Island early on, Blank. And I think that's what the Gladiators have realized. Those bridge crossings are going to be pretty rough, but nobody going to have to go for them because that shift goes back up north. It has really given teams the runaround.
Yeah, it's a gamble, right? It's a gamble you make to head down towards Sosnovka early on because with this one being sort of not locked in either place, if you can secure over towards Military Island first before anyone else get across that bridge, which is very, very difficult to cross, but a lot of teams might not be gatekeeping because they're not sure if it's going to end towards Sosnovka either. You have a chance to make it. Luckily, I think Gladiators will be able to get back across again with the boat they have in hand. It's just going to be a little bit longer for them, which is unfortunate because we asked for slightly quicker rotations from them. In the meantime, Bra Esports, they're taking damage coming through from a lot of different teams. It's KONINA Power versus Galatasaray, and a really good hold of Hayes is down though, but that will be the rest of Galatasaray been taken out. Blink of an eye.
They'll need to pick up their player, though, of Hayes needs to get up because they're on the south coast, and next RÜYA are rolling in. They're looking for a third party on that south side. Could be a fully isolated team on that south if we're not careful. Bra as well, taking heavy punishment, try to drop down those cliffs as the fight does go through. They are looking for this third party, and Akori gets rolled over. The buggy sends straight underneath him. Two players now from KONINA Power down, and next RÜYA looking to take out the competition here. A really good third party engagement. They hear that fight going off, and they will absolutely try and capitalize here with the two players they have remaining. They're playing off against four. They're down in the compound. They're a little bit penned in.
Yeah, now for KONINA Power, I think this is really a matter of time. I think next RÜYA knows they've got a lot of time to go right now in terms of when the circle's pushing in. It still confirms this area in position, so they can wait this out, potentially make a very fast swim across, as fast as they can at least. But for next RÜYA, it's quite important for them to get these eliminations at this point in time, because there is a high chance that as soon as they try and make that cross back over towards the northern side, they're going to go down, right? Playing in the water, never easy. Teams on the coastal side should know this. Gladiators, in the meantime, they've tried to cross back over. MADBULLS didn't stray too far away from that lighthouse position. They're also looking to move in. And Gladiators need a good fight here because they are flying right in towards the midst of OZAROX.
Kitsune first to find the shots out his way, and Swain just pulls him out of the car. There's not much you could do about that. They didn't have that information after going so quickly across the water, but the rest of the team are going to roll up, and hang on a minute, it's an equalizer. OZAROX a little bit far-flung, a little bit dispersed here, and Storm may be in danger as well. There's only two of them remaining. Gladiators have lost a player, but they're playing now at a numbers advantage. A nade towards the backline, and KAOS are going to chime in. Meku needs to stay up. Matic, the second player, as they lose one more. 2 versus 2 on the OZAROX engagement for Gladiators. BRA looking to keep them penned in. Storm goes down to a nice strafe spray from Matic, and he looks for the flush as well. They're just going to pick up the points here. KAOS looking to move in third party.
I mean, KAOS have been all over the map at the moment, really finding as many eliminations as possible wherever they can. For OZAROX, I don't think they expect this to go as badly as it did. Matic, as well as Tixi, really able to hold things together here. And a nasty little rundown too from Meku. So it's the Meku and Matic show. The OG duo back again. See what they can get done.
Ooh, KONINA Power, the remaining duo, looking to hold off, but a sliver of HP now is not going to be enough to stem the flow. And Wolf will be down, but they can res that up. The question is, how fast can they cross? Nexus getting pulled apart in the meantime. REGNUM, KARYA pushing in from that east side. Their low ground position for Nexus being dismantled now. And REGNUM, KARYA have an in, but that ascent that sits to their southwest is so, so dangerous. Right on the edge, you can see they are very much in a valley of death here for REGNUM, KARYA.
For REGNUM KARYA, this is never an easy position to play. Honestly, I think it's one of my least favorite positions. You're likely to be penned in for quite some time. Most times when you win this spot for REGNUM KARYA, is circle comes your way, you play off the back of it, but even then, the players above you, like in S2G, luckily S2G's only in one player, would win the game. So I think for REGNUM KARYA, you really just have to pray and hope for a shift your way, and then battle it out for that rock that sits up towards that northern edge. It's a very interesting position. And it's one of the most dangerous spots to be in. MELISE Esports, on the other hand, I really like what they've been able to do here. They're currently holding down the compound that's dead central, whilst also keeping players down towards that south side. I think that's very smart. You kind of confirm two really strong areas of the map. They should be able to keep vehicles alive over towards that central compound too, John, which is majorly impressive in terms of your rotational capabilities in that late game, should we head down towards that south side.
Oh, Dagestan having a really tough time. I thought they were just going to fight straight up with the Gladiators duo, but they've lost a player to the Gladiators, and they've taken another knock as well from across the way. I think it was KASIK team on the northeast side of it. With Keep going down, Limbo and Shifu going to have to scramble to get this one back up. Gladiators can reposition their duo a little bit further away, allow KASIK to move in a little bit closer as well, look for these third-party angles and expose Dagestan. It could have gone a lot worse for the Gladiators there, but Dagestan piecing themselves back together on 3 players.
Piece themselves back together is really, honestly, the state of the game going forward for a lot of teams. There's many little secretive areas you can play towards this circle, right? There's a couple of ditches as you head down towards that south side. But a lot of these positions are just pretty scrappy. You know, you're playing from not the best spot. You're playing from a position that is just going to give you the most amount of safety for the longest amount of time. And sometimes that just means tiny little ditch and a couple of rocks around you, or maybe the horrible compound here that has just 2 massive windows looking directly in. But this was going to happen eventually. Nexus have held off this position before nicely, but Doran already down is not a good thing.
REGNUM, KARYA keeping themselves as 4 along the east side of this farm ridge. Really important to stay up, to give yourself that best chance, but MUERTE ahead, KASIK further up north. That shift goes out east, and this split from MELISE, you spoke about this earlier, controls so much territory on the south side of the circle. How can you move across this open ground? It's going to need a full crash to be able to take down MELISE on this spot.
Yeah, and honestly, this is very quick rotation happening right now from MELISE Esports. CEO later, as well as his teammate, immediately regrouping with the rest of the team towards the central compound. Very smart way to play this one out. And again, really now for MELISE Esports, they're fairly safe because there's a huge amount of teams in towards this end circle. Usually you wouldn't have this many unless you're playing at a really high level. The difference being between this circle at a high level and a lower level of play is because there is so many teams still remaining on the edges. MELISE Esports likely is not going to have to fight anyone with a full force crash until very late in the game, in which case utilities all been used up because smokes, grenades are absolutely essential to push through some of these areas.
MADBULLS trying to find an opening here on the southwest side against the brass split. KAOS trying to join the queue behind them, but it's getting a little bit desperate. Sending over to the coastline. They're going to have to crunch in just behind the MADBULLS, take this full front-to-back fight. Maybe leave Demon on that off angle if they're lucky, but the blue zone pushing in does not give them a lot of time. Nades back and forth between these two rosters. Kane down in the divot for BRA, and the smokes bloom out to the side. So KAOS want to take this a little bit slower. They don't have too much time, but they can spend some of that. going forwards. On the northwest side in the meantime, though, the nades pour through, and the Gladiators as a duo are still fearsome on this salvage mission once more on the northwest side. Dagestan lose yet another to them. And Shifu and Keep trying to keep their heads down, trying to just stay alive underneath the purview of so many players shooting out their way. A lovely nade over to Meku will slow Matic down enough, might even force him off this position. Is he going to give up his teammate here?
I mean, he just has to be very careful. I mean, he's played solo before. This is a 1v2. It's very possible with the way that this guy plays. We'll drop a little smoke in. Hopefully, he can get Meku back up towards his position eventually. I think that was one last nade going over the top. Again, for these lads, they're in a position which is fairly understandable of where their locations might be, and his sprays are pretty much on target, just not hitting their shots. Finds a couple towards Keep at the end there, but has to keep going. Meku's right on top of Shifu, providing that information back.
Giving that one up, so Matic just going to have to play on a solo and didn't manage to find a knockover towards the duo from Dagestan. On the northwest side, a nade to put it to bed, and Shifu keeps them alive. 2 players from Dagestan on the northwestern side. We'll see if they're able to make it much further, but it is open ground all around for so many of these teams.
I really hate the spot that MADBULLS currently playing in. A lot of times it does give you the best chance of getting in towards this late circle, but the way the terrain just slopes downwards makes it such a nade trap a lot of times, especially the teams that know how to toss those nades up towards that top side and get the dribble in. In the meantime, we're watching KASIK here. That's the remaining players there from Dagestan. Shifu still going strong, though, surprisingly, with these nades. Couple left in the pocket. Finds Tenchik. A little bit more is done here.
That's 2 brilliant knocks to slow things down. Shifu looking for the res. On to Keep. Picks him back up. And no nades coming back through just yet. Mandarin gonna have to peel away. Zashipa suppressing the position, stopping them pushing through and getting these flushes, but that's not what's on Dagestan's mind right now. Now that they're back up, oh, another nade comes through. And that is Mandarin after that res, looking to just put more hurt down, and he will be able to do so successfully, forcing Shifu to spend more time getting his player, getting his teammate back up, and allowing the rest of KASIK to potentially get those reses through. A lot of shots over to Bra in the meantime, over on that coastline. The shifts goes out west. And the nade from Zerich could be on the money. It looks pretty good on the target. Just goes a little bit short to find Kane, but it finds another instead and forces yet again more time.
Zerich knows he needs to move here. He has to bring out that MVP caliber within him to try and win out during this engagement. I like that initial smoke there. Might give him time to push around the side. Kane, though, very aware of what's happening. I will play it quite quickly. Bring his HP back up to full. MELISE Esports, as I said, they're just chilling this game. It was a very well set up victory. Unfortunately, there, Shifu will go down to a rundown from Reflect, just decides to finish that as quickly as possible. They are on the slow side. There's potential for this res. He has to go now, or at least put him in the back of the vehicle, but we'll just go for it at this point.
Should be able to run forwards, get out of that blue zone, stop the tick damage from taking him down again. And KASIK playing as 4, potential for them to crash towards MELISE. Zerich, though, does not have that numbers opportunity. Playing behind the smoke, looks like it's going to fade soon, but it's not even going to matter. As Zerich does go down, REGNUM KARYA trying to move up from that southeast side, just having a bad time right now. Everybody moving across the open, burning through their smoke supplies. You can see that train just trying to protect them, but it's not going to be enough, really, in the long run, if you can't make that break fast.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I think it's super unfortunate the way the circle has landed here over towards the western side, because, you know, next RÜYA might have been able to play for this position a bit longer, but the fact they have to move northwest, they have to move out into open ground, which MELISE Esports just has fantastic sightlines over towards. But now it's time for MELISE Esports to start pumping up those eliminations. They need to start taking shots towards teams as they make their way in. They don't want them coming as a full force over towards their location. They want to force out those smokes now before they can use them to get up towards the compound, up close and personal. REGNUM KARYA, unfortunately, losing a couple more players. It's Malloy, in fact, to MUERTE with 3 players still alive here. So they have learned from yesterday, which is the main thing.
Yeah, all of Duarte still in it. I mean, they have been playing on this northeast side of the road, north of the MELISE compound here. They finally take a knock out their way. KARYA, the first to go down, but they're close enough to look for these reses. KASIK, a looming threat to their northeast side, but that's being handled. That's being dismantled, not only by Duarte, but by MELISE as well. This shift is brutal for everybody else that isn't MELISE. They will be the rock upon which these teams break. They just need to hold it down. They just need to find this suppression, this force to push teams out towards that blue zone, keep them at bay, drain their resources, drain their player numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Duarte right now, or any other team within the lobby, you're looking for a second place. And if a miracle happens, maybe you get a first place. But it's so unlikely at this point in time. I think Duarte's done a really good job. We've not been focused too much on them in this game. But, you know, holding down this position is not easy because it's a massive nade trap, as you can see here. Lots of easy angles. So you need to keep people at very much arm's distance away from you if you want to hold this spot for a long time. So they did a really good job on that to secure it early. The wait for the circle to slowly push in, and it just gives them some great sightlines because they can keep peeking a little bit further up the hill to get sightlines down towards the south side. But again, they have a long way to move across pretty treacherous ground as well over towards that southwest side. KARYA is still hitting some mad shots, and I think that now they know it's the time to go. The fact they've not lost any vehicles as well is absolutely silly. Smoke train in full effect, and they're going to go for the crash here.
They go straight up to the wall. Our KASIK team there to stop it? No. They've been taken out of the fold, and this is Duarte's only chance to make it work here. They have managed to get to that first building. Kiss You close, ready for the face. Milky Way close to the wall as well. The nade bounces wrong, and Kiss You needs to be careful. Heads for the bathroom on the side. We'll be able to stay safe for now. Next RÜYA eliminated in the meantime. The burn needs to come through. Duarte have lost one so far. Milky Way did go down as the rest of MELISE have responded. The burn of Kiss You is so brutal though, and it's going to take him low. Will he be able to get this first aid off in time? The last tick might be there, but just about escapes the fire and will find that first aid. A reposition, and Malloy goes down to a nade. CEO later posts that one through, but it is answered in kind as KARYA nails it.
This is really well done from Duarte. I think they really played their game very, very good in terms of being able to hold towards that position on the northeast side and keep a lot of utility for that endgame when they knew they'd have to make this cross. Poser really has to hit these shots. KARYA's down now. That's the remainder of the team. A CEO later will finish it up.
Here's Kane though, MVP of yesterday. Has he got more in the bag? He's already found 5 this match. 11 total for BRA, and they keep up this tally. They've got these placement points, and they are still such a threat in these early scraps. They've managed to convert now into a second place guaranteed, and with 3 players from MELISE, this is doable. They hold the outside, but Kane goes down, and it might just be done and dusted here. With 1 player left for MELISE to handle, you've got to expect that they take this one home, and they do. CEO later finds the final bullet.
I love from CEO later, he's just figured out the game-winning strategy. Blow up the vehicles surrounding the players. Look, you might think you're smart by bringing vehicles all the way towards this end game, but that's just another grenade for me to use. Very, very nice game there from MELISE Esports. So you secure a really strong position on the map. And not only that, they were holding down 2 pretty dangerous, treacherous spots in that area. So very, very well done. And quick rotates. You know, they knew exactly what they needed to do there. I think it did get a bit dicey at the end between them as well as Duarte. But whatever, they still made it work.
Look at that, those predictions looking pretty good there, Blank. We don't talk about Maxman's cursing of REGNUM KARYA. The circle shifted away from them pretty brutally. But yeah, MELISE, as you say, just controlled that central area. Taking a look at the top stats though, BRA just continue to frag out. This team is really scrappy, but it's working.
Yeah, they're very, very good. I think that a lot of times you take that gamble of playing along that coastal side a little bit further ahead of anyone else. It does put you in a super precarious spot. They have to play a guy down the hill as well on the coastal side to ensure he can get some nades up towards where MADBULLS were playing. But overall, again, BRA Esports is just extremely good at playing in those high-octane moments.
And they rack up a lot of points this match. Can't quite cross that final hurdle, but MELISE had that central compound under control for so long. Nobody took it from them. Duarte tried their best, but it wasn't going to happen. MELISE take it home.
Well, this looks like PMPL for MELISE. Get the zone, even though it was a very awkward shift that I know someone here is very frustrated and tilted by. But MELISE take home the victory. And this is the MELISE that we saw when it came to PMPL, and this is where they got their success from having the center zones.
Very unsavory amount of circle shifts in a row, I think it's fair to say, and very good for MELISE, able to get himself those 19 points on the board, but it feels like a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in the Turkish finals of PMPL, where they got themselves good circles, but at least they did regroup in that position, which I was scared they were not going to do. They did end up doing so, and at that position, if you don't have cars, it's just pretty much unbreachable.
I get why they do have what even was a 1-1-2 split for a while, but eventually it became a 2-2. Yeah. Actually, the cliffs on a circle like this are pretty strong. They're really not that bad at all, but realizing that they're not going to get crashed, realizing that all of the other teams probably want those locations, probably coming in from the hill south of Pachinki, like, take this farm compound and win. You could have fallen asleep till the minute 28, could MELISE, and probably still won that game, considering.
Yeah, I think if you're just not MELISE in this game, you're like, okay, we know as a fact we're not winning this game. Let's just frag out as much as we can, which is what we saw from Brat. 11 eliminations here this match. They understood we're not going to get anywhere close of that compound. We're just going to eliminate all the teams on the western side, backstab onto next RÜYA, and then we're going to die in top 2, which they survived way longer than what I expected. So extra placement points on board.
Let's be fair to next RÜYA as well, because they were military, then they had to actually swim across.
Oh my gosh.
While all this was happening, and they still ended up with about 12 points there. So I think that's a big shot to them to be able to salvage something from almost nothing.
I mean, I can't remember a first 2 circle shifts as brutal as this, especially for Gladiator.
Poor Gladiator. They dropped George Paul. They go right down to Ferry Pier by car. They get a boat. Crossover is like, I was talking about their rotation. It was a great rotation. It was super fast. Good. Execution is like, this is what we need to see them improve heading into day 2. This is exactly what we need from them. Goes back north.
And then like, all right, back in the boat. Let's head back up to the mainland.
And you could see after that, their rotation was super sloppy. They just do a 2-2 rotation. They lose players to OZAROX. Like, I can't with this game.
This is why they don't rotate early.
Close the game, delete PUBG Mobile, I'm done.
I mean, to actually make a point out of this, sometimes it do be that way, right? Like,
it do be. Yeah.
Because if you try and actually go for a rotate north, you're working with no information. And you're having to make really quick decisions as Kitsune, for example, based on almost no information because you've committed so much of your game plan to a wide rotate onto Sosnovka. So it's understandable why you're working with nothing and then you probably lose out 2 members on the rotate.
This is top 3 worst circle shifts that I've seen this year.
Top 3
easily.
Anime betrayals. Yeah. Right there, the zone, just betraying them. Like, you guys did something good this time. Well, not anymore. Let's move to the north. But let's actually take a closer look here at our winners from this last match, MELISE, and some of their stats as well. As you can see, CO later coming in with 4 eliminations here, 1,000 damage. I actually, Klaus, you were saying, like, if MELISE don't win this, then
it's a throw.
It's a throw.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, so there are worlds where technically speaking, the circle could have shifted away from the compound. Could have multiple times, technically. But it just goes straight to them.
They have a magnet in their pocket for the zone.
You know, the Scorpion with the jeans on, he's got that little circle magnet going along for it. But I mean, yeah, once you're there, once you're able to defend that location, MUERTE made a little bit of a run for it to try and kind of breach that location. I was hoping maybe, because I always talk about this notion of like, you need more than one team to try and breach at the same time to really cause that team that's defending a problem, especially in a compound like that. And with nobody to back up MUERTE on their breach, because next RÜYA was never going to, because they didn't have vehicles after their cross. Yeah, it's difficult.
REGNUM KARYA could have done it too. MUERTE had some cars, but the thing is, if you're MUERTE or you're REGNUM KARYA, or even I think one of the northern teams like Dagestan, if you're the first team to breach, everyone's going to try and third party that. So you want to be the team to wait as long as possible, but because you wait, the blue zone's on top of you, teams are going to start to push against you too, so you're just going to be cornered at some point. So you want to crash it, but it's just...
You're waiting for someone else to do it first.
Yeah.
But no one does it.
If you're the first team to do it, you're just going to get third-partied and completely obliterated. So everyone wanted to try and play the waiting game, but by doing so, MELISE just get the freest game at the end.
And the funny thing about that compound actually is there are options to breach that compound. Like, some people will say, oh yeah, but if you try and go there too early, you're going to get shot at from all angles by all these other teams that are looking at that compound. There's actually worlds where you can try and, when the 2-2 is going on for MELISE, you can blast into the middle of those two. Obviously, everybody doesn't realize it's a 2-2 split at that moment in time. But if you blast into the middle of the 2 farm buildings, you actually have great cover from all the teams that actually are looking at that. Really eliminate some of those lines of sight. So, but again, hindsight's 2020. You can't predict exactly that it's a 2-2. You would expect that to be a 4-man in that compound with circles like that for longer than MELISE had a 4-man.
All right, we're talking a lot about MELISE here, but why don't we actually take a listen in with an interview they did before we kicked off this event, and then come back with their second match of the day.
Avrupa Şampiyonası röportajlarının bir diğerinde MELISE Esports'tan Pozzer yanımızda. Pozzer hoş geldin, nasılsın?
Hoş buldum, iyiyim. Sen nasılsın?
Çok teşekkür ederim. Ben de iyiyim. PMPL şampiyonluğunuz için sizi tebrik ediyorum. Sana bazı sorularım olacak Avrupa Şampiyonası ile alakalı. Hazır mısın?
Hazırım. Teşekkür ederim bu arada.
Geliyor ilk sorun. 2023 PMPL Türkiye güç sezonu şampiyonu olmak sana nasıl hissettiriyor? Bunları merak ediyoruz.
Ya bir kere çok iyi hissediyoruz. Özellikle şampiyon olduğumuz gün ve ertesi gün böyle bir afalladık, kendimize gelemedik. Ama sonrasında normalleşti. Tabii hala daha devam ediyor onun gururu. Güzel hissediyoruz yani, her şey güzel gidiyor.
Süper. İkinci soruma geçiyorum hızlı bir şekilde. Lig aşamasını aslında çok iyi bitirememiştiniz. Finallere giderken oyun sisteminizde ne gibi değişiklikler yaptınız? Onu merak ediyorum aslında. Farklı bir MELISE Esports izliyor gibiydik bence.
Ya bunu söylemiştim. Lig aşamasında özellikle ilk hafta sonu biz finalleri garantilemiştik. Gerek agresif oyunumuzla. Sonrasında finale kadar aslında nasıl bir oyun oturtmamız gerektiği üzerinde düşünüyordum. Koçumuz ve analistimiz olmadığı için bunlar bana kalıyordu. Çocuklarla da aramızda tartışıyorduk. Finaller öncesi sadece işte gerekli agresifliği gerekli yerlerde yapmamız gerektiği konusunda ortak noktaya vardık. Sadece doğru konumlarda alıp sonrasında agresiflik yapmamız gerektiği konusunda işte bir noktaya vardık. Finallerde de onu yaptık. Zaten planımız hazırdı. 2 hafta boyunca göstermemiştik. O şekilde sonuca vardık.
Süper aslında. Her şeyi açıklayan bir nokta bu. Şimdi diğer soruya geçiyorum. Finallerin son gününde, son maçta çok erken elendiniz. 0 puanla elendiniz ve S2G'nin size yaklaşıp sizi geçmesinden gerçekten korktunuz mu, onu merak ediyorum.
Ya bu hayır dersek yalan olur. Çünkü ben söylemiştim. Maç içinde maçın alanın attığı harşif noktasından az çok puan çıkartabileceklerini düşünüyordum. Ben de çok tecrübeli ekip, yani bu şekilde bir hata yapacaklarını beklemiyordum açıkçası. Sonuç gelene kadar tabii bir korku vardı. Geçtiler mi, geçmediler mi falan. Kötüydü o dakikalar aslında bizim için.
Stresliydi aslında diyorsun.
Evet.
You know, I like when a player's being interviewed and he's honest and he's not lying to us, you know? Like, were you worried about S2G catching you? Nah, we had it in the bag. Like, come on, it's S2G. They're reigning world champions. You're going to tell us that? So great to hear Poser and great to hear about their game plan as well when it came to the finals and obviously the European Championship here. Just kind of wait for the moment to strike. Don't get too aggressive too early and just wait for that perfect moment to make the plays happen.
And they didn't have to strike this game.
They just
waited it out. The circle struck it all down, all the teams for themselves. But yeah, I mean, they're able to wait things out and be aggressive when it really matters the most, which is good for them to pick their fights that make the most sense. So sure, they get themselves this chicken dinner. I would like to see from MELISE a top 3 or even possibly a win where the circle is not so in their favor and then playing aggressive. So I feel like that would be the extra bit of spice I would like to see from MELISE here.
Okay, well, you know what, you guys at home who are watching, there is a vote going on in chat for you to support your favorite team. Just write your tag into the chat to let us know who you think. And I did hear from a little bird that Maxman is going to give away to one person over 1 trillion UC.
Whoa. 1 trillion UC? Oh, yeah. You saw my skins. I definitely don't have that.
Yeah, Cloris has the best skins of all.
He does.
The best skin.
Yeah, he does. He's stripped out. Wow.
Put your mobile, please. Let's head to our casters. They're going to take us into our second match of the day. It's going to be on Miramar, and you're not going to want to miss this.
Absolutely, definitely not going to want to miss this one. Blank, we're going over to the Dusty Dunes. Make sure you're showing your support in the chat for your favorite team with that vote and then their team tag in front of it. So, going over from that first game, it was kind of, as Jason said, that PMPL bless for MELISE in that final circle, just playing in that compound.
Yeah, it's pretty confirmed that you'll take the win off the back of that. It's like one of the hardest circles that you can go for. If a team's already in that position, you are essentially just in straight survival mode at that point in time. I think if you're looking at teams like MUERTE, though, I was very impressed they were to make it as far as they did from that position. It's not an easy spot to play. It's an even harder spot to maintain the vehicles they had. I really enjoy that they sweep that right-hand side and then put their vehicles behind that ridge as well so no other teams could see them. That's what sort of secured them a chance at taking that compound off the hands of MELISE Esports. So a very, very smart little maneuver coming from MUERTE. Bro Esports currently in first place right now after that last game. 74 points. They've really taken PMPL EU Championships by storm right now. A really, really strong result from them. S2G, I want to say lagging behind. They're really not, in second place, and REGNUM KARYA currently in third. So really do have very much a Turkish-dominated top spot podium at the moment. With our teams from EU just not really finding their footing right now. Still staying in the conversation, but more needs to be done here, John.
Certainly does. It is necessary to find your matches. We know the Gladiators play speed up, so they start slow, they get a little bit of momentum later on sometimes, so we're hoping for that. The MADBULLS, difficult matches, I think, that last game around, and we spoke about how the Gladiators did move fast. In fact, last time around, we feel like they made some good decisions. It was just not going to go their way. The MADBULLS not going to be able to perform if they go down this early, though. OZAROX have dropped with them. Puerto Paraiso, a little bit of a hot spot here. Swain and Sephir playing on these flanks. Either side of the MADBULLS split. Tulika looking to navigate towards Frozen.
Yeah, really interesting. We are going to have a hot drop at this point in the stage of the game here over in the championships. OZAROX versus MADBULLS. Kind of curious as well, because I think most people expected MADBULLS to continue dropping over towards Puerto Paraiso on these kind of playing paths. So for OZAROX, this is going to be a thing that continues, and I think this is a really important fight, at least for MADBULLS. You don't want to be losing on home turf, right? That's probably the worst thing that can happen to you. Suddenly, Puerto Paraiso becomes less of a safe position. You need to win this engagement, but already a DBS in the hands of one of the players from OZAROX is pretty painful. You've got a barrel there in the background as well.
Swain looking to try and hold down the top floor, but can't quite do so. Hops out the window, but not before Zerich catches him with a pistol. Fleeke under a little bit of pressure. Across the way, Falconist lighting them up. There's the AKM in the back for Sephir, but look at that. Zerich is on a tear. Fleeke just completely puts him down as well. Micro Uzi doing work. Sephir really needs to get this res now. OZAROX having a tough time of it. MADBULLS staking their claim to Puerto Paraiso, which, as you say, kind of crazy that we're seeing a hot drop at this stage, especially, Blank, when you consider El Pozzo is completely open.
It's also extremely silly that we're seeing a John Wick moment coming out from Zerich right now with just the pistola in the hands.
He's got that rundown.
Yeah, shooting that thing off like a machine gun. Getting a little bit closer, up and personal. Shotgun doesn't do the trick, but one final player to deal with. Falconist goes down. Storm, really, really strong player here from OZAROX. This guy still can be fairly dangerous, even in a situation like this. Got the mini Uzi and a DBS. Extremely dangerous loadout here in close range combat.
Taking some shots, suppressive fire. Only Falconist there to get this res, but he wants to fight instead. DBS, if he's allowed to get in that close range, like you say, a demon to deal with it. Storm opens up for one, looks for two, finds both of them, and Zerich is low. He finds the flushes of the MADBULLS. Might have just been turned around on. Is he dropping too far? He might have just taken a little bit too much fall damage there, but no, stays safe for the time being. Information given over, but his teammates are falling. They are going down one by one, and Storm is striking time and time again. With this DBS, they allowed him to close that gap, and Zerich now the last to stand for MADBULLS in what was a full 4 roster.
That's what I'm talking about. Storm. Horrible player to come up against, especially with the DBS and a Micro Uzi. Now the barrel and a DBS. This guy is cracked in terms of loot. Zerich just with a shotgun. Pump action at that.
Doesn't need too many. Doesn't need too many chances though. Molotov. No, shotgun. That's the choice. Plays around the corner and perfectly pulls it down. Really necessary to keep the MADBULLS through, and look at that. I mean, you have to be exasperated. Have a little bit of a stunt on him. Zerich, the MVP from back in PMPL Europe. Blank, he has stayed alive, but the MADBULLS are down to 1. This hot drop has gone badly for them.
It has gone badly for both teams, realistically, but I think that was so important for Zerich to win that fight out, especially when you're using the underdog weapon as well there with the pump shotgun versus the DBS. Realistically, you should win that every single time, but very, very well played from Zerich to immediately set up in a building that he knows has a slight advantage against a player coming up those stairs. Just lines up the headshot perfectly, takes an extra fraction of a second to ensure that goes through. Really well done. I think from that fight, start to finish, Zerich looked like an absolute monster with a pistol as well, doing the amount of damage that it did in those engagements. Kind of crazy, but yeah, losing 3 players, really not ideal. You'll take the 4 eliminations from that, but that's likely all you're going to get here.
Oh, this is a replay. I was like, why is someone still dropping? No, so Frozen went down on the drop. Storm, this corner peek was absolutely brutal. They all lined up in the range of the DBS, perfectly giving him the opportunity to do what he did. If Storm gets taken down there, the MADBULLS are a full 4 team. They have everybody up and they can execute from there. A little bit of a misstep to allow him to get so much value from getting so close.
Yeah, I think that you really, really do play that fight very well if you are Zerich, because you just instantly start legging it, right? You're like, boys, I'm so sorry, but we have messed this up terribly. You're all probably going to get flushed here, but I need to get to a position where I can have an advantage in this 1v1. Like I was saying before, an extremely important fight to win for the MADBULLS. Similarly for OZAROX, you know, I think you're looking at 2 absolutely demonic players on both those teams in Storm as well as Zerich. Both of them really had something to prove there. Unfortunately, it's just EU that comes out on top in the end.
I mean, Storm certainly proved plenty. Got 3 elimination points for the roster. And you need to be able to execute in those clutch situations. So a bit of a tricky one there. We'll have to see how they truck on. Let's hop over to the middle of this next circle. Blanket shifted out to that west side. Finally, someone has gone into El Pozo, which was completely devoid of dropped players. S2G trying to play split across the road right now on these compounds to the south of the fields. And the Gladiators looking to take the high ground above them, potentially. Across the way on the east side of El Pozo, it's KAOS, who have taken up residency there. MUERTE on the southwest side, playing a split on the north of Montenueva.
Yeah, this circle really doesn't bode too much into the future for a lot of teams, honestly. I think you're mainly trying to get around San Martin, right? Get around that ridge side, get into a better position with a bit of elevation, scout out some, get some information on board, and you can tell just how important information is from that last game. If we take a look at teams like KONINA Power, RÜYA, as well as Gladiators, who all sent over towards Sosnovka early on. As soon as that shift happens up towards that north side, you're really flying blind at that point when you're pushing back into the circle. We saw that with Gladiators flying directly in towards OZAROX. They had no info on that position. And you just work with what you're given in that scenario. Luckily, they're able to pick up 4 players, and then Matic and Meku can continue a little bit further into the game. We'll see where this next circle heads up, though. Already, Gladiators taking a little bit more of a proactive positioning right now. Usually, they would be further up towards Crater Fields on this circle, but they're opting to head all the way down, in fact, towards this ridgeline. I really do like this from Gladiators, staying stuck together. Nasty circle. Nobody likes this one. It's a case of whether, do you head over towards the western side? Do you play those high grounds where currently MUERTE is playing? There's a couple of compounds down towards that south side of MUERTE that is viable as well, but yeah, either way, very difficult circle to work with.
This is really, really tricky. Like you say, that high ground on the west, potentially a death sentence if it goes badly. Next, RÜYA looking to sneak their way up early into that position. And to be fair, it's very likely to get you into that top 5. If you take control of this early, you are going to have an opportunity to stay alive. Everybody else on the east edge just going to crunch into one another and hopefully try and come out looking a little bit the better for it, but it's going to be easier said than done. Effect finds a point, pulls a player out of the BRA rotation. And that is going to take a player out of the middle of this next circle as well. A mad dash in effect.
I mean, you love that. You love to see that from Major Pride. I think Bra Esports has caused a lot of problems to Major Pride on their particular rotates. Almost feels targeted there from Major Pride, just a little bit, with the shots over towards Bra Esports. But either way, it's a nice pickup from Major Pride, whether they meant it or not. And that will give them a bit more freedom heading forwards to the rest of these zones. Already you can see MUERTE, they were fairly close to some of the best positionings on the map in this location over towards the western side. Really good high ground to work with going forward. S2G taking some nasty shots over towards GALATASARAY. That SLR, not easy to control, but it does hit like a truck.
Certainly going to do the job this time around, does the trick. Dagestan trying to move past Major Pride as well, but they are on the swivel here, Blank. They are extracting the toll for all of these teams crunching in on this east side. They're holding their ground. They're playing a close 2-2 split. and it seems to be working, but the teams moving around them are still getting a little bit ahead of them. They are sending 2-3 players further forwards, and that could be difficult for Major Pride in 2-3 circles time.
Yeah, I think what Major Pride trying to do right now is just weaken as many teams as possible. Keep going down, player from Bra Esports going down. If you can continue to take pot shots as teams that are coming in from Monte Nuevo from this position, which is fairly a focal point on this map as well, I think it's a really, really nice play to make from Major Pride. They understand that, yeah, their rotations later on are going to be a bit more difficult, but they're more than likely going to be in more 4v3s, which are very doable.
Shots across to S2G. They lose Silas trying to crawl to safety. A little bit split for Razy now. Might look to regroup as a solo player. It is a very dangerous area to be in. Under a lot of pressure. Galatasaray losing players as well. Gladiators have crossed to that west side of the road blank. They're playing up in the hills as we shift a little bit further south. Next, RÜYA have such a great position here to stop these teams from moving too far south. They've got some higher ground on both sides of the road.
Yeah, I was about to say you're in an incredibly good spot here for next RÜYA. It's a little bit greedy, right? I mean, you're holding over towards the western side. You're also holding towards the compound on the east. I sort of like it, though. I think that they have made the right decision here, which is to send 2 players across the road. There's going to be a point in the future where someone crashes over towards that compound on the eastern side. It's smart from them. They'd rather just isolate one position and have scouting happening over towards that compound. If we do get another eastern shift on the circle, they can try head back across if they don't see anyone head in there too quickly. S2G holding their own right now versus KONINA Power, doing fairly well of it. Major Pride still extracting that toll, like you were saying, on this eastern edge.
Trying to move now, though. They shift a little bit further southwest and will be able to pull up into a position. Can they keep it safe? That's the question. Dagestan certainly feeling a little bit of pain from them as S2G rolling over a player or 2. Major Pride, they do get found by BRA, so it is give and take for them. They're going to have to play as 3. MUERTE now underneath next RÜYA. This high ground position for 2 of them. Yekta and Doken Machine on that position. Going to try and cover off with their 2 players down south, Frozen. And Zed Wolf will look to try and find this crossfire, but MUERTE can't really access them right now. They can't get up to this position, and they don't really need to. Both of these teams can start to fend off players from that eastern side, from that northern position.
Yeah, if you can just kind of angle yourself underneath this cliff face, right? If the circle eventually moves off from that western side, it's going to be next RÜYA who's going to be dropping off the top side, right? You know, I think they might have vehicles up there with them, in which case they can send that one off. But MUERTE does have a little bit of an advantage here. And you got to remember, this is one hell of a cross coming through from MUERTE, right? If you look on your screens, they were up there on the top left. They've had to fly all the way down over towards this spot. They think it's a bit of a better position for them to play in the future. You sort of have this contract between both Gladiators, next RÜYA and MUERTE right now. No one's really going to fight each other. If next RÜYA give Kitsune and Tixi the chance from their high ground position, they'll certainly take some shots here, John. But I think both teams quite comfortable just to try and work together to eliminate as many teams from that eastern side as possible early on.
Look at Zerich as well from MADBULLS, still surviving from Puerto Paraiso, has managed to move in on the south side. Could be relatively unexpected as well if he continues on foot. So maybe trouble for next RÜYA, unless they keep their wits about them, which you've got to hope they will do. Next circle just about to pop these teams on the north, hoping against hope that it goes their way. But look at that, about 4 teams cut out. Gladiators have a little bit of a go signal, so that chord that was struck really going to be under tension now. MUERTE might look to move, but they've taken a knock and a flush.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, next year you're waiting for it, but that's the move I was talking about early on. You know, they moved away from that compound early on the eastern side. Now they send 2 players back across again. I think MUERTE were looking for a similar kind of approach, but they've headed towards the concrete over on the northern edge. Next RÜYA, Docker Machine should, honestly, those 2 players from next RÜYA should regroup with the 2 boys and Frozen as well as Z-Wolf. Gladiators taking casualties on that top edge, like you were saying, versus KAOS. Matic might be able to get back up on his feet here, potentially.
I think they've got Meku there as well, so they're looking for that res. But KAOS looking for the third party, looking to keep that pressure up. NEXUS getting sprayed down. KISU finds 1 and 2 as well. A really, really solid find for MELISE, who are looking to push in from that northern side. NEXUS ahead of them. They needed this opening, and they will be afforded it by the spray down. KISU looks for more against EXO, and he will go down as well. NEXUS really on the ropes now, but S2G might just have their back here.
REGNUM knows he has to move in. The circle's coming his way. KISU drops off the top side. NEXUS just way too slow in this game once again. I think as soon as you see that shift up towards that northwest side, you've got to get going. You've got to get into a position where you can start to maneuver your way in. And again, we're facing this issue of NEXUS. Yes, they can fight these teams, but they're constantly setting themselves up in disadvantageous fights for themselves. Versus a team like MELISE Esports, KISU just has an extremely strong spot up there on the northern edge to just peek over the top. Just Redux and Doran left remaining to try and hold the banner high here for the Romanian team and push forward into the circle. Next RÜYA finally get their 2 players off that high ground, looking to eventually regroup with the rest of the squad. I think these are 2 really strong positions that currently MUERTE as well as next RÜYA hold.
It's going to be very difficult for teams to get down that hillside with the number of teams playing on the east. It's just going to be easy pickings as soon as you try and make it down. The smokes need to be on point if you want this crossing. Speaking of crossing, somehow NEXUS have managed to get 2 players to survive so far, but it's still not out of the woods. Redux goes down. Can he get behind the rock? No, he cannot. Flushed away, and it's just Doran now for NEXUS. The smokes keep him safe for the time being, but the bullets can still find their way through it.
Yeah, survival mode now for Doran. Done it before at Miramar. I think we saw him yesterday and towards that top 3, but slightly unlikely at this point in time. Zadira gets burnt out by Hamzy G. Right now, likely to try and find him. Kane is just so accurate on these shots today and yesterday too. Surprised you could even see him.
Just plinking away on that ridgeline. I mean, you lay down that ping, you just keep tapping away. And it will be S2G out in the end of it. So that's good news for BRA, who have managed to extend quite a big lead. Well, I say big, quite a significant lead over S2G. They are still alive in this match. And they'll be looking to take a little bit more. 4 eliminations for BRA already, so that is definitely good news. Furious spots Meku on the push, and the Gladiators will take a second knock as well. They're moving up to this roadside, but it was always going to be a tough crossing. There's that ditch that they're playing in. It will draw the nades their way. And they need to find these reses wherever they can.
It's all keep them alive for a little bit longer though, right? You know, they need to get over towards this ditch. It's not easy. Matic now has to make the run of a lifetime to get towards the ditch itself. He's going to try and take a bit of high ground though for himself there. I think BRA Esports has had a pretty decent game from this spot they've played in. They've played very similar to what Major Pride was doing early on, which is take pot shots towards any of the teams in this location. They know they've got the singular compound that looks out over towards a fielded area, which is very open ground.
Certainly a lot of open area to try and control. KISU and CEO later. Near to Coursera's end of the longhouse, and he will be carried back into the building by the shots landing on that balcony. They need to be careful now, but they don't have a lot of time for caution. As Dagestan have seemingly spotted this ridgeline as well. BRA taking shots out towards KAOS. Trying to just keep everyone's heads down, make sure they have more room to maneuver. Kane on the lookout on that corner. They want this hold, they want it bad. CEO later with that nade in hand. Can they find an opening knock? Everybody turning their way, and you just can't stand up without taking too much damage here. KISU tries to move forwards through the smoke, but it is Major Pride who spots him, and into the blue zone he goes. He's not going to give the point to any other team. Just wants to find himself in the dust. Not going to be able to move any further. And they'll shunt further forwards as well. REGNUM KARYA moving in from the south.
Yeah, tried to push up towards next RÜYA's position, but they've been awfully quiet. Just waiting for their moment to strike though. With that initial nade, that's really, really good over towards next RÜYA. Been pushing in as a 4 for quite some time now. Z-Wolf just locking them down as the rest of the team tries to get towards this building. A lot of smoke's been thrown, but Loxy's got a great little angle from the side here. He will be in the blue eventually, but for the time being, he's providing very good support for the rest of the team, allowing them to get back up on their feet, regroup in this scenario. Yetka finds the rogue Zerich in the backlines there, in the midst of it. Another nade goes through. takes down Tron, and Loxy goes down the process. So REGNUM KARYA just not having a great time there, and Wolf slashes away at the door, instantly finds himself a pick-off.
The flechettes burning their way through that wood. Nothing's going to keep you safe from that DBS at that range, but the Mini 14 might just overextend it there. Not going to be able to land the shots, unfortunately. This south side starting to get a little bit hot now between these teams. Fairly split decision yet again on these predictions. It's a pretty chaotic circle with the hard shifts that we've seen. A lot of teams are a little bit ragtag. As REGNUM KARYA once more, 3 players playing off, trying to fend off against Frozen, but Tron goes down to a nade from Dokkan Machine and in through the window. They will continue to go, but Tenchik's there for KASIK. This high ground for them, really, really strong. The plateau that sits down in front of them as well. Ground that they can move through and potentially suppress both of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some excellent nades so far from RÜYA all game long. They've been causing some serious issues for these squads. Azel has to back off. Tron likely to just fall here. They'd love to get at least some eliminations over towards them, but Yetka, as well as Dokkan Machine, still going strong here. Tenchik constantly getting himself involved in this fight.
And why not? You know, these two teams playing on that south side could be main rivals for your push towards that Muerte's position. Burning through with the nade, Wild absolutely lands the perfect shot that he needed. Looking for these knocks, looking for these flushes as well. The Molotov on in, and both of these teams are going to have their numbers dismantled. Zashipa, he's not even going to waste any more time here. They're seeing these knocks come through. Tenchik on that high ground has the backup. He just puts these nades on in, and that's all he needs to do. This gives the KASIK team a potential foothold to move further into this one.
As a sheep, I don't think he realizes just how close he is to a couple of these players. Major Pride continuing to play their sweeping strategy over towards that northeastern edge, taking shots over towards Dagestan now as they lose another player yet again. Sheep wants a bit more. I think KASIK team has to be a bit careful though, because this fight hasn't fully concluded just yet.
The pin is pulled from Mandarin. He's waiting for the cook. Can he perfectly find it? Doesn't need to. Reflect's already got the first. There's the flush from Mandarin on the nade. Just Izel close to the window. Next, RÜYA looking to move away, piecing themselves back up onto 3 players alive. Blank is a really good turn of events for them, and Mandarin will launch the nade on through, and it's going to strut straight on into the building. What are you doing there? You needed to be more careful. Izel able to find the forward player, and Mandarin leaves KASIK on 3. A little bit too bold there for my liking. REGNUM KARYA trapped in the middle of a sandwich.
Not fully clearing the building there. Again, Ezel has a really nice little angle. You know, he tucks himself away, which is nice to see. So REGNUM KARYA, again, this is a case where you just cannot fully count any of these teams. You know, they'll find value where they can, and getting up close and personal like that was so dangerous. And MUERTE right now, the nice central position in those concretes. Not always ideal in terms of the sightlines you have from this spot, but it works quite well. And they're not exactly incredibly easy to crash upon either.
Reflect just reversing out. I feel like KASIK, as you say, getting a little bit too close there. They didn't need to fully go for this breach. And they lose a player because of it. They could have just held on this outside, taken control of this hill, forced next RÜYA to take the fight directly with REGNUM KARYA and picked up the pieces between them. But they got a little bit greedy. Frozen eking his way forwards, trying to find anything really, because at the moment next RÜYA very much penned in, but Dokkan Machine being that back anchor, look at that, all the way out on the west, gives them a chance to just disengage from it.
Tenchik needs to find value, basically. I think he's the big key to this engagement for KASIK. I love that Ezel's still looking for some more punishment over to both of these teams. A nade like that could be devastating as Reflect gets a little bit close to it. Luckily, doesn't pop any damage over towards him, but still got 2 more in the back pocket. We'll continue to throw them, making it very difficult for him to get into this vehicle. Next circle shifts on top of MUERTE, alongside with Gladiators, who have really stuck this game out. I mean, it's not been easy for Gladiators. They've made some pretty difficult rotates.
When it gets a little bit close quarters, though, Blank, it's going to be a lot harder for them. Right now, they have the advantage of having this roadside ridge, but as soon as you're in nade range of it, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Gladiators to stay up and alive if the team on the other side has the supplies necessary. The question is, how much longer can they stay at arm's distance, at arm's length with that position? And look, next RÜYA going to try and rotate, regroup out onto the west with Doka Machine, disengage from REGNUM KARYA, but they are just being lit up on this cross. KASIK, the first to look to extract it. No, that was on Erangel, as Gladiators are going to stop this reposition through as well. And next RÜYA losing a lot of players here on this rotate. MUERTE and KASIK now potentially looking to try and take this position from them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned like nade range and stuff like that for Gladiators, but really no one's ever going to get up towards that ditch now. You know, there's so many sightlines over towards there. Gladiators can comfortably play this game out. I think second place is probably on the cards for them. It will be difficult to cross the road. I think it's the main thing that's going to be hard for Gladiators when they get up, so they need utility still on board, and I think that's what they massively lack. KASIK team still going strong. 3 players right now. Next RÜYA, Doka Machine going to try and get close, but Gladiators just have great sightlines over that way. I think we saw a similar win from Vampire Esports and PMWI on this exact location. Gladiators were playing in that lobby as well, so seem to have learned from their lads over in Thailand.
Certainly doing bits right now. No team on more than 3 players, Blank, so it is a 4-way duel on even, well, fairly even footing when you discount the terrain, but MUERTE looking to try and stop KASIK from moving any closer here. A dangerous game, though, because Gladiators can peek over this roadside and start to light them up. Furia, we know how good he is with those nades, as Zashipa finds out all about it. They should have learned their lesson from back in the Europe region, but no, they bring it here. Can Zashipa get rezzed? Can he crawl across to reflect? Because that position is in the next zone. If they can stop the push from MUERTE, they might be able to give the cover they need. Reposition that vehicle. Tenchik moves forwards, breaks out with the buggy, and Furia is suppressed by reflect.
Wait, Fury's playing such a dangerous game right now. Trying to get up close and personal, send these nades across. You know, at this point in time, with the circle not fully counting out this little ditch for Gladiators, there's a chance for them. I think the main saving grace for MUERTE is this compound is still in over towards this northern edge. It's going to give them time for Gladiators to have to push across the road. Question is how many more smokes they have. Ooh. I think they will have gone to collect a few more of those smokes from the death boxes coming through from next RÜYA. So again, I think there's an actual chance here for Gladiators, and we've all discounted them. This is where they prove themselves.
Very tricky time. Major Pride find another knock over onto reflect. Remember, they've still got vehicles. The question is, where do they go? Where do they reposition to? I think their vehicles might have eaten a little bit too much damage, and reflect gets bursted down by it. They try and roll down the hill, but KASIK are just dismounted almost as soon as they try and move. And now a 3-way fight ensues.
Major Pride will be rocking out in towards open zone now. They head up towards the ditch in front, and they have the loot crate. Naomi there initially. Meku's taking shots towards Milky Way. I think you have to play Zone 9 now for MUERTE. They have the advantage in it. The circle will push both Major Pride and Gladiators into unfavorable locations where they're likely going to fight against each other first. So very smart there. That shot's coming through from MUERTE. They're trying to take down as many vehicles as possible. That's what's going to make this endgame a little bit more difficult for them.
I'm so surprised that Major Pride have gotten as far as they have. It looked like they might have bitten off more than they could chew, but the Gladiators fairly passive towards their position. Major Pride finding Furia. Has been knocked before. Trying to push on up. The Gladiators didn't stop MUERTE from moving on those hills to try and take those shots, those nades out towards KASIK, but they are biding their time. They will be pushed across the road fairly soon though, Blank, because this zone is closing and it will not stop. Naomi putting those nades through, trying to get any damage, trying to burn some smokes out as well from the Gladiators. And the backlines of Major Pride trying to stay in this fight as well. The cross needs to come, and it needs to come now for Gladiators.
Yeah, keeping this vehicle out of purview, rock straight up into the loot crate. That's so frustrating to deal with. Matic's got a good idea of where MUERTE's players are, but finally does get put down there by MUERTE, and MUERTE can push out a little bit further. Those angles coming through from Gladiators were the biggest deal for them. Now they can take a little bit more of an aggressive positioning. But will Major Pride take this one down? We mentioned this earlier on, that they were clearing out teams slowly but surely on that northeastern edge, making their push in towards this final circle slightly easier. They've got so many nades. Oh. That one's fantastically on target. Now just Malloy in a 1v3.
They were penned in for just a little too long, Blank. Malloy, the last to stand for Muerte, and stand he will. Nomi down and flushed immediately. No mess in there. Naomi, close by, a really important figure for Major Pride's position. A burn on that corner, a really heads-up Molotov. Look at the whole building being controlled by fire right now. Muerte continue to get penned in. Malloy not on full HP here. The Grozer in hand for Naomi. A nade being cooked for Malloy. Can he find a knock? It would be so impactful if he can. An effect goes down. Naomi now with the challenge. A 1 versus 1, and Malloy looks to fight out. Looks to fight for Duarte, and he will go for it. And Malloy stands up. A 1 versus 3, and Muerte take it back.
Goodness me, what is that coming through from Muerte? It looks absolutely dreadful. Cooked underneath the fires from Major Pride. But this guy comes out still looking crispy clean at the end there anyway. Malloy, a little bit less damage from yesterday, but this guy certainly pumped up the pressure over in PMPL EU. Well done to him. Honestly, a fantastic finish from him. You know, because I was like, where is Malloy? He was looking like he was improving massively towards the latter half of PMPL EU in the final. And here he is today, winning himself a 1v3. As soon as I saw him pull that nade and effect get too close, I was like, I think he might have this off the back of those crates.
I mean, that nade knock was so important. It felt like Major Pride didn't necessarily need to go for that push. It felt so controlled right at the end. But you just can't account for the Malloy factor over onto Muerte. What a way to close that match down. We saw some pretty crazy turns of events during that game. The hard shift out to the west, I think, really tested a lot of teams. And the Gladiators able to survive in a pretty decent position there.
Yeah, I mean, you give him 3 1v1s, right? I mean, that was the silly part, to be honest with you. I like what Effect tried to do, but it just didn't happen. Gladiators, like you said, I thought that was a very, very well played out game. I think they knew what they had to do. If the circle did move over towards that western side, maybe it's an even stronger match there from Gladiators. And I think that, like I said before, we all discounted them, yet they did really well in that scenario. And that was all starting from very early in the game, where they took quite an orthodox push for themselves, aggressively pushing down towards the south side of the circle, a little bit further than it might have gone before there, John.
Well, I want to know something, and what do the boys over in the studio think about Malloy able to take home that 1v3?
You know, I don't even think I need to be the one to answer about that, because Colaris was talking about the exact same thing that Blank was talking about at the very end there, talking about him stepping up. He started off the day as he looked at their stats, pretty much not bottom of the team when it came to eliminations, and then this match happened.
No, I mean, looking at how he performed at the end of the season in EU, looked fantastic. And then, as you say, I think he had 2 eliminations coming into today.
It was the lowest.
Yeah, and now he's been able to just pull that off. I will say, you know, devil's advocate, there is a moment there where the 19 points for them, Major Pride gave Malloy 3 1v1s. And whenever you're in a situation like that where you're significantly outnumbering your opponent, you should be pushing together in a coordinated manner. So Malloy exploited Major Pride's overconfidence in that scenario.
I mean, Nomi got a great double nade. He's like, oh yeah, I got it, guys.
Yeah.
You're going to get a 1v3, yeah, let's go. And after Malloy. I mean, clearly one nade also, you can clearly turn those 1v2s into a 1v1. He cooked that nade to perfection. So Malloy can clutch it out, and maybe a lot of confidence boost after that game. So happy to see Muerte get the win, but it was a tough one for a lot of the teams that were not Muerte, because you all have to go downhill, cross the road. So a lot of teams were coming their way, and they stood their ground nicely enough.
Well, speaking of confidence boost, what about Gladiators, right? The first match, we talked about their hectic hard shifts that we had happen, the crazy rotations they had to do. This time, they actually made a very smart rotation to that west side, as you guys were mentioning while watching the game, of using that high ground to their advantage. But obviously, as the zone shifted away, it's like, okay, when I have to cross a road into other teams, and
yeah, I think it's kind of a position that you're just hoping the circle keeps shifting in that position, and if it does, then all the teams like Muerte, Major Pride, they're going to come your way downhill, and they're going to have to cross the road. You can pick them up very easily, and teams need to understand that dip is so strong. And Blank mentioned it during that game, that they learned from Vampire in PMWI that won from that exact location. It is so strong. And actually, talking about that position, right, Colaris, we saw RÜYA also understand that there is a weakness to that position that they tried to use to their advantage.
Yeah, so a lot of teams really don't appreciate the west side of that circle at all. Like, if you're thinking about the next RÜYA position, taking the high ground, it's slightly unfortunate for them that not enough teams actually came for the wide rotates to the west side, because technically, when you find that high ground position, you can shoot at everything and get a load of eliminations. That didn't go next RÜYA's way. And again, the fact that it was only them and Gladiators trying to exploit the strengths of the west side of that, as you say, up until the road kind of shifts things out, is surprising to me. I think there's a lot of opportunity for teams there to be able to play that. Not together, of course, because you're only scrapping for 1 or 2 spots, but they're strong spots.
I know we wanted to actually dive into what eventually happened with rotations, but we're going to wait a second on that because we're going to take a look at... I see you. We're going to go into the Muerte stats actually really quickly to kind of see who was really performing in that last match, and you will see like 7 eliminations.
Ba-bam, ba-bam! Sorry, that's a...
Was that a special one?
That's a special one for a dead-on 1,000.
Ba-bam, ba-bam. It's been so long since I've heard the sound when someone gets over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, look at him.
I missed it.
He's missed it.
Glee in his eyes. That was
Every time it happened in NA, I'm like looking at 7, like waiting for it, and I don't get anything.
Where is he? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking at me.
Yeah, I'm great from Malloy. 7 eliminations on the game overall. I mean, we've seen this throughout the entirety of PMPL for the full season, that Furia, Milky Way got clutch versus, I think, 4 teams at one point as a solo, which is mental in that season. So every player can stand out. It just happened that this game, it was Malloy, and I know that we're going to see the other players get their moment of glory at one point this championship.
Probably.
Or if we're going to talk about individual moments of greatness, like we see Malloy there with the 7 eliminations, we're going to have to talk about Storm from OZAROX too. Because at the beginning of the match, that hot drop they did on the MADBULLS had a very interesting finish that Claris, you kind of pointed out.
We're nerding about it.
Maybe there was something very specific about the way he played this out.
I had a theory. So just before this, he actually like shot through the window with his Uzi. And I have the theory that as he comes around with his DBS, I don't think he shot with the DBS before this moment. So, this could be wrong. I could have been completely inaccurate with this. But if he did, if he baited them into thinking that his close-range weapon was an Uzi to then move up to the corner to pull out the DBS, that's ba-bam, ba-bam right there. Because the DBS, you don't want to be taking that corner fight against the DBS, but you wouldn't mind it against an Uzi with 3 people peeking around the corner. So he might have lured them into a false sense of security there.
I mean, you saw how they pushed out also MADBULLS. They were in the open. There was no way they could leave the moment they heard that first shot of the DBS. They're fully committed. And unfortunately, a DBS, especially around the corner where you can get those nice little shots, you can 1v3 so easily, which is exactly what happened with Storm there. And unfortunately for Frozen, he couldn't even drop to assist. So yeah, feels bad, man.
Yeah, he got shot out of the sky, unfortunately. But we did talk about these rotations we wanted to mention. And Max, it is time.
It's time.
Take out the telestrator.
Oh, yeah.
The Maxmen breakdown.
And this is time where I'm going to give you a tutorial about stuff you can do in your very own games at home. So right now on this game, we had 3 circle shifts. One of those that was happening actually from the east to the western side. And then the following shift on phase 3 went from the north to the southern side of the map, which means you can see right now on your map that you have a lot of teams concentrated around the north and also the eastern side of the map. One thing that I was expecting actually from REGNUM CARYA, is that good draw?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic, but
that's right. Show him.
That's the point of the whole illustration. We're done. But one thing actually, because of all these teams being concentrated in the north and the east, I was hoping, and this is why I predicted REGNUM CARYA, for them to understand that teams are not going to be focused on the southern side, so they could easily rotate into one of these few compounds in the southern edge and abuse these 3 circle shifts in a row. So it's just one way to read these circles and where teams are going to be populated in those positions, but they didn't quite go for it. But it does open up opportunities that if you're really reading in these circles, there are opportunities that do come up and you could go for.
I have 2 questions. One, is it because they were your pick that you're focusing on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they didn't win. 2, I forgot what my second question was.
And 2,
I've got a statement for you because we did see Zerich down there towards the bottom, and Claris, we were watching that. You were saying the only like team that made a good rotation was Zerich actually, because the bottom was going to be completely open. But we don't get to discuss that. I know you want to dive into it, but we're going to dive into something more interesting, something so phenomenal that we're going to see it 2 times today. It's time to kick off our team deathmatch with John, Allen, and Blank.
You cannot wait for the action that is here for you in the TDM bracket, Blank. I think we're going to see some more Panzerfausts coming on through that infinite ammo, explosive after explosive. Very impactful. We're in with match number 11. That is Dagestan 77 versus Nexus.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, It's not a Panzerfaust though. It is definitely an RPG that they've got. You know, yeah. The Panzerfaust looks very different. That thing's quite beige in comparison. But yeah, the actual game mode though, very interesting. We'll see who can find the zombie for the monies to get themselves the old RPG, get it on board, send those shots off.
Kapahala biding their time. They need to get some money, Blank, from the zombie in the middle to grab those weapons, grab those high explosive rockets. Storin going for a little sneaky beaky play around the edge. It's been a while since we've seen the jump punch come through, but here it is. Doran still trying to execute on it. No going for the zombie in the middle just yet.
Get the zombie. Get the monies. Get the power of the zombie monies. Do the MELISE play. 8 RPGs.
Just 2 per player. Hot swap them out. Big bada boom.
All right, come on, lads. It's 100 money now for zombie. Oh, Shifu's gone for it.
That's some money. He is really saving up here. Steer it. Able to trade it off now. Control of this central area to be able to get that zombie for that zombie money. All important, so having the high ground for Dagestan could prove to be financially a wise investment of a decision.
I don't think these guys know about the money.
They might not have saved up enough of the money.
Yeah. But MELISE had the money very early.
It's true. That is true. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to execute on that one. Nade up, not really going to find anything. 2 to 3. It is first to 30, technically, on this map, which is different from pretty much every other TDM we played. But with the addition of that money, that can go very, very quickly. Up to 150 money, Black. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a whole helping of money.
Unlimited DBS bullets as well. Powerful. Yeah, I think I'm just sad because I'm just not seeing any rockets.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, give it some time. You know, we are only four minutes or so into this match.
Yeah, maybe. MELISE made TDM exciting, and now I'm not excited.
Come on, we need some excitement for Blank. It's Nexus, Blank. How are you not excited by this? Okay, Doran's dead. So's Kapahala, but they aren't. To be fair, it's 5 to 5. It's even.
Stop picking up the M24. It's
oh no, he's gone for the DBS. No. We're waiting.
Do they always get to have the RPG?
Is it a random selection each time? Maybe it was.
In which case, this game mode becomes very unfair.
200 money, Blank. How can you not be excited by that? That's so many.
Oh, there's the money. Dollar in the bank, y'all, for the players.
That's what I always say. There it is! Oh, Shifu's got one!
Yes!
Oh, Shifu! With the RPG! Over to Doran!
Yes!
Oh, him up. It's time, Blank! They're melting Nexus!
Again! Use the power of the replica!
He's going through them! Like a hot knife through butter. They're forced
there
to
it
the
is!
outside.
Another!
They're running!
Oh, this is beautiful stuff. Look at them, they're running scared. Nexus, no! Do not be afraid of the replica.
Definitely be afraid of the replica. You should absolutely be running for your life. No chance to get money if you're forced to the outside. As soon as you have that suppression, you're just picking up money after money after money. Wading through those wishing fountains, picking up all the pennies.
So much money now on board for Dagestan.
Oh.
EXO just cannot move. Oh! Shifu, locate the player. He doesn't know. He's lost the replica.
He doesn't have any more. Kapahala jump shots with the DBS. Get to his body. Get that replica. Get the RPG. Go on, Kapahala. You can do it. Shifu's going to challenge.
He wants to retrieve.
Oh, the zombie.
That's a big zombie.
Certainly is a big boy, but goes boom either way. Put enough lead into him.
the exploding zombie, that one.
Ah, yes, it must be. That makes sense, because it did explode.
Oh, I like this, the smokes. Yeah, just remove every angle in the game. I like that a lot.
When you get an RPG, you just smoke everything and just shoot RPG bullet rounds into the...
there we go, 2 replicas.
Into the smokes. See what you can find.
14 all sight lines.
How are you going to shoot bullets at something you can't see?
That's a nice flashbang.
Oh, going forwards, and Shifu doesn't have any vision to play around with. There's the DBS as Zadira jumps in for the save, does keep Shifu in, and still able to claim another point with that RPG. To be fair, Nexus are putting up a better fight than we saw against MELISE, but will be going down either way. 17-12 with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, they're making the Iron Man play here, just like slapping rockets aside. Some nice shots there from Kapahala. I think what Dagestan haven't realised yet is that
Nexus have it as well.
The Replica has absolutely no damage to yourself. Redux, though, like you said, with a Replica of his own, and they're bringing it back 17-18. An explosive game, to be sure.
Certainly is in these later stages. It was a little bit timid earlier on, but now it's up and down, and they figured it out, I think. Both of these teams just playing around their bombardiers. Kapahala forcing Shifu to stay down the stairs, but Zadira's there for the backup. A spray down on the other side in the meantime. A lot of damage found, and Nexus are in the lead by 1 point.
I think that this should be the game mode we always play on TDM from now on.
Definitely.
Yeah. Look at that, though. Nexus have brought it back 22-19. Nexus!
He's ready for it. He wants to see them go deeper into the bracket. Doran wants to as well, but there's an invulnerable player against that. As soon as you respawn, you have got that iframe session. As Exo mounts up the stairs and keep for a second challenge. They're just not moving through it here. 26-21. It is first to 30. Only 4 now needed.
It's beautiful. You know what they call the DBS? That's the RPG of the shotguns. That's what they've always said.
That's what I've heard, for sure. You're always saying that. I can't stop you. It's a problem.
That's what, you know what they called the M4?
The DBS of the...
That's the RPG of the auto rifles.
Okay. Yeah, okay. What about the ARM? What do they call that?
That is the ARM of the sniper rifles.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Nexus, though, a little bit less interested in anything else. They are going to roll on down, and it is Nexus to take home the victory in their match. They will be moving forward in the bracket.
You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it.
I do.
It's happy days. That's happy days, massively. I'm super proud of my boys on Nexus.
He's big happy.
Look at that.
He's chuffed.
That's the Nexus symbol right there. There you go.
Wait, is that the right way around?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it. Perfect. The Nexus symbol, you know, there you go. If you're ever at a live tournament event, that's how you support Nexus from now on.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is
that's the only way. In fact, if you're not doing that, you are actively not supporting Nexus.
Do you know what? That is the RPG of hand signals.
Well, let's go over to an RPG of matches, hopefully, Blank. We're looking for an explosive time for plenty of these teams. S2G on the chase for BRA, who are still right at the top of the tables on 79 points.
Yep, doing very well for themselves. I'm intrigued to see what happens in this next game. You know, we should take a quick cheeky look at the old standings as well, because MUERTE has been able to pull themselves out from the depths. Our EU champions up towards 3rd place now, 61 points, looking very, very nice. Major Pride behind with 4th, knocking both REGNUM, KARYA and RÜYA down to 5th and 6th respectively. Gladiator still remaining in the conversation alongside with the MADBULLS, 7th and 8th. So, you know, we are seeing the usual suspects towards the top. And it's nice, actually, because I think these are the teams that we sort of expected to be at the top side of our bracket right now. Kane is absolutely juicing the lobby at the moment. 26 eliminations is unbelievably nice.
Top damage as well. Look at that. 4.3k. Almost 300 damage, over 300 damage more than his next closest competitor there. A force to be reckoned with. And joining him up on the top of the headshots as well. He's got a teammate, so he's got some buddies hanging out with him at the top of those tables as well. A good set of results so far. They want to finish out this day strong as well, so If they can reach that halfway mark still at the top of the tables, it would be very, very good news. The plane path a little bit to the west here, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. OZAROX maybe look at a hot drop again. That is a hard shift out to the southeast side. NEXUS, get back over to MUERTE.
This is an interesting shift on the circle as well, like you say. Sort of unfortunate for NEXUS, coming off the back of the huge TDM that they just displayed for us. Now they've got to work their way over towards MUERTE power back again. MELISE Esports on farm side, you know, they can quite easily get themselves into the circle. But we've got a big clump of players on this western side, and this is where Major Pride have to be very careful. You know, even playing towards box compound, they got Black, White, and MUERTE close by. I think it's one of those splits that is quite dangerous at this point of the game, if I'm honest with you, John. And I don't think they expect so many teams to drop over towards this western edge. So Major Pride are likely to get back together as a unit shortly. Black White just providing that information across from that northern edge that he's currently on. Will have seen the rotate coming through from MUERTE, so should know as a team that's already wrapping.
Looking to get on that road as fast as possible. MELISE crossing farm, Dagestan in a vehicle as well, potentially moving out to that east side. I think either Mansion or Lipovka potential for them. Only one team in Yasnaya. REGNUM KARYA took that with a bold split yesterday. They have managed to stake their claim fairly effectively. No one joining them over there. And they will have a good time with the loot. A lot of available rotational paths as well into this next circle for them, should they want to shunt further east. Dagestan stopping a little bit short, close to KASIK team on that east side.
Very close to KASIK team. I think Dagestan should be pretty comfortable with this rotation though. Getting towards where they want to be. REGNUM KARYA settling towards Yasnaya. Happy days for them. And Maxman, their resident fan in the studio. It's okay.
He's given them 2 predictions today so far, Blank, and neither of them have panned out for REGNUM KARYA, but if he keeps predicting them, maybe once he'll get that chicken dinner. You never know. You never know. Could happen. Anything could happen. Have to wait and see how they navigate this terrain, because a lot of teams have moved in already, actually, to the south side of Yasnaya. We were looking yesterday at, you know, what was the difference between these two regions, between Türkiye and that Europe region. And Turkey is just so much faster in general right at the start. And I think that is the adaptation that teams like MUERTE have made to be able to get across as fast as possible and find these openings where they can.
Yeah, Türkiye is just quite a fast region, right? You know, I think that's what Türkiye is known for mainly. It's just being very, very speedy, just jumping onto the scene, no fussing, no messing. And I think for EU yesterday, it was sort of about catching up to that speed, you know, being able to match it, especially when it comes to getting into the circle nice and early, because I said it multiple times, the EU is a very tactical region compared to Türkiye in general. I think that's fine. It's fine, but I think that when you get into a lobby like this where you're working against like little microcosms of metas, you sort of have to adapt to the faster play style a lot of times, which is difficult for EU, right? You know, they want to make the right plays, but they are having to speed up their decision making, which is something that's had to change massively coming through for a team like Gladiators, who certainly benefited from it last game. And again, we were talking about them having to make that call quicker. NEXUS, on the other hand, I don't think they've really made that change as of yet. I still love the team. Still absolutely love the team, but I think they need to be quicker on these rotates. I think you need to get at least further into the circle. Even now, right now, that they're playing on the western side of the circle, they know they're going to be late towards this one, but they have a fairly decent wrap down past Quarry, underneath Pachinki, you head towards Potato Hill, you get some scouting done. It's taking a little bit too long, especially with a circle that shifts this far off towards the eastern side to loot right now.
They have to beat their path in fairly soon. As you say, with that circle starting to crunch through. S2G split across the Gatka fields. Yet to leave as well. The Gladiators still in South George. So a lot of teams on the northwest side. So potential late conflict on the south edge of Pachinki, on that Potato Hill position. With next RÜYA also probably going to be rotating on that south coast. It's going to be a heavy set of conflicts moving forwards. The question is timing. And you talked a little bit about strategy and how it feels like maybe a little bit slower for the Europe region coming up against Türkiye. But strategy for me is, it's a four-dimensional game, right? It's not only making the right rotation, it's making the right rotation at the right time. You have to stage those things. Do we have time to get an engagement done based on where we think teams are going to be? Do we need to move earlier, later around these things, and how does that pan out? And that is something that, for me right now, Europe has not adapted to fast enough in this set of games. But we are only on day 2, so still time to adapt, still time to climb back up those tables.
There is still time. There is still time to climb back up those tables, and I think that even in match 3 right now, it is very much possible. I think you just need to maintain the course at the moment of where you're heading, and I think for teams that I would say still have a good chance towards this tournament are certainly doing that. To MUERTE, I think Kale kind of hit the nail on the head this morning when he was talking about, well, this morning? This afternoon, where he was talking about, you know, they're a team that are bunch of quick learners, right? Very studious, just plinking away at the old notebooks in the evenings, making sure they know exactly what they need to do tomorrow. And I think they've made some very, very considerable changes that have led to them getting some stronger results in this gameplay. And I think they're a fast-paced team anyway, so this sort of works to their advantage a lot of times coming into a lobby like this. They just need to be more careful with the teams that they fight in the early game and where they decide to make their stand, right? And I think that that could be shown very easily on their last match. Yeah, I think it came down to a pretty lucky engagement between Malloy being able to get that 1v3. They sort of set him up for it with Major Pride giving those 1v1s. However, their initial movements were towards the higher ground, then instantly over towards that position, opting not to fight too many teams early, opting not to stick around in that spot to try and get some pickoffs, which I think that they would have likely done before. This is a good change for MUERTE.
Gladiators just taken a casualty to S2G, diverted north of Potato Hill as the next shift goes all the way up to the mainland. This looks like a hard shift blank, but in my mind, it's really not that dramatic, given how a lot of teams were going to be trying to take up residence in this area anyway. It only cuts out Novo, right? In effect, that is the only major location that is taken away. So OZAROX not so happy about it. The rest of the lobby, a little bit more chill.
Very much so. I think that most teams are moving over. Nexus, again, really far out of the zone. And this is the difference, right, between Gladiators and Nexus with this particular rotation, is that Gladiators have figured out their way in. They see that there is very much a viable rotate from REGNUM KARYA. They send very early down towards the southeast, so they can just slip in over towards south side of Mansion. Zadira, you're not getting out of there. Kelsey's just running you down. On the other hand, Nexus has to be faster on this rotate on the south side because it isn't an opening past farm on the eastern side. So it's two very similar rotations which have two very different results at the same speed. So it's curious, and we see exactly why Nexuses aren't getting the points in this lobby. Gladiators, in fact, find themselves a very central position on the south side of Prison, around where REGNUM KARYA are currently playing, who are there first. I think if you're Gladiators, this is maybe a little bit overzealous.
They're going to give it a go, though. Into the Wizard Tower. REGNUM KARYA putting nades down range. Trying to stop them from getting too close. 3 players for Gladiators. Wild, with a Mini 14, has an angle through the ground floor window against Matic. They know they haven't gone up the stairs just yet, but with Wild repositioning, he needs to keep an eye on that. A lot of teams going to be pushing up to this wood camp as well. So you can't invest all of your hold against just the Gladiators unless you want to go for a full crash, which you'd need to regroup as a 4, go for a fast engagement here. The question is it worth the risk?
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, they're fairly locked down in this spot, right? REGNUM KARYA is currently taking all the angles that they can around Lumberyard, which is absolutely fine. So for Gladiators, they can just sit here. I think it's likely going to be a case of just holding in the central position for as long as possible.
Wild
goes back at that. That was dangerous.
He vaults up and he just gets completely punished. There's no way that you go for that vault. It feels almost like a mistap there. But steps up at exactly the wrong moment and needs to try and answer from Loxy. Doesn't find... Oh, hang on a minute. No, he did find the damage. Doesn't get the knock, though, onto Tixi, and that is brilliant for the Gladiators. Means they can keep their pace up in this engagement, try and extract more control. Immediately a breakout wide. Looks like they don't want to go and commit for this flush, and instead just get away from this tower. They know it's a bit of a death sentence as soon as teams step towards it.
Yeah, I think it's sort of lucky that they get their initial knock. And like you said, I think it was a mistap coming through from Wild. If you're Gladiators, maybe with that initial pick, you can just send away. And it's exactly what they go for. Try and take up a bit more of a defensible position around the top side of Prison. I like that. And I think for REGNUM KARYA, they're also just as pleased that Gladiators aren't pushing the issue as much, and they'll just leave from that position, especially with this next circle that comes through. Gladiators set themselves up in a spot where they could take crates on the eastern road later on, should they choose to, and also challenge out for the woods over towards that northern side that you currently see MUERTE currently playing in.
Around this sort of prison area, Blanca, I will always remember, I think it's when we started to really recognize Tixi supremacy. A massive, massive game coming through from Tixi around this area where Gladiators were able to sweep down and through. This is a few years back, though, and so they're really going to have to dig deep to be able to find a performance like that. Nexus, you said they were a little bit too slow for your liking, but they are going to have to speed up a little bit now as they push in towards the Dagestan area. Already finding a first knock, and Doran with a second as well. Really handily taking care of this position on the western side and making a mockery, really, of the Dagestan hold.
Yeah, I think for Nexus, again, this is just a case of, like, look, they're always having to fight their way into the circle. This isn't going to go well every single time. At Nexus, we know they can fight for position. What I'm saying is they don't need to do this every single game, because you're sort of looking for that potluck moment where you actually get a strong position with the circle off the back of an initial engagement. You're gambling slightly. That's what I'd say.
It's a risky style. And it hasn't gone well. I mean, ostensibly, if you look at the points totals right now, they are keeping company with KAOS right at the bottom. So it is not good news in general. So can they pick up some more here? Can they try and start their campaign to rise up the ranks? I had them in my top 3 at the start of this tournament, Blank, but they have disappointed. Hopefully we'll see more. KONINA Power rolling on past Milta Power now. Looking to try and move in on the south side. Behind OZAROX, though, and not in the circle. They'll need to fight through. Agori goes down. Falconist able to hold face. Becca up for the challenge. Steps into the building as well. Sorry, just around the edge of it there. And almost gets caught in the Storm DBS. We know how effective he can be when he's given the chance. A crawl in from Agori, getting some information. Becca tries to reposition outside with the vehicle. Palucci looks to roll through as well, but they're just being suppressed from every angle, and KONINA Power going to have a real tough time, especially when Storm lands that nade over onto Becca. And there's really not a lot you could do now. Just Palucci remaining for KONINA Power, and you've got to imagine it's only a matter of time. Everybody going to have to leave from this spot as well, with the zone shifting west.
To hit the first aid kit now. Like you said, OZAROX will have to leave. We're no longer heading down towards Milta or even that northern side. Doesn't follow through with the first aid kit. I think he's just assuming that that's an attempt to deny those points. He wasn't sure he was going to get an elimination. I mean, 1v4, it's not easy at all, is it? Gladiators move further down towards that south side. It's the classic approach. I mean, Gladiators, they get into the circle. They lose one player in the process. Not ideal, but it will give them a position. They understand, and they see that MUERTE is pushing up, though, so they're going to go try and defend for that over towards Prison. They'll be playing downhill towards MUERTE. They have somewhat of an advantage. Just that 3v4 scenario, which is a little bit difficult. And Malloy, come off the back of that last game, absolutely blast Meku. Orko with an incredible nade over towards Matic. Whew, that's sad.
What are you going to do, man? I mean, it's just Tixi now for Gladiators. It should have been, as you say, a little bit of an advantage for the Gladiators on their position, but it just doesn't come through. Meku flushed just Tixi, and he's repositioned over to that south point of Prison, playing amongst those rocks just above it. Very, very tricky stuff, but MUERTE, good news for them. They've opened up an avenue of approach for this next circle. The west side's starting to get a little bit heavy, drenched with players. And even extending all the way down to the south, you can see Major Pride duking it back and forth with Galatasaray. And both of them have lost a player now. Both of them down to 3, and they'll have to push up closer to that lumberyard, to that wood camp.
Yeah, it's not easy. I think moving through this location, it's a little bit more open than people seem to think it is. So far, REGNUM KARYA has been pretty happy with their position towards lumberyard, and it is likely to finish here. Whoever's already in this position has a nice bit of high ground to work around with. Effect going down to Graxi here, more than likely, as they continue to take knock after knock here.
Just Black-White remains for Major Pride, playing by the rock. No real chance of getting Effect back, but maybe able to get another player. Able to get Nomi back on his feet. Face off 2v2 against Galatasaray. But OZAROX looking to put pressure on from this eastern side. You can see they are moving forward slowly to establish that line of fire. Black-White for Major Pride, trying to stay alive. The last player to go. Loverzin so close to this area. And Storm puts the nail in the coffin for Graxi on the backline. It's really, really tough stuff for these two teams. OZAROX playing with 3 on the south side of this lumberyard.
Yeah, OZAROX makes a smart play, though. They hear the engagement. They know that this team is chasing downhill, which is very dangerous for Galatasaray as they try and confirm some more of its eliminations. It will be Coursera to pick up the final player from Major Pride. Only 2 eliminations, 14th place too. Somewhat difficult for themselves. Yeah, a lot of teams are on the edge here. Nexus do, in fact, get to a okay spot over on this western side. We'll be heading towards our next circle very shortly with 60 last player remaining from the Gladiators after their unfortunate engagement between them and Muerte early on.
I'm interested in what Muerte have just done. They had a scout almost to the center of this now next circle shift blank, but immediately as soon as they saw MELISE, they've regrouped really hard up to the north. They want to play on that edge against the team out to their east side. They do not want to overextend and be the focal point. So Muerte making a conscious decision to not go for the center here. Corker may be breaking a little bit further up, but a decision nonetheless is made. The next shift moves up a little bit north. Nexus now need to hold off against S2G. Neither of them are in this next zone, but with Kalsi down, there is a chance for Nexus to get ahead of this one. They already have a player forwards. Kapahala needs to anchor for them. KASIK won't make it easy. The Gladiators have fallen in the meantime. Will KASIK be able to stop Kapahala being that linchpin for them?
That was a nice nade from Redux on the approach. Exo sends another. Overall, there's some really good knowledge of the map terrain there. You can see exactly where the nades are dropping. You know, they're not bad nades at all, even though they weren't hitting, you know, specifically targeting the vehicle, the tree, and behind the rock. So no matter what they did as they were running away, they were always going to get taken down. Another rundown from Nexus. Razy waits for him to jump out of the vehicle. That's a cheeky maneuver.
Just keeping on going for it, keeping it nice and light. Razy just keeps on spraying it down, and Nexus having a bad time. Two players now remain. S2G looking to try and take back what was theirs. Hamzy getting shunted out by Razy, but managed to hop in the vehicle as well, so a flying stop there to pick him up. The next RÜYA not going to be able to control it either. Difficult terrain to move through, but they're covered for now.
Just for the time being, a lot of teams now making their way through, working on the side of lumberyard.
PRA right in the middle of it all, in the thick of things, just getting pulled apart by REGNUM KARYA, crunching them down. REGNUM KARYA have been holding in this lumberyard for quite a while. They fended off the Gladiators, sent them running, sent them packing, and now everybody else has looked to move in, but has been fairly unsuccessful. KASIK on the west side might be able to make something happen for them, but they're probably more concerned with moving a little bit further north as well. Maybe get ahead of this game. MELISE have shunted down south, right on towards MADBULLS, right onto OZAROX as well.
Yeah, it's not looking easy on this side. Again, this is always a difficult place for the circle to finish because it's all uphill towards this south side of the circle. Double predict from you and Kale over towards Muerte. You know, I was considering going for them, but, you know, 2 in a row in championships doesn't happen very often. It'll be impressive if they're able to go for it. But I have to support Maxman, the REGNUM KARYA pick. Come on. I've got to pass a little bit of that look across from today.
I think we'll get an answer for where the curse lies here as well. But Poser not so lucky. REGNUM KARYA looking to extend influence. The circle shifts all the way up north. And MELISE try and keep themselves together, but they lose a player in the face of MADBULLS. However, OZAROX and MADBULLS all eliminated in the crunch. Frozen Sorry is still going for MADBULLS, but he is playing solo.
Ooh, kind of is a Muerte circle, honestly. It's again another surprising tenor events for them. I think this is definitely a circle Muerte can win in. They've had so much control over this northern side for a long, long while now. Be a fair few teams they'll have to deal with, but I think, you know, coming off the back of that last game, the confidence they're bringing through should be able to hold it out. Their first challenge is going to be MELISE Esports. Gets up close and personal. Next, RÜYA will take down Doran from NEXUS. Just KAPAHALA now left remaining.
They haven't managed to get that many points this match, Blank. KAPAHALA last to stand. 4 eliminations I think they have on the cards right now. They have gotten up to a single placement point for the time being as teams start to fall out as well. See if KAPAHALA can survive for much longer, but it's not going to happen. KASIK see to that one. 6 teams now remaining, and Muerte have got all of the hillside on that south of prison.
Limbo from Dagestan challenging off versus the 2 players from REGNUM KARYA as they get close towards him. I think KASIK team hear the fighting. Not exactly the third party you'd want to get into, but Limbo finds Ezel. Looks to flush him out as well, and there's no support from the rest of his team.
Loxy moving forwards with the nade in hand. They know he's upstairs. That should be good to find Limbo. He does in fact go down, but they have already lost a player. Playing on his 3 now for REGNUM KARYA. KASIK swarming across this hillside on the south. They want to sweep through, but REGNUM KARYA looking to get ahead. Move closer to the circle. Extract themselves from this pressure from Zashipa. Muerte moving in the meantime as well, trying to get closer together, making sure they're a unit. Playing up as a line, stop MELISE from moving back north.
KASIK have to push out the circle right now. REGNUM KARYA do control a little bit of it. Seepa's just trying to pick out these locations, but he's out of nades now. That HE just wasn't in the right position. Another Molotov as well. REGNUM KARYA's got to be really careful how they play the rest of this game out. Mandarin and Tenchik both with nades in their hands. I think Loxy right now is just providing information across from that third-party peak.
I don't think 2 teams make it out from this south scrap. Either they fight off and one of them comes out victorious, or they both have to send away. And they go down to either next RÜYA or to MELISE on that position on the east. KASIK look like they want to disengage a little bit. They want to go for this push, but Loxy's there. He's waiting. And he springs the trap almost immediately. Look at a cook a nade as well. Mandarin left for dead on the outside here. The rest of KASIK going to retreat over towards Reflect's position. Next, RÜYA looking to try and slow them down there as well. And it is looking pretty dire for KASIK team right now. Next, RÜYA not in a much better of a spot with MELISE leaving their outpost on that south side.
MELISE Esports, I think they've not done too badly actually to hold on this outer edge. Just Muerte with 4 players alive, and again, they get the circle down the hill. That's the major difficulty for Muerte, is they just hold this game out as long as possible whilst they still have the zone, right? But it will always be teams looking down towards them, but they have those rocky outcrops around prison to work around with. REGNUM KARYA is just clearing out more space. They've been very aggressive with this. MELISE loses a player, and Reflect's just going to have to send away from next RÜYA into the center of the circle here.
Milky Way trying to sweep out on that east side, and Muerte establishing control, looking to continue to claim their influence. REGNUM KARYA, sure they're playing as 3, but they have a tricky move to make, and they're going to make it now. They crash straight up onto Lewis, take him down, but there is a trade off from the top of the ground as well. It is Muerte to try and slow them down. Wild has gone all the way through that Muerte line. There is backup from Malloy, but Milky Way's on the bike. He is away and into a little bit more cover, and Wild falls down. An excellent regroup, pair play from Muerte on that eastern flank, but Malloy has been spotted. It's next RÜYA from all the way southwest to try and keep them in the running. Tron now moving forward to CEO later, dispatches REGNUM KARYA down in 5th place. 4 teams remain. Next RÜYA on the outskirts.
That was a fantastic shot coming from CEO later, under a lot of pressure as well. Next RÜYA three players themselves, this is what I was talking about before, is that they're just playing down towards that low ground from Muerte. That's the difficulty for them, and RÜYA can take advantage of that, but they do slowly have to push off this top edge. They didn't get that flush over towards Malloy, so Muerte should be back up to 4 members, but this might give RÜYA the time they need. Again, this looks very much like a Muerte win, the back-to-back coming through.
Playing from this side of prison. It's where the Gladiators were, Blank. It's exactly where they should have been able to hold. But they had too much pressure on them. They weren't able to fend it off. They played as 3 from there, and now Muerte have been able to mantle it. Keeping that pressure on. Somehow RÜYA getting all the way up to the position they found, but they are just going to be bursted out as Muerte picking up the chunk of points there with the nades coming on through. And now it's 2 players from MELISE against 4 from Muerte. CEO later and Lewis both being pressured. And the circle goes to Muerte. This is it, Blank. This is over.
So, 2v4. I've seen stranger things in the past. A 1v3 coming from Malloy in that last game, so we can't count out MELISE Esports just yet. But with that MG3, it does look a little bit more dangerous.
Oh.
DP versus the MG3. Okay.
Oh, he sees him.
Oh, dear me.
Just too deadly with it. Furia holds his nerve. And the roll across the hillside will come. Lewis will be spotted here. He's got a DBS, sure, but Muerte would have to make some serious mistakes to go down. Milky Way will fall first. Furia not quite there for the refrag just yet. Pick up another point for MELISE. Why not? They haven't managed to take him down, but they don't need to. At this point, it's nades, it's pressure. The blue zone will do the job. Lewis tries to move out and try and sideswipe here, but Furia has him on the money, on the nose with the nade, and he takes it down. It's Muerte to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, fantastic little game there from Muerte. Yes, you can say they got a little bit of circle look, but fighting uphill towards Gladiators, it's not easy. They dealt with MELISE very well, and I think they kept everyone at very good distance throughout that game. I think that's the main important thing to look at. And again, the back-to-back coming through from them, 2 chicken dinners in a row, after what was, you know, not the greatest of games from yesterday, right? So I think that Muerte certainly has gone away. They've learned a lot. They realized what they can and cannot do in this particular lobby, and now they're leveraging their strengths to it, which is always lovely to see. A Corker once again performing fantastically well for this team, and it's nice to always have someone else step up for you when it comes to a championships, right? Because Furia, Malloy sort of carried the team very nicely through PMPL EU, and then you have one more lad to step up in terms of performance in the championships. That is just one hell of a boon coming in towards these final 2 days before we do crown a champion for the championships.
Absolutely. I mean, Muerte looking pretty solid. They've had 2 styles now back-to-back on those victories as well. One clutch-out performance and one nice, controlled, ground-establishing play. I really liked that position on the east side where they were able to keep that crossfire, stop Wild from punching through the gap as well, and keeping themselves up as 4. I don't think I can fault Muerte for taking that one home. I think they did exactly what they needed to do, and they put that back-to-back on the board.
Well, they put that chicken dinner on the board, and they put another 3 points on the board for a certain analyst here on the desk. If I'm not mistaken, Chloris, were you the only one to go with Muerte, or did Blank go with Muerte?
No, I think maybe John might have.
I think John did it, yeah.
Yeah.
Max, who did you go with?
No, just bring them KARYA. Bring them KARYA. Yeah.
Ooh,
what? Bring them KARYA.
Shut up. That's not very nice.
I heard something else. 21 points for Muerte here, coming through with 11 eliminations. Again, I think you said this earlier on, James, that they got a win under the belt. And it seems like a sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, it's pushed their confidence through the roof here for Muerte. I mean, they were able to zone out teams up on the north side pretty well. It was champion versus champion at the end.
Oh, wow.
Muerte going up against MELISE. I mean, MELISE was one of the potential threats for them slightly earlier in the game, but they did a really good job of zoning them out, making sure that they didn't particularly want to push up against the position that they had on the rocks, up near prison. La-di-da, Muerte, really cool.
I mean, personally for me, MELISE, sure, they got themselves a chicken dinner at the start of the day. This shows a lot more for MELISE for me personally, on the way they cleared the eastern side. They eliminated REGNUM KARYA. They were very steady on their approach of the eastern edge. Sure, dealing with Furia with an MG3 is pretty often not going to go your way you're expecting, but yeah, Muerte, good control. They had prison north serving as that natural line of defense for them, so just had to focus on the teams coming in from the south, and pretty easily you're going to get that win. So, I mean, the MG3 is, you just see a guy for a split second, he's dead. Like, it's nothing you're going to do.
I wish I could make that sound, actually, James.
No, you can't do it. What was that?
It was beatbox.
Well, as we are talking about MUERTE here, why don't we take a look at their stats yesterday versus their stats today and see if there's been a bit of an improvement? And, well, a bit is a little bit of an understatement. Going over 4 minutes of survival time, tripling their damage practically, and quadrupling almost their eliminations.
A little bit of an improvement.
I'm glad you've broken down this casual slight improvement.
Almost 27-minute average survival time. Oh, it's pretty decent.
All right.
It's pretty good.
I mean, to be fair, we've only had half of the games from today, and they did win 2 of them. So, yeah, quid's in, I guess.
I mean, the fact is, like, MUERTE hasn't had the best start in this event, and trying to replicate the performance they had in PMPL Europe finals is going to be very difficult to do so, and they're still a contender for PMGC. I don't know if you two think this is a team who has a fair shot at PMGC when they get to that next level, that next stage of competition.
I don't know, making it to the grand finals, maybe not, but I feel like they could have some good times in the league stage, maybe get to the survival stage, last chance, but getting to the grand finals itself is going to be tough, but clearly it's a little bit of a longer tournament than this event, right? So if they do get a little bit more experience and train before entering in PMGC, who knows what MUERTE could do.
I'm wondering if they're pushing themselves into second now, actually, with S2G not having the easiest time over on that west side.
S2G too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, S2G actually had a pretty decent spot in this game. You're looking at me, laughing at me, as if I want to like take a jab at you.
No, I mean, it's coming. I know it's coming.
But, you know, they got rolled over by Nexus.
Yeah, you're seeing right here, right? I mean, at least Razy's able to get 1 in this one. But that was at least my prediction, right? Go with S2G, expect them to be able to beat the likes of Nexus and then hold that western side and maybe rotate towards the north to deal with MUERTE. But it didn't work out.
Yep.
I'm not the prediction master. Maybe we're going to see Baby Jace instead of Baby Claris now.
I'm excited for that.
Actually, I'm points.
Yeah, me either.
A good play from KASIK team also on the western side of Lumberyard. They were just playing that little bit of high ground elevation and waited for especially REGNUM KARYA to leave their position so they can have a cheeky backstab on them. And RÜYA, but RÜYA actually got pretty far in that game. It was not an easy rotation, constantly going uphill from the western side and actually getting a top 3, I believe it was at the end. So good on RÜYA to get as many points as they did on not a very obvious game this time.
It's a very minor point, but I do question the slight, very aggressive push onto MELISE at the end. Because honestly, in a 4-day tournament like this, every point matters. MELISE knows this better than anybody, considering that they won on what was effectively was a tiebreaker over in Turkey. So you didn't really have to give MELISE that point. Could matter in the future, who knows?
Yeah, it's a good point to bring up here if it does end up coming to fruition. But what about BRA? This team we talked about quite a bit yesterday. I mean, they had, was it 60 eliminations, 0 placement points. They were still in our front page. And I want to check in the performance today, which is actually kind of surprising me. I expected BRA to have a worse performance today so far than they had yesterday. But I guess I'm wrong.
I mean, they've still been relevant, right? Kane already started off today popping alongside some of his teammates as well. This is a team that has shocked me in terms of how well they've been able to adapt to this lobby as quickly as they've been able to adapt to this. Because I didn't think, looking at them over in Turkey, that they were anything so absolutely spectacular. But I mean, they were a bit in first place up until the last game.
For me, if you're reaching 21, 22 minutes average survival time, your team is successful in how you rotate around the map. And when you get 6 average eliminations and you already had a really good day 1, you're going to stay relevant in that top 5 PMGC conversation. So currently, it's a good enough result to remain in that top 5. Maybe not to be the champions, but one bad day could push them down if they struggle a bit.
Well, why don't we actually check in with our overall, see who is where. We're talking about MUERTE. Are they going to be able to break through? And they are actually surpassing BRA and S2G with 82 points.
I didn't expect them to take number 1. I thought it was going to be close, but yeah, taking that off BRA, considering it's been what a meteoric rise in these last 2 games compared to where they previously were. It shows how much of a difference 2 games can make.
Seems like they learned a lot from day 1 coming into this second day of play. Right now, if we had a tiebreaker with the 2 chicken dinners, that also could stay relevant. We saw a lot of tiebreakers happen in Europe sometimes and also in the Turkish side between S2G and MELISE. But good to have a European team in first place.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's top 5 for PMGC, and we only have 1 team from Europe in there at the moment. Obviously, S2G already qualified. Tough times. A major prize, the next team here, as we can see them at 60 points, and they're not really too far off. Let's be honest. There's no big gaps developing in our overalls just quite yet. But let's take a look at our second page here. You see MADBULLS at 8th, 54. You see Gladiators right behind them at 51. And KAOS, they got their placement point.
They're here.
It was early in the day, but they did get it for themselves. I'm still waiting for Nexus to speed up their rotations. I actually saw some decent fights they were taking on the West, especially rolling over S2G, Jason. That was my favorite moment of this entire game. It was great.
Well, I have to bring up one more team, though, Max and Kalaris. GALATASARAY. I know they've been not present, really. I mean, you kind of expect more out of an organization like this, obviously with the support they have with the football club, but they've just not really done
Not just the org, right? You got Lovers in and you got Raum, so it's like you expect more from those two players with how much history they have playing under footballists, but it's a bit of a rough time here at the start of the championship. There's still time to climb back up, but it's not the start they were expecting for sure.
Okay, well, you know what? It is the end of our third match, and that means we have another TDM coming your way.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be fantastic, and it's going to be brought to you by John Allen and Blank.
There is plenty more TDM left for today. Still, just the one. We'll have to ration it out over the course of these next couple of days. Blank, we're going over to the miniature bedroom. I lost you last time around, but hopefully we'll be able to hold on to you for this one.
Oh no, I'm.
I think he's given me all his prediction points. I think that's what he said. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. I'll take those. I was already in the lead anyway, but, you know, I'll take what I can get. Keep that ball rolling. We're going to try and keep it going here.
Look.
It's connect. Wait. Malo. I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea where the end of this bit is. Oh dear.
That's the arm of the sniper rifles.
That's the arm of the sniper rifles. Oh, that's the RPG of the nades as well. Look at that.
Crazy.
That is
Pillow, the best position. Comfortable.
You like it?
Well, actually, this pillow looks absolutely naff. I'm not going to lie.
It does look a bit squonky. You wake up on that pillow.
Squonky?
Yeah, you wake up on that pillow and you're like, oh, I've done something. That's not good. I've been squonked, mate. You just get squonked out. It's giving you pause for thought, though.
Yes. Look at this guy, playing around the pillow. He's underneath the pillow, just in case you need him in the middle of the night. He's there.
Hopefully the Tooth Fairy won't take him away and leave a shiny silver penny.
What? It's just Tooth Fairy's kidnapping people now.
Well, they didn't kidnap your siblings. Me and my sister, we won the Battle Royale. We're the only two who survived.
That's amazing. How much did you get for each sibling?
Oh, a good fiver.
Oh, sick. That is plenty of cash.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
That's at least 150 money.
Oh, for sure. I reckon it's closer to 200, to be honest.
250?
Jeez, we're doing an auction for my siblings. My old siblings. This is so dark, actually.
One more 50, 250.
No,
Go once, go twice, go twice. 50, 250 to the pin on the back.
This is Allen family law right now, and you're making a mockery of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I forgive you.
What kind of laws do you have? What's illegal in the Allen family house?
Playing too much TDM. That's what.
That's fair enough. What is this going to be? It's like a coffee. It's a strange coffee table.
That's what I was thinking before as well. At yesterday's matches, there's like this little. It looks like a square bar that you'll see if Furia is to turn around, but I don't think they are at the moment.
Turn around.
Like that. There. Look. What is that? What is that supposed to be a small version of? And the sofas as well. Like, is it?
Yeah.
And who's sitting on those swinging benches?
You know those like mini skateboards?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
It feels like, you know, someone's made like a rendition of a mini skateboard park in the house, but it also looks like a coffee table, so it's sort of more excusable when your friends come around.
Those are definitely cut up toilet rolls. For sure. Look at them.
Yeah.
Cut down in the middle. That toilet roll tube.
Cardboard.
Yeah. Like the cardboard bit.
That's inexcusable though. If you had like cut up cardboard, like just in your front room, I won't be happy about that.
No, your mum comes in there and tells you,
what have you done?
What have you done? No snacks until you clear this up.
No more toilet roll for you.
Terrible 5 PM occurrence. No more toilet roll? What?
Yeah, it's just banned.
Are you okay?
Yeah, that's what. Did that not happen in your house?
No, I don't think I ever had my toilet roll.
The toilet roll ban.
Right, that's it. The mucky bums for you.
Oh no! Don't say that.
I've said it. I've said it.
That's wrong.
Oh,
what
you
you've done
started
there is you've gone too far.
You're the one who didn't have any toilet roll.
You're being weird.
That's the only logical result. That's the only logical result. There is only one course of action for that.
I never say the toilet roll didn't get given back in an emergency.
What?
I love TD.
Okay, what is an emergency that needs toilet roll, which isn't the normal uses of toilet roll? Like, I just don't see it. I don't see it, mate.
What, you know, people were buying up toilet roll.
My siblings got
left, right,
abducted by the
and centre.
tooth fairy, but you not having toilet roll, that's a step too far in terms of my imagination.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just kind of back and forth, honestly. Yeah.
20 to 15. Halfway on both metrics there, on the time and on the points.
It's quite a small looking bouquet of flowers there in the pot.
Pretty weedy.
Yeah. Like, if we're talking, like, look at that lampshade as well.
There's definitely some odd proportions going on here for the people who normally use this room. Either way,
the continuity is not there for me.
Yeah, honestly, it's breaking my immersion. The realism isn't quite there.
Yeah, I'm not
Duplicate
right
pictures
now.
on the far wall, you know, as well. That's getting me out. That's pulling me right out.
Make me feel a bit squonky.
That's right. Actually, I take that back. I think the flowers look quite nice.
Yeah, but they're tiny though, like in real life. I could look at that big plant there. That's reasonable.
That's a cool plant. You'd like that.
But then there's like a tiny little couch. Like, what's happening?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. When did you say that?
I did actually say that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That was
No, like weeks ago.
Oh.
Literally years ago, probably. I think it was 2015.
Why is there a tiny little couch there?
Yeah, I said that. My friends were like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, you're a bit weird again.
Yeah, I was. That's fair.
Right now, Muerte is absolutely popping off, though. I mean, this is fantastic to see because they're just popping in the TDMs, popping in the games as well. Ooh, popping all over the place. Like bubble wrap right now. Love it.
I like that. 28 on the cards. 12 more necessary. We're back up to that 40 mark. Only 30 is on the zombie map. I wonder what map we're playing the finals on. I have to go and count that one out, but we'll have to wait for a while. Both of these two teams trying to make their way towards it. 29 now for the Muerte. REGNUM KARYA not quite able to find these equalizers. 5 points behind.
Yeah, looks like this is starting to put on a bit of a toilet roll emergency for REGNUM KARYA. Start pulling some out of the bag. They want to bring things back.
Slowing it right down, though. 2.5 minutes left, and...
Yeah. It's the pillow position, man, I'm telling you. Left side pillow, it's so hard to deal with. Apparently bulletproof as well. You love to see it.
It just absorbs all that impact straight away.
Maybe I take it back. Maybe that is a really good pillow. Like Kevlar foam.
I mean, it depends what you're using the pillow for. In a pillow fight, now that's a good pillow.
No, not if you, like that would just be murderous. That's not cool.
That is probably that's probably an overreaction to having a pillow fight.
Yeah, a robbery. Yeah, pillow fight. No.
Yeah, okay. If you're breaching a compound against,
I just want to have a little bit of silly fun in a pillow fight. I don't want to break someone's nose.
You don't need that. What are you going to smell? Nothing. Easy nose. Come on.
33 to 25. Still, the objective is to hit 40. We're 7 limbs away. 1 minute 30 to go. So that's almost in a limb every 10 seconds that is required. I'll take that back. We're up to 35. So Muerte seems to be taking it home now.
Doing well around the toilet roll centerpiece.
The mini skate park.
Keeping it going. Nade over towards the pillows. And Malway won't be sleeping softly there. A nice find, but it's traded off, and 2 more points needed. Milky Way with the challenge for one of those points, and the second is found from long range. It is, of course, Muerte to move forwards. 40 points accumulated, and they will be moving on in our bracket.
I'm blurry.
You are.
I don't know why. I can fix this. Just put the hand up.
Oh, hey, look at him go.
Look at that. Easy peasy, just on the fly. So simple.
Absolutely.
That's simple camera mechanics for you guys at home.
Well, we're going to take a short break after that thrilling TDM with MUERTE coming out on top. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with the next match.
We don't have any rivals.
Gaming Gladiators, потому что самая опытная и титулованная команда европейского региона, ну и S2G.
Kimse.
Our direct rivals, it's gonna be ourselves, I think, maybe, because we are our own rivals. We don't have any rivals. Nobody can face that at the end.
Rakip olarak REGNUM KARYA'yı düşünüyoruz. Yani çünkü hem mainler yakın hem de aldığımız spotlar yakın.
Some bold words there coming through. A lot of teams saying nobody's their rival, but in the end, I don't think any of them sit at the top of the tables as it stands. MUERTE currently have that honor to be peerless right now in terms of the top of the tables, but it is still quite close.
I really hope MUERTE actually goes on and holds on to this first place pick, honestly, because they're doing really well for themselves. I love some of the plays. I didn't think they'd get 2 in a row. I didn't think that this was enough time for them to really lock it down. I think KO put it pretty well there over on the desk, saying that first win really gave them all the confidence they needed, and they took some pretty extreme, as Max would say, positioning over towards that map, especially towards prison, you know, picking up where Gladiators were playing. You know, that's a bold play. It's a bold play, and I like that it worked out for them. And then they continued to spread out, maintain gathering that information over pretty deadly ground as well. So very, very nicely done from MUERTE.
We'll see if they're able to get another good game on the cards now as we head over to Sanhok. You're one helping for the day, Blank. We have to ration you. We know what you like. We will be heading on over from Kampong to Hatin. A very central playing path, but again, it's just Sanhok. Everybody's going to be able to get wherever they want to go. We'll see if there's any hot drops, because OZAROX, I feel like they've been a little bit scrappy earlier in the game today.
Yeah, I think OZAROX have been taking it to a lot of teams. I'm not entirely sure why they're going for so many of these extremely aggressive plays. Yesterday, they looked a little bit, you know, slow, a little bit passive. And today, they've decided to swing that all the way to the other side of things. So a little bit odd from OZAROX. Still doing okay-ish, I would say, for themselves. Certainly need to get a little bit more on the board. Gladiators up towards that northwest side. Let's see if they don't choke like they do yesterday over on Sanhok. It seems to be a map that gives them a huge amount of problems, huge amount of troubles. There is one team that we've not been able to talk about a huge amount. And that is your boys on MADBULLS, currently in 6th place. You know, after the incredible streak of consistent gameplay over in PMPL EU, where have they gone? What are you guys doing? I think this is a team that really had huge potential, and it might just be that losing that finals has drained them of all that confidence, of all that consistency.
I mean, they still have that direct qualification spot, right? From the PMPL points that they were able to create in the European region.
Win the championships.
They're still going to be seen in the next stage, and I don't know. I mean, maybe it's what the desk was talking about with S2G. They were trying to get some practice on board with certain strategies. Maybe that's what we're seeing here, but I think you're right.
S2G at 3rd place.
That is true, and that's what I was about to come on to. It's just, but it just hasn't worked at all, really, for the MADBULLS. They're still getting some points, but that's just by virtue of them being really bloody good at the game on an individual level. So hopefully they'll be able to pull that team play out of the bag. And if you want to support them, make sure you're writing in chat, vote MADBULLS. So they're looking good to start things off against Bellucci.
That was very good. I like that. That's better. It's more what I want to see from the MADBULLS.
Good job.
I want to see them less relying on Zerish to do all the work as well. You know, this guy is pretty strong. got a wide back, but you can't carry every single game for you. Need to see more. Okay, so I'm ready for MADBULLS to strike out towards the end of this day, get some big points on board. I want them to show that they're not to be trifled with, because every single match counts. Because look, practice is important. However, you don't get much practice going out in 15th, 12th, 10th place. You get the majority of that strong practice towards the end game. And so, a team like MADBULLS, I think they should be making it towards those podium finishes a lot more often, fighting against some of the best teams in this lobby, because MUERTE certainly feel like they want it, right? They're hungry for those wins. And if you can directly pull that same kind of firepower into the PMGC League stage, that's really important for yourself.
Will be necessary when you're facing off against the best of the best in the world, not even just in the region at that point. A lot of these teams hoping to do so as well. The circle goes a little bit further north, centers around Paradise Resort, near to S2G, who have dropped there. Major Pride on the north side of Boot Camp now, looking to extend up to the compound just southwest of Paradise Resort. A strong hold for them for the time being, once they're able to find that occupation. Teams on that southwest island not really looking to disengage as Galatasaray. They were talking about the desk. Wanted to see more from this team, from this organization, and from these players as well. But right now, it's kind of been a little bit lackluster, as Max highlighted, with the prestige of the players on board. Obviously around, rolling around at the moment. You just want a little bit more. KONINA Power, they've been picked up by both MADBULLS and Galatasaray at this point, so they are really down on their luck at the moment. 2 players remain.
Yeah, I mean, Lovazin as well as Realm, previously hailing over from Football List, this is an extremely good pair of players. Lovazin was kind of known in the past as like that long-range mastermind coming in from Türkiye. So I want to see a bit more out of these two guys. I think they've had some pretty good games. It's not quite up to scratch. Not up to Max's standards so far, though. So we will see if they can improve that for him. We don't like an angry Max. It's very scary. Terrifying, in fact.
He is. He's a force of nature when he gets going,
Yeah, he's the wind.
Pretty much, yeah. I would say the wind. Yeah, he's definitely
super fast.
The power of the storm on his side,
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Very wind-like.
Just a nice breeze.
Yeah.
To be fair, hanging out with Max, always a breath of fresh air, so I'll go with that one. Galatasaray on that south side, maybe merging with the MADBULLS.
Oh dear.
Having to find something out. That is real unfortunate. He's turning left. He's tried both turning left and turning right. Oh.
There was movement there.
Oh, he's got another little wiggle. And some more. Just over the edge. Find it. Find the grip. There it is. That was a bigger shift. We're ready for it. Blank Frozen is in for the assist. And instead just hops in the vehicle. Oh, okay. Changing the skin on the vehicle to try and see if it has a lower profile. Didn't work.
Yeah, just bop him. Oh. He need a bit more speed.
That is really tricky because the car going down the hill actually slams him down into the rock there. And you want to get behind it, so that side swipe just changing up the angle for Frozen, and Fleek able to extricate himself from what? Wait, no.
Oh, worse.
No. Please, wait, can we go back over to that? I really want to see. Oh no. Oh dear. We'll have to wait and see if that vehicle ever gets out of there. But in the meantime, MELISE and OZAROX scrapping out. This is on the east side of the current central glut of players.
They're getting him out. They're actually they're committing to the bit. I respect that.
Oh.
Okay, maybe you could drive along the wall now. Maybe.
It's just so sad.
I need to know how this ends. I need episode 3.
Come on, where's the next arc?
Observers. I don't care about the circle. I just want to see the car. Show me where the car goes. They've got 3 vehicles, man. I feel like on Sanhok, even having 2 vehicles is a nice little blessing. So Pretty greedy.
That's something special for the Mad Bulls. They should have been on the road about 30 seconds ago, 30 to 40 seconds ago. This is actually, as much as it's fun to watch, this kerfuffle.
They're really going for it.
They really are. Tulika's winding up as well in the back lines. Oh, is he going to tilt it? Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, almost there.
Come on, yes! There it is. The Mad Bulls are free. But they have wasted a lot of time here, and they haven't been able to get across. They like to send early across these rivers, Blank, but they've been denied it. Oh, finally emerging from their ruins prison.
That has got to be the greatest moment so far in the PMPL EU Championships. You know, the perseverance and determination from Mad Bulls really on display there, honestly. You can't fault them for it.
If only they were so determined to get to the top of the tables.
Exactly, I'm disappointed in that fact. But you know what? I like a team that follows through. And that's certainly following through there on getting your buddy unstuck.
I think they had 4 skin changes on the vehicle. They came through.
It was necessary, right? You know?
True. Change the profiles
angles of approach.
Oh, man. Hopefully the desk is going to be able to break that down for us. We'll have to wait and see. What a play coming through for the Mad Bulls, rescuing their vehicle and their, well, maybe not dignity. That was very undignified.
I mean, they ran with it, right? Even Zerich going for his little dance in the background, he knew what was up. He knew there was a problem. He could feel the cameras as well. That's what makes an MVP candidate.
They put on a show. They certainly did. The Gladiators were on board with them. Well, Dagestan are a little bit further out to their west in Hatin. The Gladiators yet to leave this northwest island. The Trifecta compound was free because the Mad Bulls didn't move there very early. Duarte were holding that area. And maybe the Gladiators were worried that they were still, but the Duarte team did move off that position really quite early on, so it wasn't available rotation, and they've yet to pull the trigger on making one of their own.
Yeah, so I think that the funny thing is about Mad Bulls, and you talking about them having to be slow on this rotation, I genuinely think that that's a good thing. I actually do think that's a good thing. I think one of their difficulties is they go for this rotation a little bit too quickly at times. They're a little bit impatient. And I think that they're better off playing on the edge. I think that this is going to be a Mad Bulls win.
Ooh, do you want to lock that in now?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm looking for you. Oh, there you are. You're typing in the sheet. I've locked it in. Ladles and jelly spoons. As the best children's entertainers would say. He's locked it in. You didn't like that.
No.
You had a bad time.
Didn't enjoy that at all.
Sorry.
That seemed like a little bit crazy of a play coming through from Dagestan. That is a long nade. Wowzers from Shifu.
What an arm. A cannon on his right shoulder from that one. Shifu putting down the hurt with not only the nades, but the rounds as well, as he is going to find Kitsune, and they will be taken down here. The Gladiators hold too slow on their northwestern island, and once more will be punished. Zadira with the next shot. Shifu able to shut down Tixi. And what are they doing? The Gladiators just too slow.
I mean, the Gladiators has the drop on them as well. I mean, Dagestan wasn't even looking at them in that spot. That is shameful. Honestly, I can't be too unhappy. I think that Sanhok is genuinely a map that Gladiators just cannot wrap their heads around at the moment. So it's sort of expected. And I think that on the maps like Miramar as well as Erangel, they seem to have been getting a lot better. So I think that we can fault them a little bit, but they have been improving in areas where it counts.
Unfortunately, not the points, though.
Just not Sanhok.
Unfortunately, not the points on Sanhok. Hamzy strafing around now, close to Major Pride and Nexus. Nexus definitely the worst for wear. Kelsey has been taken down for S2G. Major Pride, they're playing with 3 as well. Naomi in effect, playing a little bit further forwards. Naomi looking for a side swipe, trying to slow S2G, moving in on the south. This is a really important compound around that Paradise Resort position, that route out from Paradise Resort. Trying to be found from S2G, but it's under heavy conflict.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams still remaining around this spot. Yeah, Nexus, Major Pride, S2G, like you're saying. You're sort of locked into this engagement as well, to be honest. There's not many great exit routes from this compound that aren't seen if you start to run away. So to throw down some pretty efficient smokes, as S2G just have done. This is excellent control of compound play. But it's funny to me because there's a fair few compounds over on the northern side of the circle which are just completely open and free.
It's starting to pop off now as S2G. They take REGNUM as a knock, but they manage to keep it together long enough to take down Nexus. Can Major Pride capitalize on a slowed and slightly injured S2G? Effect moves forwards, gains ground against them. REGNUM doesn't get spotted, and a nade to the backlines from Nomi is there. Sylas tries to find Effect, but he's on the ground and he just slithers out of the way of those bullets. Naomi putting that bullet, that chunk from the DVS through the door. Struggling to get my words out, and S2G will not be able to get their players out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Sylas there really need to bring a couple of shades with him because that was one hell of a flashbang through the door. Completely blind. Was looking as best he could, but did have the wall pulled over him. So I think for Major Pride, they do a great job at clearing that one out, especially versus some good smokes and a good push-up from S2G. They definitely take control of that engagement. Again, if you take a look at the circle, how many compounds just towards the western side of Tapmock are still open? I think a lot of players just aren't quite certain where this one is ending up. MUERTE currently on a little split of their own over towards that northern side. They are on 4 players, sorry.
Ooh.
Island finish. Island finish.
That, it genuinely could be. Matic might be in with something here. If he can get across to that island fast. This is a really nasty circle. You hate to see it. For a lot of these teams, it's basically a death sentence. Who can get there first? Is someone going to hold on that ground to the east of the island and try and control there? I think MUERTE are probably in one of the better spots here, Blank, but it's really hard to call this.
I've not seen an island finish in quite a while. That's a nice knock coming through from Zerich, as per usual. Getting the rest of the boys up. Let's see if anyone actually heads over towards the island early. You know, MADBULLS are in a position to make it happen, but REGNUM KARYA is going to be hot on their tails. And they do have to res both their players back up again. One player's back up on the feet, and I think that's all 4. But again, Frozen gets re-knocked there by Milky Way. This is becoming quite uncomfortable for a lot of teams. KAOS, this is one of the few times where this position on the northern edge, on this dip on the compound, becomes quite valuable. But you do want to keep control of this northern side. There could be teams coming in. OZAROX is one of them.
BRA cresting this ridgeline against Mandarin, but he's on the spray, he's on the hunt, finds one, but will be taken down in the meantime by Tospic. KASIK trying to move in on the southeast side. Next, RÜYA will be ready to receive, but they're going to have to move fairly soon as well. You can see them starting to mount up, and I don't think they want to try and get this one done. In this circle, I just don't think you can go for the res. Just try and transfer those goods and services over. Get that meds back on board as teams get towards the coastline. Maybe some going for a swim.
MADBULLS are in the water. MADBULLS are in the water. Zerich is already making his swim out. Limbo, probably the most dangerous member on that side. Some good shots coming from KAOS here. OZAROX looks over towards Major Pride as they swing very far over towards the western side of the coast.
KAOS
will be known.
Closed down. You talked a lot about those compounds on the north side, Blank, and those two teams playing around these compounds should be able to survive for a lot longer than a lot of these other teams on the south. It is so dangerous. But the MADBULLS striking out for that central island might have a good time of it.
Please take it. Come on, I'm telling you, man, this is the one game where it's the right play. It's the correct play. I think right now what they're doing is they're just sending 2 players half and half right now. So you wait for the next circle. If it drops towards that central island, you're the 2 closest players picking it up. You can play backstop to both Tulika as well as Fleek, head over towards it. Zerich and Frozen God can now start to make the move over towards it. They're swimming there now. You can see the top right-hand side of your screen. This is it. Island finish.
And you might have just been onto the money early, Blank, with the MADBULLS predict. Look at that. That is a gift to the MADBULLS. And they have made landfall now. Zerich has control. This is tricky stuff. Can they hold these angles? Can they keep it together long enough for the teams on the shore to shred themselves under the watchful gaze of the MADBULLS from the center? Leaving 2 back on the mainland, I mean, it's a little bit of a risk, but you can't, you've got 2 in the middle. You can't just stop people making their way up.
Yeah, I mean, the reason behind that was that they didn't want to send all 4 in the water, because you have a situation there where if you leave all 4 in the water, it's pretty much donezo, right? So you need to have a half and half situation where you got 2 players behind, 2 in front, just in case this doesn't go to an island finish, because that was sort of a risky maneuver coming through from the MADBULLS themselves. Now, the 2 lads on the island, they need to watch for these players on the top side to support the 2 players from MADBULLS in the water.
Might not be super easy. Matic is still going, and he's taken a player down from KAOS. Lord Cedric falls to him. KAOS being crunched in by OZAROX, who have been sweeping across this northern side and slowly inching KAOS closer to the water. But a nade from Slay keeps them in the mix. To try and answer, forwards position now from Sephir. He takes the challenge with the DPS. No hesitation. Straight on through. Chunks them down, and now 2 players on the backline for KAOS. A nade in hand for Sephir. Pushing forwards, but could be dangerous here. Still on the cook, and they're back out towards the water. They'll have to drop down and maybe go for a swim now. NEXUS in the meantime, moving up to the coast on the east side. MUERTE holding still on the south.
Our balls, they find effect. Tulika and Fleeke just opting, like you say, not to move too far. Zerich will take down Matic, and it is indeed an island finish. You know, this is very well set up from MADBULLS, from a very awkward position, honestly, and they make a really risky maneuver. It pays off, right? This is quality gameplay from the team that I wanted to see do well. Tron now battling against MUERTE, right on the side of blue. Lovely nade over the top.
And MUERTE remove another thorn from their side. This is now the challenge, right? Next RÜYA sit above the MADBULLS, sit across the water from them. And if you're MUERTE, the decision that you have to make is really, there is no good option. I mean, maybe you just go for that swim, try and stay out of the sightlines of the rest of the MADBULLS, because they have managed to get Fleeke all the way to the shallows there, but he's spotted, just about taken down, and it is actually Tulika to answer over towards MUERTE, getting those shots on, and OZAROX on the north coast getting taken apart as well.
It's a really smart smoke. They drop it over towards the rock because it's where you step out the water. So that's why Fleeke hasn't gone down, because he got into the smoke. He was covered off. Really, really well done. This is one of the most fantastic circles you will ever see on Sanhok. And 4 players on the island is so unlikely to happen as well. MADBULLS have played a blind on this one.
You're really pleased with their rotation, and I can only echo that sentiment. To be honest, it's pretty beautiful. Zed Wolf has a chance here against MUERTE, but he has to dip back behind the rock. A nade in hand. Can Furia slow him down? The nade looks pretty good. Is it going to find 2? He could find them on the forwards, but they're over the rock side. Malloy stays in the blue zone to maybe give Furia a chance, and they're down. MUERTE fall in the face of it. Next RÜYA keep them on the rocks, but they might fall as well, as only 1 player stands, and the MADBULLS are just going to be able to take this one down. It is fish in barrel play for them.
The player that's actually impressed me the most, though, has to be Limbo from Dagestan. You know, he has really been living this game out all the way on the western side of the island. He's been there for a long, long time, helped massively in confirming over towards the Gladiators. Now he's just playing this one now. You do not see this circle hardly ever, and it's so amazing to see it during the championships. The MADBULLS themselves qualified into PMGC by points alone, now sit on an island apart from the other teams.
This is so brutal. You say you never see it, but the fact is that MADBULLS were able to pull a strategy out of the pocket to be able to deal with it almost immediately and execute on it close to perfectly, Blank. They, as you say, played that 2-2, sent 2 forwards, hedged their bets until they needed to commit, and they did it at exactly the right time. REGNUM KARYA were trying to flank around behind them, got a knock, but they found these reses, and now it is just a question of who gets second place.
That's such a cheeky position from Limbo. Again, performing really well, knows this terrain like the back of his hand, able to stand up, nade over the top over towards Naomi. They know he's on the backside. Circle's going to push him eventually. For Limbo, this would be amazing if he goes down in second. He's able to make it. What a run from him, and what a run from the MADBULLS.
Crazy, crazy island finish. Limbo is spotted, and the MADBULLS keep all 4 of themselves alive. They swim to the center. They extract themselves from the water with a set of blinding plays, and that is the MADBULLS that you want to see. They looked a little bit stuck, a little bit of a kerfuffle over in the ruins with the vehicles blank, but you know what? They righted themselves and they pulled through.
It's that determination, perseverance, and ability to remove a car from any kind of position that gives them the angle to get towards that end game and get towards that island and pull off one of the most amazing wins there over on Sanhok that we'll see all tournament, honestly. I don't think we'll see a game like that on Sanhok for quite some time, and I think MADBULLS are happy they picked it up. And you know what? I said it right at the start. You know, them being slowed down at the beginning, I think it's a boon more than anything. And it certainly was able to get them over towards that south side, let them plan out their rotation a little bit better. But that 2-2 split, you know, marvelous. Like you say, that ability to improvise on the fly, that's what will make MADBULLS such a good team.
I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of that still to come. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back with the desk.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Never leave a car behind. That's the story here of our fourth match of the day on Sanhok, as we saw MADBULLS take it to victory, but not only them taking it to victory, Blank took it to victory because he knew with them saving that vehicle, that'd be enough to propel them forward for victory. Maxman, you want to illustrate this for us and really break it down for all the viewers at home of how exactly this was impactful to their chicken dinner.
You're not ready for the amount of analysis I'm about to drop on this segment here. Trying to unlock this car. Flicky, they even used a skin change feature. It's great. They're trying to get it. Flicky, he's unlocked. He's saved. But he's not. And he's back into the depths of despair this entire game. And he gets unlocked, but he's stuck once again.
Reminds me of the Badger that Froz once showed up. BMW.
Maybe he was just sneaking around. He's just there.
Badger's migrated to Sanhok. What is going on?
Oh my god.
The best part was Zarich doing the little dance.
Yeah, he's having a fun time. You know what? He's MVP material. That's what you do. Just no stress. You're already into PMGC, Jason.
That's also big tech, actually, because let's be real, if you leave your team behind, if you go elsewhere, you're big divided, right? So you don't want to be big divided. You want to be big together.
Big tech. Tomorrow.
Big tech.
Big tech.
Yeah, big tech. Look, here we go. Here we go. Here it comes.
Oh, come on. Drop it.
Anytime now.
Just choosing the perfect emote for this. Oh, he's stemming first.
Actually, because we went back and forth between this happening and not, like, this actually went on for way longer than I thought it did.
They were struggling for some. They were in the blue.
There it is. Big tech. Big tech.
I was like, yeah, he's good. He's good. He's got it. Keep crashing inside of it.
Coming up right here is the moment that Blank, Kalaris knew MADBULLS would win.
Maybe not me.
I think a boat
predicted MADBULLS.
I did, but maybe a little bit later than that. I'm going to be real.
I think a boat would have been more useful than a car in that kind of finish, actually.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they rotated nice. Having actually multiple cars was good to cross that riverside because they could have been gate kept. So if there was a team over there and they had only one car, they could have died early.
A serious point, actually, though, to that victory, whilst I did predict MADBULLS, as soon as you have a circle like that, focusing down on the island, whoever gets to the island first congratulations, you're the winner. And that's why I went with MADBULLS, because they were actually swimming.
Well, don't forget, they also made the important spread, right? You mentioned there's only one way you can really penetrate that island, and they covered off that angle well.
That's true. That's true. Max is well versed at this. I mean, like when it comes to kind of being able to shut down that rock position, going around that, that's the only way you can actually approach those two buildings. It's the line of sight that actually kind of is covered by that position. So once they're able to shut that angle down, perfect stuff by MADBULLS.
Well, you got to have protection if they're going to penetrate the island, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what they did. They spread out. They made sure they had a good cover of that
everything
island.
that starts with P there. It's great. For the island push right now on MADBULLS. And yeah, after it was just down to solos. You had, I think, 5 solos, and the entirety of MADBULLS just fight for second place at the end of the day for them, and they gave themselves all those eliminations, though, on the lower side of the page.
Sanhok numbers.
It is very Sanhok numbers.
Still went to see more from KONINA Power. They used to be a very well-versed team when it comes to playing these Sanhok games, and they struggle when it comes to rotating, and they're always in the blue.
Gladiators.
No, I don't.
So this was almost like a repetition of exactly what we saw yesterday. There was no botation. It was more of...
It wasn't that.
Well, no, but the zone started off going the same direction.
Yeah.
And they just sat there and went down to Dagestan.
Like, they used to do this thing that I really liked, is having Tixi scouting trifecta, and they could rotate through trifecta of the river, and they could rotate south of bootcamp on bootcamp hill, play from that location, and be exactly where MADBULLS ended up playing to swim into the islands. But they... Yeah, I don't know. They just get backstabbed by Dagestan. Dagestan actually had a really good game plan. They know how slow gladiators are on that northwestern island. They understand that they're always going to be lingering next to the river, go behind them, and get easier limbs.
These really were Sanhok numbers, James.
God damn it.
Jeez.
Well, that's a good point that you brought up, Max, considering we saw Dagestan yesterday just sit in Hot-Tin, pretty much all grouped up. This time they spread out very, very far from each other to make sure to cover up all the angles for the eliminations, but obviously didn't net them too many points in the end, but obviously keeping Gladiators down on this one. James, you're looking at me very intensely, and I'm wondering what's going through your head. I mean, I see you shuffle your notes once in a while. I don't know what you're looking at, but what do you got on your mind?
I've got blank level notes on here. I have...
It's true.
Gladiators, slow. It's one word per notepad thing. So
Gladiators rotate, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they still have pretty decent amount of points, but again, on Sanhok, it just does feel like they don't quite know how they want to play Sanhok usually, which, again, with our defensive master here, Maxman, maybe they could learn a thing or two from him.
I'll have to teach them a little bit, maybe. We'll have to see.
Have a chat with Quizzy.
They had some good changes in the middle of the league stage too, and I think Quizzy, we mentioned it, was really impactful, and then they went back to what seems comfortable to them, which is not getting a lot of points, it seems, on this game overall. And this is the fight I'm talking about. Dagestan, knowing that this is going to be a very clear transition from Gladiators, trying to get a few eliminations. There was a bit of fight back, but in the end, they do get himself a decent amount of eliminations. And off the back of that, Limbo survived, plays in the water, which is not really the ending you would expect, and does snatch away a second place. The next RÜYA, as we've seen their POV in these highlights, they've been sweeping on the eastern side. They got so many squad wipes. They could have been a contestant up against the entirety of MADBULLS, but losing players to MUERTE, and also I think MADBULLS understood that cliffside, that big rock on the east, was going to be an issue. They start clearing that angle, and it's pretty much impossible to take it away from them.
Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to think what is the solution for any team trying to rival the MADBULLS position in a game like this, and I can't think of one.
You can't.
I can't. when a circle happens like that, and it's very rare. It's very rare nowadays that we get circles like that. It's very difficult to answer how you play against MADBULLS.
Because we actually got to experience it today.
Did we?
Yeah.
What was it?
Get yourself a maglev hoverboard.
The maglev hoverboard. Actually, that negates the water quite well.
It does.
I was zooming across the river.
Yeah, you could just jump across the water with the gauntlet.
There was no one else, 4-man. Wow.
Yeah, that was actually pretty insane today, actually. I think we jumped like 300-400 meters, which is normally like one step for me.
Let's go to Bootcamp Hill Northeast and you just drop it, and you can reach it from there 100%.
And a casual 20 elim game, guys. Come on.
Yeah, well, you know, I think you carried most of us on that one.
That was only 9.
You can see our overalls with MUERTE in first place, with BRA behind them in second at 82. So a little bit of a gap developing between first and third. However, next RÜYA able to catapult themselves up to this third place position, and MADBULLS join them as well with that victory. So we do have finally 2 EU teams in our top 5.
Yeah, and still a gap that can be closed in a singular game here. Though REGNUM KARYA, I think, are going to send me a cease and desist by the end of the day. I might have to stop.
You're committed. No, you're committed.
I'm going to keep doing it until the end of the day, but I might get a letter in the post tonight, and we'll see how that's going to go.
To this point, though, what a difference like 4 games has made. holy moly, like this looked very different at the beginning of the day here. But talk about a shakeup, considering that there's still so much opportunity for those teams that are trying to strike out for that top 5, because top 5 is not out of the realms of possibility for, I'm going to say it, almost every single one of these teams right now. I think maybe KAOS is languishing a little bit down towards the bottom, but for everybody else, it's still a very reasonable possibility.
Because of the point gaps right now, tomorrow you could have also completely different leaderboards at the end of the day. That's how close it currently is. But props to RÜYA for being top 3 with a lot of, well, the only team currently on this top page with the 0 chicken dinners, just able to really frag out so much in these games. So if they could get a few more placement points, the first place could be happening. But yeah, Nexus, unfortunately for them, down in the dumps with a 16th position.
I just don't know what to say. I'm honestly kind of surprised to see Nexus doing so poorly in this event when they've had so much experience, so many seasons. Like with Kapahala being in these regionals time and time and time again, I would thought this experience, if you're looking at like Love is in Rome as well, kind of similar with Galatasaray, that it should bleed into the rest of the team.
It's the Eastern Stars roller coaster. It's never going to end.
True. Well, you know what? This segment's going to end right after talk about Monster Energy. Official energy partner here at PMPL. You can pick one up and unleash the beast for yourself and talk as fast as I do. Just like our commentators. I'm going to throw it back over to them for 5th match of the day. So John, Anna, Blake, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you for that throw. It was really good of you to introduce us in that way. Blank, what do you think?
You are...
Oh, I'm not muted on stream. I was muted on our comms.
I just couldn't hear you. I'm going to guess what you said, which is something very fast.
Yes.
And yeah, so this game,
That was the gist of it, really.
Yeah, exactly. This game is going to be quite interesting. I think that, like Kale said, there's been a massive shake-up up towards that top side. A lot of teams pushing their way upwards. Happy to see MADBULLS, 72 points. You know, they're further towards that top side positioning, which is lovely to see. I think that when we look at this, though, I think that MUERTE has had a massive step up in performance today. It's been really, really lovely to see. And again, it all comes back to what the guys on the desk are saying. I think they really have captured it perfectly. There's just that confidence that they needed, that confidence booster. Malloy stepping up as well. I think they're getting back into the rhythm of it now, John.
Hopefully able to beat their own drum and dance to their own tune for the foreseeable. Try and maintain that top spot. BRA hounding them down, though. And as the desk highlighted, a really, really close set of teams right now. The plane path, not close to that eastern side, though. So it's Severny down to Primorsk on the plane path. Cuts out Novo, cuts out Milta Power from real true accessibility here, unless the circle goes down to the southeast side. Like we've seen, I think, 2 times now already. Very unlikely that you see teams go all the way out there, especially with Nexus dropping out on that west coast split.
Yeah, once again, it's a similar kind of story here, John, where you're going to see a lot of teams picking up that western portion of the island around a lot of the fielded area. Always very difficult to play around this spot. I think S2G takes a massive swath of control early on over towards that side of the map, which is always great. I think that they have the confidence, they've got the chops on them to do it as well, to control that massive area. Now, the one thing that I'm mostly looking out for here is Major Pride, because they have done really quite well today. Their Erangels have seemed a little bit off, though, just in terms of their initial rotates and getting caught out by teams like Bra, MELISE, Dagestan, potentially even S2G chiming in now and again. And I think that just will require a little bit more caution from this team, because they have been finding some good points elsewhere. But I think as a 4-man squad, Major Pride is a team that can certainly run away with a lot of these wins. And they are known to be very strong on an Erangel finish if they have those 4 players alive. But it's these early games, which came to bite them in the past over on the spring finals in EU. And it seems to be happening again here over in our PMPL EU Championships versus the absolute godly region of Turkey. I mean, I'm starting to realize it a lot more as we continue to watch this. Even just watching over in their finals, they had some very strong teams, but I just didn't think that they would be putting up such a significant performance versus EU. It looks very dominant at times, and EU has certainly had to adapt to them.
Definitely. It has not been, as you say, it hasn't been Turkey taking that EU playstyle into account. It is just go, go, go. I think that's a really good way of looking at it. So hopefully these EU teams will be able to keep up with that pace, because it is fast, it is aggressive, and it's effective as well, which is a necessary caveat, because anyone can play fast, but to play fast well is a specialty of this region. Definitely
exactly
what we've been looking at.
It's like Jason talking fast on the desk. I mean, he makes that look good, but it's not as easy as you think it is, right? Same with like what you're saying here with Turkey playing very fast into these games. You've got to make the right decisions very quickly. And it's something that S2G did back in PMGC 2022. It's why they won over in that PMGC as well, because they were able to make such fast decisions, such fast rotates, whilst also blazing through the lobby, which allowed them to speedily take control of that first place spot over in PMGC. And it seems to be something that's developed quite nicely over in Turkey as well, as a general region. So this is something of a learning experience, I'd say, for EU. Some teams are thriving within it, like MUERTE, who, you know, they've studied a lot of EU already. You know, they've learned all they can. They've got to the upper echelons of EU, and now another team, another couple of teams, another region to look at, to study. That's further improving them once again. So MUERTE certainly a dangerous squad, just because they're sponging in all this information where they can.
Spent the first day poking and prodding and trying to find those openings, and now in the second day they are here to exploit their findings. Their scientific approach to these certainly effective and anything but slow, and it is really great to see. Hopefully for some of the other EU teams they'll be able to take a leaf out of the book, Gladiators, but for now it's MUERTE certainly leading that charge. Next, RÜYA on board with them right now, playing on that ferry pier position. Only one team to guard out, that's KONINA Power over in Sosnovka military base. But you've got to imagine that they're probably more preoccupied with getting to the hills around Pochinki, where this circle finds itself centering.
Yeah, I think that if you look at this circle in particular and this game, I think it's probably one of our fairest matches to date over the PMPL EU Championships, just where everyone's situated. Everyone's able to get into a pretty decent position. You know, it wasn't the easiest of playing paths either, setting everyone over towards that western side, and with a lot of western drops as well early on. You know, you're cramped in at the start. You've got to figure out some of these rotational paths that are going to take you to better positions round this map. You know, REGNUM, KARYA, MUERTE, KASIK team, all been able to do that quite comfortably. You are going to delay your looting a little bit, but again, with this circle, it doesn't really matter. I think everyone's got enough time to get towards this one, so this will be our fairest match. It's just going to be the best team that wins it, the smartest team.
It is nice and calm for the start. Nobody going down. No one, I think, even really being too close to each other. Maybe the first fight that we'll see could be the MADBULLS on if they want to leave Rozhok. They're close to Dagestan and the apartments and school to the southeast of them. Major Pride, they played that ruined, sunken split on their drop, and they're regrouped a little bit closer towards Pochinki. They're on the roads, on the compounds towards Pochinki, around those headshot hills that sit to the north side of them, and they're regrouping all the way over there. So the MADBULLS progression could potentially be troublesome. Not only that, but the Gladiators are pretty close to KAOS as well.
Gladiators rotating pretty swiftly between them. I mean, it's two players left behind here with the KAOS squad. Slightly dangerous. They do have a couple players up in front though, so they might just be able to cut them off, so they're allowing them to get ahead. Players will set up in front of them, and they can take a really nice crossfire here if they're able to pop out at least one vehicle.
They have both pulled up on the same blues, but Matcap thinks better of it. I think they're just trying to disengage here. The Gladiators wanting the fight, but KAOS certainly not right now. They're more preoccupied with getting closer to the center. In the meantime, the MADBULLS have moved south of Rozhok, not into Major Pride, who have themselves gone a little bit further south, but they're close enough to be a little bit worried about things. Around Pochinki, this area, very, very treacherous, especially on the northern side. A lot of open ground there. Those two major compounds that sit on the road from Pochinki up towards school can be very, very solid strongholds, but difficult to play around if you've got a lot of teams trying to take them from you.
It's a smart move from Gladiators. I actually really like that. You know, you kind of make it seem like you've lost some momentum there, and in goes KAOS over towards those blues. You've already got an outpost in that position. I think KAOS do a really good job to sniff out the trap as it's being set. Immediately get out of dodge, because Gladiators could have really had their number in that moment. So very nice little play from KAOS and Gladiators at the same time. It's nice to be able to praise two teams making similar rotates.
Ooh, Galatasaray over near REGNUM KARYA, losing players. That's a tricky shift, certainly, here, Blank. It's going to move up towards those headshot hills, keeps a lot of the river area on. Gladiators move almost instantly over towards Sunken. They'll take outposts on two corners and try and fend off on that area. I think they've sent players up towards the top of that tower that sits around that area as well in the past. We'll have to wait and see. REGNUM KARYA with a challenge. Yet again, finding more of Galatasaray. This time around, they will be able to find that full flush. Losing as L, they're playing as 3. They're on the east side and fairly isolated for the time being.
Yeah, again, it's the same issues that Galatasaray just aren't performing up to snuff, I would say. I think that, you know, they're a great team, just don't have the potential in them. S2G facing off versus KAOS, who moved away, but directly into the clutches of S2G. Very casual shots there with the Val from Hamzy.
Matcap trying to give some cover, but look at the shots coming through. BRA are chiming in onto the scrap, and S2G with a flurry blow themselves into the building, trying to stay nice and alive. I just took a look at our prediction sheet, and it looks like Max has continued to predict REGNUM KARYA for both of the remaining matches, including this one. He did go for all four of those predicts at the first, so why not carry on that trend? We'll have to wait and see if he's going to stick with that.
I think he will. He's a man of his word.
True. Certainly doing well right now against Galatasaray, where they were able to take a full fight, only losing the one though, which is unfortunate. You can see there, round just getting flushed away, but Galatasaray will all go down in the end.
Sort of an interesting circle, like you said. It's a tricky one to predict where it's going to go, because you don't want to head towards headshot hills too early. Get yourself caught up in a position where you're held off from multiple angles. You want to wait for the game to slowly extend and play out a bit before you confirm on one of those positions that's outside of a compound. Gladiators right now, probably one of the furthest teams ahead of the pack right now. You've got OZAROX over towards the northern side of the island, and MUERTE, who've been able to wrap around up towards that western side of Yasnaya. So two teams that are pretty happy with how this has turned out. I've got a good feeling about this being a ROZOK finish, though. Don't tell me how. Don't ask me how, sorry. But I've got a good feeling about it, in which case a lot of teams will want to rush in very quickly. Could easily also head down towards that south side. Bit more of a tricky approach for a lot of teams in that location, though, heading towards Pachinki. KASIK might be able to take over that eastern field compound. But yeah, a lot of options right now for a lot of teams. I think that it's one of those cases where you just want to post up in a fairly comfortable position that will give you a lot of chances at rotating. But I was wrong, you know, heads up towards Sunken and the island. I really dislike this finish in my own personal games. It's difficult to choose which spot to play in, and Sunken's not always the nicest. It's one of those positions where you can really easily get teams creeping in towards your spot.
There's a lot of ways in, you're right, and if the Gladiators stay too split for too long around it, they will start to bleed, and they will start to drain players from their ranks, which is really, really bad for a central position. MADBULLS trying to send their way across. They started in ROZOK. They left a little bit to go south, and now they're going to have to return, but with company this time around, REGNUM KARYA have joined them. Only two of the REGNUM KARYA players, though. Wild still a little bit further south. You can see that on the minimap. Dagestan moving into that south ROZOK hill in the zone as well, so can have a lot of oversight into the settlement, try and control the teams to their south as well.
Yeah, Dagestan able to find Wild as he tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not likely he'll be returning to this game. He's not. Zadira will pick up that flush. So MUERTE actually made a very quick wrap, and I didn't see it. I'm actually kind of sad that I didn't see it there. But they've been able to head over towards the north side of Sunken there on the western edge of ROZOK. That could be a really big play going through to the future of the matches. I did not see that rotation. I'm actually kind of upset I didn't. I wish I know where they came from, because they were far over towards that east side, towards the Asnaya. So to get through there, they would really have to threaded the needle.
They found their way somehow. They're either, I doubt it's teleportation, so they did, you're right, thread that needle somehow. Playing on that coast, we'll see if they can utilize that to maximum effect. Next, RÜYA gonna rotate towards the north side of the river and play up there, play on the slopes that send down towards that central island. It isn't guaranteed to finish on this south side. I mean, it's more likely, but at the moment, it is definitely not guaranteed. Still a chance that it goes either over to that central island, which I think would be the worst case scenario for almost everyone, or go up to that northern shore.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably one of the most difficult circles to play. One of the more difficult circles, at least, to play here on Erangel, just because there's so many winning spots in this location, right? You know, you've got Rozhok on an eastern shift. Most teams would love to get here early on if they knew it was confirmed to be a Rozhok finish. You've also got down towards Ruins with Castle. You've got the central island. You've got the bunkers up towards that northern side. You've even got Sunken City as well. So it's really hard to confirm where you'd want to play because there are so many winning positions in this circle. You sort of have to hope the circle comes to you. And if it doesn't, you're playing a very tough game to make the right type of rotates, take the right fights, and not get third-partied in a lot of these locations to push your way in. We do get a central island finish. Pretty rough. I would say, you know, heading over towards that eastern side of the island feels a little bit more comfy in terms of being able to play inside the woods, around the rocky areas. You could also easily play on the south side. There is less hard cover in this location, but it's very nice at holding out those teams down towards Ruins.
The choices that a team makes in a circle like this are what set them apart now, Blank. Do they manage to make it on through? We saw the MADBULLS able to improvise, able to pull something out. Which team will it be this time? Major Pride fast and first across to that central island. KASIK will take up the bridge troll position. These Gladiators are going to extend their influence that way as well. A really nice push forwards from Tixi. MELISE are going to join them in the drink and try and get across as well. MUERTE on that northeast side of it. It is absolutely a bloodbath here, but Tixi going down is really bad news for Gladiators.
I should be able to get him back up again. Smoke comes through. Now, the thing is that this position is actually really nice for Gladiators, honestly. And it's pretty favorable because on that southeast side, you've only really got Bra to deal with. So there is a test in play there for Gladiators with Bra in play. But if the circle moves down towards that south side, or at least a little bit towards our finishes, you know, Gladiators have a really strong couple of sight lines and they can easily manipulate the players underneath in the water for a strong finish to their game. Nexus currently getting pulled apart by S2G as they rocked up towards Ruins quite early on.
Nexus were holding this on a wide split. S2G moving in. They've taken one corner, broken the square to a triangle, reducing that polygon and making Nexus a little bit worried. But can they hold that base of triangle there? Redux to Kapahala, that line. If S2G can cross that, I think that's Nexus done. But with 3, they can still hold out. Do S2G want to take that push, though? Do they want to go for that engage? Do they want to just get rid of Nexus entirely? I mean, given Nexus's track record so far this tournament, I don't see why you wouldn't. And it looks like they are going to crash forwards. Redux wanting to hold, but not really going to have the angle on that run up there. And it's all up to the top of the hill. Doran, Silas will be taken low, sure, but it's not going to matter. Redux is doing work into the back lines, and Kalsi will get taken down, but is it going to be enough when Redux and Kapahala are going to look for this crossfire? A nade over the top, can he find it? Not going to be able to do much more than find the flush.
Players are pretty low, though. He's trying to get the shots over towards Razy. He does spot him out, exposes himself. Take the shots from the backside. I mean, this is a kind of a nice little crossfire 2 players from Nexus have going on. There's some lovely nades over towards MELISE Esports coming through from Tixi. We'll find Lewis.
We'll definitely get plenty done against MELISE there for Gladiators. A lot of neighbours now, though, in Sunken, and that's what we were talking about earlier, Blank. The ways into Sunken are quite plentiful. It's like REGNUM, KARYA, I think Dagestan, BRA have all joined them in positions in Sunken. So Gladiators holding that northern side, whilst it's good, there is now a lot of threat, a lot of pressure building up behind them as S2G and Nexus continue to fight for the scraps of Ruins.
Yeah, I think that the thing you've got to look at, though, is BRA and REGNUM KARYA likely to face off against one another first, which is the slight difficulty. Gladiators certainly do, as you say, have a lot of pressure on them because they're facing off versus teams towards their north side, as well as teams starting to push up, breathe down their necks a little bit. MUERTE haven't really had to face off too much at all right now over on this eastern edge. Quite comfortably could waltz in towards the end game here, John.
We're hopping over to the northern shore. KONINA Power, next RÜYA, really the main forces in this scrap, with OZAROX taking a little of a backseat towards those bunkers further out east. Once this north shore concludes, Blank, I think the teams on the north side could get across quite well. We'll have to wait and see. Yekta opening up the bidding on the side swipe to KONINA Power along that ridgeline. Can't quite hold it out. Agori goes down. Palucci as well gets knocked. And now ZWolf just drops in along that sideline. And it should be all that's written for Becca. Wants to try and spray him down, but next RÜYA not going to give him that opportunity. That shift down towards the south. OZAROX are going to make the cross first, though.
Yeah, Becca had a tall task in front of him. I think the difficulty from crossing from that northern island is very exposed as you come through for teams all the way down that south side. It might look like it's far away, but because you're on a sloping hill upwards, you are quite visible. Major Pride, though, won't be able to take too many of those shots already just because they're so preoccupied with those teams down towards the southern edge.
The south side getting a little bit hairy now. Kapahala wants to get that heal through. He will be able to do so. BRA sending Kane out wide. Pulling him back in, getting some scouting done. Fairly split decision, but the next RÜYA predicts coming on through, and with the crossing from that north side, putting 3 players onto that central island, they are in with a good spot. I like OZAROX on that north side as well. Most likely they're going to be able to cross over further to the east, but they have been spotted. Where's they going to slow them down?
Yeah, so what I'm talking about is that you're getting shot at by that south side, and you're very visible coming off that slope. So now OZAROX down to just 2 players. I think it was pretty lucky they were able to get 1 player across in the first place. Made a good run of it. But yeah, down to 2 players, not ideal now for OZAROX going forward. I went with Gladiators. I still believe in this position. It's got pretty cramped, though. I think that's my major concern for them. Not too much has been going on. I think they're just holding this one out. I'm sort of hoping for that southeast shift. Nice shots coming through from Tixie. We'll have to quickly drop down, though. Only 1 first aid kit as well.
It was pretty bold to go for that flush, but picks up the point and will be able to stay alive. Major Pride spotting MELISE again. Under the bridge, MELISE have been able to survive quite well. Next circle coming through fairly soon. Major Pride, who are first across to the central island, still holding on with 3 as well. It's all but confirmed for the central island finish. Like I said early on, this is probably the worst case scenario for a lot of teams, and it is going to be very, very rough.
Yeah, if you're now these teams towards the south side, you know you've got to get a move on, so you've got to continue to push up. You don't have a lot of time to work with now. The teams in Sunken, they're on the fast side of the zone. So they have to start clearing out these teams, have to start clearing out these players. For Gladiators, some of these crosses are going to be absolutely menacingly hard to get through. They have to sort of hope that the fighting starts to take place over that northwest island, so they can start to push out a bit.
Next RÜYA establishing a line on that north shore of the central island. A lot of control over the open ground that sits near them. You step out for a shot like that and you just get peppered away. It's really, really tough to make this sort of thing work. MUERTE regrouping up to this coastline. This opens up the duo from OZAROX a little bit more for some more maneuverability, but it's still really cramped in on the east side of this central island.
Keep from Dagestan. This could be a lovely...
well...
that was going to be a lovely nade.
Yeah.
But Matic tosses it against the side. under pressure in the moment. It's understandable.
There's Swain.
I've cost them the game.
From OZAROX, just opening up to Muerte on that push. Holding it down, they're finding these flushes. And it's only Malloy now left to stand for Muerte on that push. The cross has come in, and Gladiators still, to their credit, holding as 4 on the north side.
Yeah, I've got to push a little bit further in though. Big old smoke train being initiated here by Bra.
Toss pick down, they're off angle, out of action. Keepers in their way for Dagestan, and I feel like that could really be a turning point for this engagement. Matic bombed out at the top of the shelter there. And will have to crawl back down. I don't know if Gladiators are going to commit for the res because they have the rest of the team to fend off. And another nade over to Meku. It's a great push coming through from BRA. Is Keep going to have an impact? He's staying quiet. He's not moving in at all. He's biding his time, and BRA are going to move through for it. 2 players from Gladiators going to fend off against 3 from BRA. Tixi on the wall. Another nade from Kane, but the shots ring through, and that is a lot of damage found. Not quite the knock. Gladiators still keep on going. They have isolated Meku and Matic. They are not getting them back up. They try and get out, but it's not going to happen. Major Pride push the back against this route out, and Tixi is the last to go.
Massively exposed there on that edge versus Major Pride. Gladiators just crumble under BRA. They threw some absolutely nutty grenades. I think Matic was perhaps a little bit overconfident there to hold on that top side of the building. I didn't really like that at all. It's been very, very methodical coming through from BRA. They got so much more utility than the Gladiators had. Major Pride lose a player. Centers up towards them too.
For the first time, the circle does move away from NEXUS, so they cannot hold that line anymore. They're going to have to start to look to sweep around instead. Tough times. The players on the bridge, to be fair, might have the better time of this one. Nade out the window, and Tixi's still going with a 1v2 potential. It's not going to happen. Kane puts him to sleep. And that is going to be BRA holding strong with 3 players, 10 eliminations so far. The Gladiators eliminated.
Yeah, you just feel like Gladiators could have done more there, but BRA has just been such a force during this PMPL Championships. So hard to deal with, in fact. They're clearing through over on Sunken was very impressive. Muerte went down far sooner than I imagined they would. Next through, we'll finish off another player there from OZAROX, Storm, who's had a big impact on that team, but no longer in this game with us.
Swain will be pressured in by the blue. Next through, you're going to have to move potentially first, unless they want to try and eat a little bit of damage there to try and just sweep out Swain as that side angle. Frozen moves forwards for next through.
Kane picks his moment. Spots the knock, hears it close, and thinks this is the time now to push across. Effect has to be really quite effective with these nades. Opting whether to toss them over towards MELISE's side or attempt to stymie the push coming through from BRA as they swim across.
It is a question of can anybody take down NEXUS at this point. They know exactly where Swain is, and most likely he goes down next. With that line established, no one's really taking control of it, but he will give them a good challenge. Over to Dokkan Machine, finds the knock, but eliminated 6th place for OZAROX. Now MELISE, potential to sideswipe next RÜYA here. Maybe BRA can find something as well. As effect, he's going to be taken down in the meantime. Major Pride out.
Did as best they could. I mean, you are really locked into a position there on that south side, not really able to do too much. NEXUS is taking a really good approach into this game. I think the way that they cleared on that north side was very impressive. But BRA are still in this game. This is sort of the game plan that I hope that Gladiators have been able to pull off, but Matic really gives the game away there with that botched grenade.
Silas for S2G peeks out and finds the first. Coursera actually at risk as well. Kane not really in a position to take this counter peek either. Coursera could find a nade from Silas. That's a good long nade. It's looking on target, but Coursera fades away and it's a little bit short. Gets the flush, and S2G not out of the fight just yet. He's got that dog at him. He's looking to bite back against BRA. Silas again with the challenge. This time it's Kane. The nade takes him lower still, but he's not going out. Molotov over the top, wanting them to burn away from the cover. Is the spread going to tag him? That one certainly will. Silas is going to have to reposition. Just about has that rock on the edge to keep him safe, and BRA are more preoccupied. It doesn't spread that far.
Yeah, opt to just move back off this. It's kind of unfortunate because they're not able to take the western side. They're forced to fight off against MELISE Esports. They certainly saw CEO later there.
But the inverse is true as well. Kane nearly steps into the path of an aid there from CEO later. MELISE surviving under that bridge for so long, looking to try and ladder up as much as possible. A nade in hand still, being cooked away. Sarah managed to get that heal off, and pretty crucially as well, CEO later cowed by NEXUS, but this fight just can't go through with NEXUS in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I've been slightly unimpressed with how NEXUS is taking control of this game. I think they could have got a huge elimination count. Don't get me wrong, I think they're playing this one out smart, right? But this is a serious chance for themselves to pick up a massive elimination count. And they have just sort of sat over towards this side of the map. Lewis goes down without much other than a sound there.
And he looks pretty good on target to BRA, and NEXUS now starting to move on through and gain control. This roadside, the dip that it's given them, they moved up to it pretty perfectly timed as well. They knew that only Swain was there and they could handle it. They could handle that pressure from the east after taking down Storm, and they find CEO later. That is MELISE out. 3 teams remain.
Silas finally goes down. Corsair is basically who he's been looking for that whole time.
And that's it. NEXUS, they move over to the north side of that central island. They control, maybe quite passively, but they pick up a nice chunk of points. Maybe they could have found more from it, but you can't fault their game plan there. It took them to the victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cases where, you know, you're on that northern side, you take out KONINA power, and you can just kind of move down from there and play off the back of that north side of the island. It was a pretty chill win, in my opinion. Some nice little eliminations that they found during that game. But there was definitely teams that I thought were way more impressive there, BRA being one of them. The way they were able to sweep out through Sunken, despite being locked in the middle of it between them, Dagestan, REGNUM, KARYA, very, very well played. And again, Gladiators just don't live up to the hype. I was a little bit sad about that. I think that's that one botched grenade from Matic, which could have been huge. That was the drop that they needed over towards BRA. The fact that he fumbles that, it's excusable, right? It happens. It can't happen in a championship.
No, you need to be a little bit more on the ball there. But yeah, you're right. That Gladiators position, it could have been something special. OZAROX weren't able to transition from the Northern Island, as well as NEXUS, who really bided their time, and they struck when the time was right. They got a couple of points on board, and that's what they want to see. A chicken dinner coming through from NEXUS.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
There's something about islands today. I don't know what it is, but we've had 2 back-to-back. and even the potential, as you guys were talking about, for a third when we get into Miramar for final match of the day. But we'll get there if it happens. We're joined back once again with Maxman and Kalaris. And next, RÜYA. I know, actually, I want to go into this right away because you both have kind of different views about this topic in particular. Next, RÜYA, they get to the island on the west side. Now, Max, you wanted to see them get a little bit more aggressive to maybe gatekeep some of the teams on the East Bridge. And Kalaris, you were kind of happy with how they played that out. I want you two to kind of like argue your points because I'm curious.
I don't even think they had to be more aggressive. It's just a little bit more involved in the fight in general. Just maybe taking a few shots, making sure teams are not willing to peek against you that much because then they're going to be suffocated under the bridge, which is what I was expecting them to do, but they all got clumped up on northern side of the road, which I think that just one solo player gets a bit too close, one nade, it could be a bit scary, but it's just if you want to play it perfectly, but it's still a good execution.
You play for the win, and next RÜYA did that, and if you want to hold out teams on the south side of this island, you're going to have to be exposing yourself quite a bit. There's not that much cover on an island like that. It's a ridiculous place to have a finish. But nobody's coming across the bridge in the late game. Everybody's coming in alongside the rocks, alongside the embankments and things like that, which already has kind of natural cover against next RÜYA's position. So as next RÜYA, you blanket the one side of the road as long as you kind of eliminate one team that was there. Was it MELISE that got in?
It was MELISE, yeah.
Yeah, and then for
OZAROX too. I mean, before that, they had to clear OZAROX.
Yeah, they were.
Do you think if S2G was in that position, the same position that next RÜYA had, they would have actually gone with what you wanted to see, Max?
I mean, as Kalaris said, you go for the win, which I get it. It's just I want to see maybe a little bit more in terms of eliminations, which is...
Well, sorry, the reason I bring that up is because S2G's already qualified for Grand Finals, right? Next RÜYA still need to perform well here, even though they technically kind of get the second points and PMGC points, but it does obviously potentially open up the doors for Fireflux. They would obviously love to have Fireflux back into this event.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. For S2G, it's just, they could have gone more elimination. It's really just being super nitpicky about that game and how you want to play it out. If you want to play it more passive, that's your approach. That's completely fine. If you want to start fragging out and get 15, 20 eliminations, go for it, because that is a position that if teams are just struggling to cross, you could maybe try and abuse it, especially if you have nades. But after all, it was a weird game, though. We had some super interesting fights happening in Sunken City, and I really want to highlight those fights in particular. You had Dagestan, you had Gladiators, you had the side of also the entirety of team name.
Pride was on the other side of the water.
Esports, yeah, BRA. They were able to just sweep the entire team. What a great usage of utility in particular. So very impressive fights from a lot of those squads that it's another island finish. It's just so tough to get into.
So I predicted next RÜYA, but I did actually think BRA actually had a chance in this game. Apart from when they make the single solo push against SUG, which I think is a little bit precarious in execution.
They had nades too.
Yeah, like it could have all gone a little bit better for BRA, but I think if they're 3 alive and they're able to like clean up their sides of the circle, there's still a world where they could have fought next RÜYA. It's not a big percentage. I'm going to give them like 10-15%, but it's a better percent than 0.
Yeah.
So there was a chance for them here.
If you eliminate Silas, you have actually 2-3 rocks on the southern side of that road. You can play it, but you know the next RÜYA, by being so passive, as you stated, they can just play for the win. They have nades, they have mollies. Those positions are going to be negated almost instantly. So even if they get that point, as you said, the chances of Bragg getting that win are just so slim.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as next RÜYA got to this island, I'm going to say it like I said it before. As soon as they get to this island, as for they don't really have much contention going up in the north side. It's almost a guaranteed win for them. They have to really throw this because there's so many teams in the south side wounding each other, causing each other casualties, and next RÜYA just kind of cleans up the scraps.
Well, those casualties obviously mostly caused by this team back here, seen with Brawl Esports, and actually curious to see is Brawl Kane going to be the top fragger, and it's actually not going to be him. Kursali going to be in there with 4 eliminations. Pretty decent spread though, and considering the pressure they were under in such a difficult area to fight in, I think they came out pretty well. Their smokes weren't great, but their nades were phenomenal.
Yeah. Honestly though, haven't they looked fantastic over these last 2 days? Yeah. I've really enjoyed watching Bra.
Yeah, they just now have such a good rotations to make their way, and through Sunken City, which I'm not going to lie, it's horrible. I don't like it. It's tough to transition through, and you have 2 teams too. You have Dagestan, you have yourself Gladiators, but the nades especially coming out from Kane. Coursera had some fantastic utility also, and they just get Gladiators out of their position so quickly, and because of that are the top fraggers of this game. That was not an easy match for them, and the fact they get 12 eliminations and survive as 3 outside of Sunken City is bonkers.
They had some real, I don't remember who threw it, but I think it was Tixie was on the receiving end on top of the buildings in Watertown, where they just threw it perfectly right on his head, and he actually ended up getting exploded on, obviously, on top of the building. I don't know how you hit nades like that, but I should learn to take some lessons from them. But a team that I also want to touch on here, obviously, with our victors, it's next RÜYA, and for a couple of reasons, obviously, getting the victory, but I was curious about their player stats on the day. Because, you know, there's one player I'm always going to talk about when it comes to RÜYA, and for good reason, since he was their stand-up player, the top fragger overall when it came to league play. And it's actually not going to be him. So this is can be a good and bad sign for them. And maybe he's not performing in high-pressure situations, but at the same time, maybe he has the depth of his teammates to fall back on who can rise up to the occasion.
I'm calling it earlier, but I think this Wolf might end up being the MVP of the day. Like, he's bordering on it.
Demerte's 2 wins?
Pardon, sorry?
Even with Demerte's 2 wins?
Maybe.
Okay.
Like, he's done a significant amount of damage throughout all of this, and it's been quite impressive to watch, considering that they weren't really super flashy before this game. But, I mean, you know, they're still up there.
2023 has been the rise to prominence for Z-Wolf. He's been so strong in spring. He was MVP of multiple phases, and now he's just been able to be so strong throughout the rest of 2023.
I think he looked good in Saudi as well, if I recall.
He did stand out from him and Docker Machine especially. Were really good fragging duo, for sure.
I think one thing I've been happy with RÜYA so far, at least today, is thinking back to our first Miramar of the day, the position they took on the very west side of the map as well, and then Docker Machine going to the high ground above Gladiators, kind of showing they have a very good understanding of what they need to do in these situations, and that's allowing them to obviously have results like this.
It was a really good idea overall in that Miramar game you are mentioning about. It's just, it was a tough position. The blue zone was coming their way. We'll say it was a bit tough to really transition, but you know that there was a strong idea behind it, and that shows really good map knowledge, especially, which is really important for a team like RÜYA. And we were just waiting for them to get a chicken dinner. They finally do it, and I feel like off the back of that, they can get placement points, they can get eliminations, they can be a first place team here.
An ALT?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Before you sell it, a 0.005% chance of an island finisher on Miramar, all right?
Los Egos finish.
No, not that island. The other one.
Well, we're going to find out, but before we can do that, you guys, the voting currently going on in chat is extremely close at the moment. We have almost a tie between Bra and RÜYA. We need to see you guys break that. S2G falling behind here as they've been able to perform today. But let's see what you guys have to say. Let's see what our commentators have to say as we're going to head over to them here for the final match of the day with John and Blank.
Make sure you're showing your support, of course, for your favorite team. It doesn't have to be one of those two, but we do need to break that tie, so make sure you are picking a side. Let's head into this Miramar, Blank. A lot more open, definitely going to finish on an island because that's how it works. We'll see which island, though.
Yeah, it's islands all the way today. It's been a bit of a lonely island for both MADBULLS as well as RÜYA as they finished out those games. You know what? I'm prepared to take back my comments from before about that being an unimpressive win from RÜYA. You know, the boys have convinced me. I think the more I think about it, the more I'm like, you know, it's a difficult situation. It sort of reminds me of how Gladiators played out their Miramar from earlier, which is a case of you just can't really peek up. There's a lot of angles. You don't want to lose the win, and like Kel was saying, you don't want to throw away either. So I think it was a good win from RÜYA. I'll give them that. I'll give them that.
They executed on their game plan, and I would say that you were a little bit valid, and Max was also, you know, bringing that up. It's like you can get a little bit more involved, but you do, as you say, run that risk. So you trade off the points there maybe a little bit. If you can get 4 elimination points for the value of peaking, then it becomes an even trade, right? The expected value of first to second, that drop off of 4 points is going to need to come from somewhere. So unless you can guarantee those 4 points, it kind of sometimes wouldn't be worth it. So we'll see if that mentality sticks with them, or if they're going to try and get a little bit more bold with it for, well, all of these teams as well coming into this Miramar. I'm wondering if we're going to see another scrap in Puerto Paraíso. It is pretty far flung from the plane path. So OZAROX and MADBULLS unlikely to both go for it. In fact, OZAROX, they've chosen a different blank. It's over in La Copraria up on the north side with Gladiators.
Yeah, dropping alongside. They're just targeting EU teams, though. I don't like it. I feel like there's something maybe a little bit fishy going on here. And stop it right now. I like my EU teams. I'm an EU representative. Cease this shenanigans immediately. For Gladiators, though, you know, decent spot for them to start as per usual. That is that's not a very nice circle for them to deal with. But yeah, this is definitely where teams will need to get a move on quite quickly. But luckily, because of the way the plane path works out, you know, mostly teams over towards the eastern edge, they can spread out. A lot of teams can get more space. It's actually fairly nice of a circle for a lot of teams in that sense, with the amount of area that you can occupy here over on Miramar. Bra Esports, you cannot fault them. They are absolutely murderous machines here on the PMPL Championships, forming some very awesome little maneuvers throughout the entirety of the tournament so far.
100 points so far they found, and 73 elimination points were there. 27 placement points. I mean, you look at MUERTE, probably the most balanced performance team right now on 88 points. They got 42 placement points and 46 elimination points. So it is definitely tipping the scales for Esports. We saw this from NEXUS, right? That huge elimination prowess, but kind of needing a couple more placements. We highlighted it a little bit in the early stages of this tournament so far, but they are definitely scrapping. They're ready for a fight. They love it. They love to go for those early engagements. They might even find a couple of shots over towards REGNUM KARYA if they get a little bit closer around Picardo, but that route out is going to be guarded by KASIK on the southeast, with Reflect that backstop outpost for the roster.
Exactly. Looking out towards that south side, you've got Dagestan as well as KONINA Power. Dagestan, I'd like to see a bit of a bigger game from them. I think Shifu has been putting in a lot of the work so far, alongside with Limbo, finding some good plays. Zadira is a really good player on that team, but he has just been going out quite early a fair few times. So curious to see exactly what's going to happen from them. REGNUM KARYA. Max, man, let's get one prediction right today. Even a single point on the board from that would be lovely.
Oh dear. If he gets a point on predictions, I'm sure he's going to post about it over on our socials as well. He's going to grab that one into the meme. Make sure you head over and check that out. And vote for your favorite teams in chat. Make sure you're breaking that tie to show your support. I think it was next RÜYA and BRA with the major support at the end of that last match. See if they can carry that support over. Tixi, is he going to spot an elimination? I think he might do. Lover's in, goes down. Galatasaray going to lose a player. And the Gladiators have got a point. So it is not a 0-point game for the Gladiators this time.
Yeah, it's nice to see that as well from Tixi. He usually does take this outpost quite a few times. Been punished on it in PMPL EU quite a bit, though. So does push out, takes his chances, able to find one single elimination, some great shots as well. You can see there, though, look at that. Over on Miramar, the average survival time, 26 minutes. You know, they've been doing fairly decently here on Miramar to get towards those end games fairly frequently. It just shows you if they give Gladiators a little bit more space on a map like this, and they can take their rotations a little bit slower, typically they are getting very, very far into these matches. So there's hope. There's hope for the boys. But right now, I'm rooting for Bra. I'm loving their playstyle. Very aggressive. So you don't get those placement points. That's where your consistent points come from, right?
Yeah.
And that's where MUERTE can start to catch up.
I feel like, bro, your new Nexus in this tournament. It's the same vibe. It's the same vibe coming on through. That aggression, that willingness to take these fights, and the prowess to be able to win them out. Not on display from the Nexus roster. Look at the circle from REGNUM KARYA around that Mandarin position, around the Labandita crater. Mandarin just staying chill right now. Yeah, let's go with scared. Let's go with that. I prefer that.
Yeah. I think it's funny as well for BRA, or Bra as now I must call them. It's Kale called them Bra on day one, and I was like, right, that's it. I'm going to call them Bra from now on. And they are sort of the jock squad now, honestly. So it's nice to see. They really just are pushing their way into a lot of these circles, just kind of bullying a lot of these other teams. So I think that for Bra Esports, there is definitely a lot of good things over on the horizon for them. And again, some more placement points would be nice. Again, with the new point system that's been in for quite a while now, you can just ramp up those eliminations and still get a very decent placing. It just requires you to be very aggressive from game to game. And I don't think we've really seen many teams succeed off the back of that type of playstyle. Maybe NEXUS, who have very limited placement points but did quite well in a couple of the phases over in PMPL EU. I'm curious to see what happens in the next 2 days for Bra Esports anyway, but we will be finishing today after this game. I know, so sorry. Lots of fun PUBG Mobile action happened today. And we'll cap it off with a Miramar.
Yeah, we've had a couple of crazy games, I think it's fair to say. We've had vehicles getting stuck, we've had island finishes, we've had real difficult crossings. We've had some whiffed nades here and there. And And it's kind of crazy that it's happening right now in the EU Championship as well. When teams want the best of fair games, of good results, of the shot at getting that chicken dinner, getting late into the game. But on these finishes, sometimes it just can't happen. It just doesn't go that way when it gets crazy.
Certainly does. Major Pride, let's see a strong game coming out from this team. Sort of struggling. I think they made the right play. That last game on Erangel, getting across the road quite quickly. Again, the position they were holding in, you can see that all three players in one spot. There's not many angles that they could take. Pretty rough to work with. But they'll continue on. So they can get done here on Miramar. Center of the circle right now is held by REGNUM, KARYA, KASIK, as well as MELISE Esports. MELISE not really getting towards his end games a lot of times. A nice little gatekeep here coming through from EXO. We'll find one of the players from Major Pride. And again, we're having this situation of Major Pride just losing singular players right off the bat, right off the get-go. Dangerous scouts.
And not really getting too much in response for it either. Just losing that player. Sure, they get that info, but what really does that gain them? Not a lot here. There's a hard southeast shift. Doesn't catch the island, unfortunately, blank. We are denied what was promised to us. And KONINA Power, slap bang in the middle of this area. It's just to the west of Impala. These hills on the east side can be held quite effectively, but the ground out to the west, that's a different story.
I think it's even more egregious though from Major Pride, right, going up towards Impala and losing a player there to pretty fast razz through that area. Just because you've played with Nexus for a long time, you know their tendencies, and their tendencies is to loot for quite a while and stay in the same place for quite a while before they have to move. On a circle like this where they'd have to go anywhere, it's likely they're just going to remain on the roadside waiting for teams to cross up. So I think they should have been way more cautious, and with good reason to as well, which is why it's unfortunate that Major Pride do lose a player there, because I really don't think they should have done. It's MADBULLS, our two PMGC candidates there, between MADBULLS and S2G, taking some shots against one another. Clash between two titans.
S2G, so far, having a better track record in this tournament, but to be fair, not by a huge margin. It's a 13-point difference between those two rosters. And right now, it looks like Kalsi the only casualty. The MADBULLS still up as 4. Playing out to the west. It is a very isolated fight as well. There's no chance of a third party here, barring some crazy shenanigans over on the east side. But either way, it looks like MADBULLS may be looking to disengage. Silas tries to stop that reposition. And in the meantime, S2G being slowly cut off from Kalsi to go for that res.
Fleeke rocking up right alongside Silas, and I think that was a bit of a dangerous push. Luckily, Tulika is there to clean him out. Razy faces off against Zerich. Does hit some significantly good shots there over towards him. Now he's fairly low. We'll have to send away. Oh, goodness me.
Just back behind the headland. Hops out, it's phase 2, so he can afford to go for these reses, go for this heal out in the blue zone. Tulika as well, applying that bandage, stymieing the wounds, and looking for that first aid. S2G, turn tail, 2 players alive. They just want to stay in it to maybe not win it, but certainly earn as many points as possible. They want to stay up in that higher end of the tables.
Yeah, for S2G, you're now into salvage mode. Especially here on Miramar, just try and find where they can get in. It's an unfortunate spot to start as well, because I think they were looking to slowly breach their way into the circle. MADBULLS just get there towards their backside a little bit too early. Take a couple of shots towards them. Awkward fight as well, honestly. But zone 3, see where it ends up. You know, you got this pretty nasty fielded area over towards the western side around La Bandita. Very open to play around with, and looks like that's where we're going, with Impala being a small feature towards it. Place where you could remain for a little while, give yourself a bit of sanctuary in the meantime. Gladiators over towards that La Bandita side underneath Minister and RLS, looking out towards S2G and MADBULLS as they make their way in. Pretty safe position, I would say. It's nice, especially having that position behind you. You do want to be careful though, so I think for Gladiators moving away, preventing players from getting up towards La Bandita and maybe taking shots over towards them you know, scouting out that position on the eastern side. It's a nice pickup on the compound.
Yeah, they managed to get all the way in there and not really have too much to worry about. So as you say, a nice pickup. OZAROX on the north side in the meantime, finding yet more of Galatasaray. And sending them down to 2 players after losing one early. OZAROX happy to pick up that point, but fairly unhappy, I'd say, to be stuck behind REGNUM, KARYA and MELISE on that stretch. Galatasaray, though, have managed to find an opening. In the meantime, they're just bobbling across these hills. But where do they go from here? There is a lot of open ground. The silos are available right now, but you've got to think that there are plenty of teams watching out this way, and looks like Realm's not going to go straight on in. Might just send towards Major Pride, but they send some bullets out his way. That's actually coming from Kapahala over on the high ground there for Nexus. And they will take Sanctuary between the silos.
Right now getting absolutely ruined, though. It's not really having the best of times here for Galatasaray. This Realm just has to duck underneath. Stay out of action for a bit longer. Major Pride, again, like I said, they make their way in, but losing a player that early on is just kind of inexcusable at that point. Didn't like it whatsoever. And they have a good chance into this game as well from the position they're in. It's not exactly like it's game over for them, but having 4 players would have been that difference maker in that end game. KASIK team try to rotate in from that north side, and this is what I'm talking about. It's just very open ground alongside a lot of this area. Bra taking shots from MADBULLS on that western side, though.
They have taken a knock. They'll be wanting to try and keep themselves together. There is a lot of open ground here, Blank. I mean, Gladiators getting across it early to the compound that they had could prove to be the move of the game for them, depending on where the circle is. KONINA Power have been in this position for a while. They did have a lot more wider of a spread, but I think they've regrouped at pretty decent times over the last two phases to be able to hold into a very central position on the sort of plateau that sits around that area and the buildings that they have, and up and to the roadside junction as well. See if they can leverage that central area. OZAROX getting pressured out. The circle shift south keeps those 2 pinpoint positions in the mix of it.
I like Dagestan's position on this map. I think they have a lot of success playing from that spot on the south side, especially holding out teams like MUERTE, MADBULLS, even RÜYA from the southern edge. So good potential for them. KONINA Power also just holding on over towards the eastern edge of this circle. But a lot of teams kind of partnering up right now on the outer edges of the circle. So a lot of fights about to break out. Only so many positions you can hold as well. Teams will want to make their breakout in towards the center of the circle soon, or at least the edge of it.
That north side of the road that runs and cuts off that Dagestan area, forcing a lot of teams up in this north side to really be each other's major rivals. That leaves a lot of isolation down on the south, a lot of open ground that isn't applying much pressure to the held positions from RÜYA and Dagestan. Major Pride as well, with their toes over to that south side, could potentially benefit from that as well. The teams on the northeast really going to struggle as they get funneled towards each other. The fields that Gladiators sit in the middle of, diverting BRA, diverting KASIK, and will throw them in amongst the teams on the northeast unless they go for that wide west wrap.
Yeah, saw that road down towards Los Leones and Impala as well, which is the major difficulty for a lot of teams, because if we do get a southern shift, that's going to be a big old feature of this circle going forward. MUERTE's already got an outpost in Corca on that south side, allowing the rest of the team who's currently playing on the west, holding out MADBULLS' position to anchor on towards. So I think a lot of teams are concerned with having to move down towards the south. You don't want to be crossing that road in the end game. Tough area to play, though. Very tough area to play.
Really, really tricky. KONINA Power there first, and they will stake their claim against KASIK, who have lost a couple of players on the push. Reflect goes down next to Sheepa, taking a lot of damage, crawling to cover. Can he stay alive? He's just about in it. But does Becker have the sightline? I don't think he does. Not quite. The rest of the players in this lobby, though, all taking their turn. All taking their shot. S2G eliminated in the meantime. KONINA Power trying to play in this ditch, in this divot, on the road corner, on the road junction. With that ridge playing near them, should be fairly effective to hold out a lot of players looking to push in past them. KONINA Power in a really important spot.
Very important position for themselves over towards that eastern side. Awesome compound, honestly, to hold down. Some great nades as well. Confirming some flushes. There's REGNUM KARYA once again going down. This is so sad to see for Max. They have just not had a good day today whatsoever. I'm not sure we can blame that on Max either. Oh dear me, MELISE. Rock up with the one and done in the buggy.
A disappointment of a day for REGNUM KARYA. Not quite able to go the distance, unfortunately. Certainly a feature in our top 3 predictions across the talent board, but today not been theirs. MUERTE, on the other hand, really stepping out of their shell today. From the southwest side, now's the time to prove it, but KONINA Power again get this shift on towards them. They stay in this central split of an area. The road blank that you were talking about is going to now guard Dagestan away from getting across this road.
Yeah, making that cross is going to be difficult, but they can stay here for a little while longer. It's a Sheepert, final player to go there for KASIK. Gladiators will pick them up. But I think now's probably the time for KONINA Power to maybe regroup. Having this outpost down towards the roadside could be beneficial in the future, but you get into stage 5 now, it's difficult.
A roll up from BRA right onto the MADBULLS as they turn around. Skirt, Tulika tries to pump the brakes on them and will be able to do a little bit, but not quite enough. And BRA going to be able to roll straight on in. A really nice takedown off the MADBULLS position, gives BRA a foothold.
I mean, that is actually astonishingly good there from BRA. To MUERTE, though, they spot their chance, they scout out the players, they hear the fighting going on from that side. But BRA, just to fly up like that, you know, it felt like MADBULLS versus MADBULLS. That's the sort of thing that they would go for a lot of times, but incredible control over the weaponry and really good understanding of what your teammates want to do in that situation. Here's a little replay from KONINA Power. Fantastic little bounce on that nade to clean up 2 players inside that ditch.
Bang, bang. Good nades out. And the Gladiators holding on that northwest side, fairly isolated, but they are going to suffer from that isolation potentially in moments to come. Dagestan with Zadira rolling forwards, having a tough time of it. A split decision from the predictions that aren't REGNUM KARYA. The Gladiators for 2. You and Jason have gone for that. Me and KAOS sticking with KONINA Power in that central powerhouse position.
Yeah, Jason knows what he's on about.
That's fair.
So, no. That's just the way it goes. I think either way, right, you know, what we've both predicted is either side of the road. And I think it has come to pass now, that position over towards the southwest for them, that little outpost they've got going on the roadside. They do bite a bullet from KONINA Power, and I think now would be a good time to regroup.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you. Maybe 30 seconds ago, when you first highlighted it, would have been better, but they lose a player on their northern point as well. I think that should force their hand, but MELISE are biding their time. They're not forcing the issue after taking that knock, and KONINA Power are allowed to find that res. So they're still playing as 2-2. Becker could even break out wide and form a 2-1-1 at this late stage. So they're doubling down on their split blank.
It could work out. Certainly could work out. I think if MELISE Esports knew there was just 2 players inside those buildings, they would probably just crash onto the longhouse, try to take control of that. Poser will get shot out, though, knocked on that little ridge. And next circle will be hitting in and holds KONINA Power. Gladiators will have to move. Unfortunate.
Really tough stuff. Moving up to this road, very tricky as well for the Gladiators. A lot of open ground with Dagestan on that south side. They'll take an opportunity if it presents itself. With the road in front of them, having that ridge line, if MUERTE get dealt with, someone's going to take up that ridge. We'll just have to wait and see who. KONINA Power, blank, they've regrouped a little bit. Maybe they're onto something. NEXUS getting lit up probably torn apart here by MELISE trying to cross this open ground, and in fact they will fall. So the final game of the day for Nexus, again, not the greatest of performances. We'll see after this halfway mark if they're able to regroup and come into the third day swinging.
Yeah, not at all ideal there. Nice shot there from Korka. Really long shot as well up towards Kitsune. Will get knocked out, pulled back up again. Next RÜYA once again exerting some serious force on this side. MELISE Esports opts to clear out their eastern side before they start to deal with KONINA Power. I think the KONINA Power's got a great position as well, but I do not have the confidence in them. I think the same could be said about Gladiators, but I think so far KONINA Power just hasn't really impressed. It is an extremely strong position though. That is the main thing to talk about. Quite difficult to breach it. So we'll see what MELISE can get done.
Major Pride cannot fend off the aggression from next RÜYA on this south side. Effect now the last to stand in their way. And a lovely bouncer there from Yekta to find the final shutdown. MUERTE pushing in through this longhouse towards Dagestan as well. Nades fly on through and Keep gets flushed away. Just Limbo now to stand with Shifu getting knocked. A long nade from Korka. Is it going to find Limbo? Yes, it will. Lovely bombardment from MUERTE. These nades, I mean, did we expect anything else from this roster? These guys know how to use them.
Well, they do. MELISE Esports preparing now to move up towards this building. The walls there are sort of the difficulty for any team that's trying to cross over. Gladiators get themselves up towards the center side. Tixi takes some serious pot shots, but luckily, Becca will shut down Kine in the distance. I don't know how Tixi's alive, but he is.
He's still there. He's still going. The rest of Gladiators going to struggle to all fit into that little shack, though. They're going to have to figure something else out. A lot of open ground surrounds it. Look at the fortress that KONINA Power have. I mean, this is why MELISE have been, as you say, preparing, right, for so long. It's such a difficult push to make there. They need that smoke train, and they don't have their flanks covered.
Yeah, it's a fantastically strong wall to work out against versus any team on the eastern side. Bra, Corsera goes down. MUERTE still taking heavy shots there from next RÜYA. Fury knows he has to light up the vehicle to give him some form of cover. And next RÜYA, they're going to pull the pin on this. This is that explosive gameplay from Türkiye, which has benefited them so well. Milky Way has to hit a nutty grenade.
Korka on the deck will be spotted by Yekta, traded off from the backline. Milky Way now with Furia at his back. They need to stand tall for MUERTE to try and get this one done. Into the building, finds one, traded off though, and now it's all the way over to Furia at the back, and he will not be able to do it. Next RÜYA roll on in, and MUERTE fall in the face of it. Now, can the reses come through for next RÜYA?
I think so. I think they've got time to work this one out. I don't know why Kitsune is going down towards the blue there. That seems silly. They can regroup on top of Tixi, and I think they have to pull the trigger on that, but they're so low. Should have maybe just gambled on it earlier on. Even if you just get 2 players there, that is a nice confirm, potentially a podium finish at least. Bra has been extremely resilient at holding on over towards the southeast side. Finally, they get their players over towards this shack. The hay bales.
A nade in from KAOS, actually very close to taking off Hayes down. He needs to be careful. Another in through the window. That one's going long over towards Becca, who he's definitely seen, but he ducks past the damage. The Cook just a little bit too long on that one. Demon, his position should be known. Becca repositions away from it and bounces it off the wall. Doesn't quite thread that nade in. These nades are pretty devilish. Giving KONINA Power a little bit of trouble and actually limiting their sightlines. That is a huge pickup on off Hayes. The high ground position there that they found, and Demon immediately looks to capitalize, but you can't move forwards without MELISE knowing what you're up to, and they just cut themselves out here. Off Hayes still safe for the time being. Another nade through the window would flush him.
Yeah, I mean, he is holding in a position that is kind of difficult to get towards, though, right? You make the cross, and you're likely to get shot out. Palucci's moving up towards that spot.
Oh.
Next RÜYA on the south side. Gladiators will take as many shots as possible towards them. But Matic goes down frozen with an excellent volley back towards them.
MELISE under a lot of pressure. KAOS, I think, was probably the most important part of this fight. If they can put another nade in through that window, it could really open up KONINA Power to some vulnerability. They've moved in for that res, and they have managed to get all 4 of their players back in action. MELISE slowing NEXUS down across the way in the meantime.
CEO later gets knocked there by one of the players from KONINA Power. Circle will shunt out. Fair for these players on the edge. You know, KAOS and MELISE might have wanted to work together here to try and assault versus KONINA Power. OZAROX back upon his feet.
With MELISE knowing where that position is from KAOS as well, it's a really, really dangerous push. They do not have pretty much anything, I think, in the back pocket. OZAROX just going to shut down Slay. Madcap, I don't think they have any more nades. Not by the looks of things, they would be throwing them now. Instead, they invest for the res. I think that one came from MELISE. Next RÜYA open up, get that knock and a flush as well. That's really going to make things harder for this push.
Next RÜYA, yeah, taking some seriously good shots over towards them. Smokes will have to be dropped through right now from the guys on Gladiators. CEO later makes his way up to the wall. Quick Molotov in. OZAROX being locked off from this position is a little bit awkward. A nice nade here from CEO later. Could see him been taken down.
Ooh, a lot of damage felt on the approach. KONINA Power have taken some of their own, and CEO later has only got that one nade. I think he's heard that drop down and immediately goes for the pre-fire through this smoke train that would allow OZAROX to get back through. A really heads-up spray to keep this separation in effect. But OZAROX in a pivotal position now. CEO later keen to get rid of it. You can see Poser low as well on this push. And KONINA Power starting to flutter as OZAROX goes down. CEO later excellently dispatches the off angle. In through the window they go. KONINA Power, this is their chance to hold it out. 4 teams remain now. They want to get rid of MELISE. This is a really well-timed push coming on through, and KONINA Power have just let this one happen. Kiss you over into that dumpster as well. Under the window, Becker with the M249 spotted, has to duck back, stays alive for now. The nade being cooked by Kiss You in through the window. Can he find the knock to open up for another?
Puts it in, doesn't do enough damage. Poser will be shot at by Tixi. But next RÜYA, still the big force here. Last zone as well, will continue to push all these players in.
Everyone's on the inside. Next RÜYA trying to challenge out on the outskirts in the meantime. I think that was it. MELISE managed to find their way in. No, they're still on the inside. There's all the players there. Corey with CEO later on the flank needs to be careful. Finds the crucial pick for KONINA Power to stay alive. And out they go. They flood for the challenge. Kiss You around the side of the dumpster finds one, but it will not be enough to keep them together. Palucci now needs to keep his team together. Needs to keep them all alive. Can he get this res? I don't know if he has time, but he's spotted as well across the way. And Gladiators with a chance now. Meku and Tixi caught against the blue. Agori trying to stay alive. And next RÜYA out of the woods from the south side of the road. Blank, they're trying to pull it back together.
I mean, next RÜYA absolutely have this. They've had such a significantly good position. It's been a rough game for Gladiators. Getting a 3rd place, I think, is impressive at that. KONINA Power, though, just a Gory left remaining. There's nades sailing over the top, through the doors, through the windows. And KONINA Power, they're going to have to exit this game because realistically, next RÜYA with the back-to-back here, 2 back-to-backs on the day. Very good stuff. And that's more aggressive. That's more like it from next RÜYA. That's what I like to see. They really send it all the way to the edge. And I think, you know what? Kel might be right. I think Z-Wolf might just be getting the MVP on the day after that one.
That was pretty special. I feel like MELISE really KONINA Power rather took too much time handling MELISE. They didn't have the utility available to them. And because of that, they couldn't take shots over towards next RÜYA to control that south side.
Yeah, I think KONINA Power didn't really lack on utility. It was just a lack of doing anything, really. Honestly, OZAROX's position was practically useless towards that end game. I think there's an opportunity to take more shots, to be more proactive, be peaking a lot more often. The fact that MELISE Esports is able to just run up to that wall is fairly astonishing. That's like OZAROX's only job, is to call for when that push is coming through. Yet it seemed to me all he did was sort of like prone down in the building, not doing too much of anything. So it's just not the way I feel like that position should have been played out. Regardless, KONINA Power, they get a 2nd place, and I think they'll be happy with that.
I mean, also, you've also got to consider the fact that OZAROX couldn't win out that 1v1 on the side as well. On that flank, he didn't control it against CEO later. he just got taken down. So very little value, you're right, from that off angle. KONINA Power held that central position for quite a while and forced a lot of fights to happen around them rather than getting involved in it. They couldn't do it right at the end. It was next RÜYA to take that back-to-back.
Next RÜYA, man, they have been on a tear today. They have looked confident here in this last match, cleaning things up and looking very happy with the performance on the day. I'm almost guaranteed they've been able to take first place here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, yes. They're going to be first place.
I know you're not good with math, but we're both confident.
Yes, 100% they're going to be in first place after that one with a great back-to-back position at the end. And the execution, especially of their fights in the southern edge, they just cleared MUERTE, cross over the roadside, and you're a big fan of that dip, Kalaris. I know you love that dip. And they get into it and they get themselves the win off the back of that.
Yeah, I'm agonizing a little bit because as soon as KONINA Power gave up their 2-2 split across that dip and the compound, I was umming and ahhing because, yes, okay, the compound's really strong, but that dip is also extremely powerful, so I felt like maybe they'd given up. It's weird, right? Because if you give up the compound, then you allow someone to move in there, and then that potentially becomes a threat for you on the dip, etc., and all this stuff. But you can't even see into that dip, really, from that compound.
Yeah.
So I feel like KONINA Power maybe would have had this, but then you've got to defend somebody coming across the road from the south. That becomes a little bit treacherous. So there's a lot of question marks for me involved in this.
After that, if you do leave the buildings over to MELISE, because MELISE instantly would have pushed into that building, held it as their own, then it's pretty much a 4-on-4 fight, and you're going to leave that position eventually. So it's a bit of circle. It's a bit of a gamble, I think it's fair to say, which position you want to play for. So next RÜYA, they had the option that was open to them. They transition into it. They know how strong it is. And then the fight unfolds of MELISE versus KONINA Power. So they just pick up the pieces, eliminate Gladiators on the west side of the road. Like, they've been looking so confident here because they couldn't close off chicken dinners yesterday. They still got a bunch of eliminations, but here now they just got those game-winning plays to make sure they can wrap up the game, get the win, and they're just looking so confident. Z-Wolf and Docker Machine in particular this match. So yeah, they could be first place for the entirety of this tournament now.
I mean, they got 41 points in 2 matches. That's ridiculous. And obviously the confidence is going to come with that as well. They should be looking pretty clean throughout the rest of this event. And obviously, a lot of the other teams, I mean, KONINA Power, let's at least give it to them, right? They've been a little bit lackluster so far in this event. And obviously, Max Man, tear in his eye when he saw REGNUM CARYA going down. But at least you stuck with your guns here, man. You didn't give up on REGNUM until tomorrow.
I'm going to stop picking REGNUM CARYA for the rest of this tournament. This is a promise. And if they win, well, I don't know what to say after that.
Yeah, you predicted them 6 games in a row. How many points did they get you?
0.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe it was, it was you. Anyway.
Still a good team. I like them, okay?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, though these fights from, again, REGNUM CARYA, no, not, I got them on my mind. Next, we're able to take themselves the 5 versus MUERTE. And as you said, these ridges over the northern side of that dip, you can see everything from that position. You can see Gladiators trying to cross. Gladiators knew it was such an impossible cross to happen because that spot of next RÜYA is so strong. They died to blue. You can't beat it.
It's very similar to the way, the dynamic that OP dip works on Erangel, right? Like that location. I'm annoyed that KONINA Power kind of moved away from it. I understand the reason why you would go to a compound in a circle like that. It's an extremely strong spot, but I mean, you can't predict the future. You can't predict the circles.
And you want to stop MELISE from getting to that wall on the east side of it. The moment that MELISE got 2 players to that wall side, you're in nade range. You can also pop the mollies inside of Longhouse. It's really tough. So if you want to fully defend it, you've got to make sure that they can't reach it. But 2 players got there. It was going to be down to the wire to who came out on top.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you can't predict the future, Claris, but you had a run on your predictions today. But we'll take a look at a recap of obviously the teams who did take home victories today. So only 3 of them, at least taking the first match of the day, as you finally see the champions of PMPL Türkiye get themselves a win. But obviously back-to-back here for MUERTE, back-to-back for next RÜYA, and then MADBULLS getting one in there in our Sanhok match. Pretty interesting day, I'd say. And obviously the top of the table is starting to be a little bit more set in stone, but I still feel like, and I think we're all going to agree, there's a lot of potential for movement here over the next 2 days of play.
Yeah, I mean, right now, especially the Turkish teams have been looking super strong. MUERTE showed himself a great day.
Is that a surprise, though?
I mean, not really. You got Brad that's been looking great in terms of eliminations. Next RÜYA now getting so many more placement points. Turkey right now are looking like the stronger region against the European teams. And I think
doesn't feel good, does it? I did NA this whole year. Doesn't feel good.
I mean, that's pretty much expected, yeah. But yeah, they've been looking super good. So I'm wondering if we can see some other European squad rise up. But yeah, Turkey has been having a good time. Yeah.
Okay, well, what about MVP? We got that coming up next year in a second. You kind of wanted to go with Z-Wolf, Claris. I think, like, last match.
And considering
you still going his way?
you know. Part of me also wanted to kind of maybe look towards Frozen, but yeah, Z-Wolf probably is the guy who did a lot of damage today.
Yeah, I was going to go with Z-Wolf, but just to be different, I'm going to go with Docker Machine. He had a great last game there.
Nobody from REGNUM CARYA?
If you're going to at least pick them 6 times, you might as well predict here on the 7th.
That was the greatest response.
Yeah.
Let's see, who's it going to be? Is it Z-Wolf? Is it Doku Machine?
Hey,
it is.
Yeah. Hey.
You know, Max has got to be 100% in his predictions today. Getting them all wrong.
Don't forget 0 on the first game, I'm getting 0 all day, okay?
I like how Max just did the equivalent of to me in his response.
You can't trust me, Jason. You've done that 2 years ago with Infinity, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
However, that was a different situation.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got a few points down there.
We had to predict at the start of the match.
To be fair, they were winning games.
Yeah.
Whoa, what are you laughing?
That makes true because it's true.
It is true.
It is true.
Anyway.
Yeah, Z-Wolf, I mean, he's been doing great in spring. He's been doing great in fall. He's been all over the place. MVP contender for the entire tournament, I'd say. I would be really interested to see, with this kind of playstyle, how they could perform in PMGC, because they're already qualified, right? They're through PMGC points alone. They're already preparing for that, and they already possibly, just like S2G, trying things out for PMGC. The way they played and how confident they were looking today, I would be hyped to see how they could perform in the league stage.
I think the more impressive thing is this Miramar. I feel like, okay, yeah, the Erangel was impressive, but once you get to the island, like, for me, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion as long as they were able to hold down their position that they were in. This Miramar, though, being able to clean up the south side, taking that dip, which, again, was open. I think they may have been surprised that it was open, to be honest, as soon as they crossed the road over and then realized there's no one there. And, oh, this is pretty good.
Even the first Miramar, like, they were very proficient at playing the western side. Sure, they did not end up getting up the win, but there was a really good understanding of the terrain, how they wanted to play that map. Sure, of course, the circle was not really favorable, so they got caught out by Gladiators. They tried to go for the high ground, but overall, super proficient on Miramar. Sure, there's not as much as Erangel, but if you can have one map like Miramar is your standout map, you're going to be looking like one of the top teams.
If you're getting over 20 points or 20 or more points a win, then you're looking pretty good to take home the title. Let's actually get a look at how far ahead they are in first place at the moment compared to all of our other teams here in the event so far. Remember, it's going to come down to the top 5 to get through into PMGC league stage. And MELISE, there is a world, there is a possibility where they can pull this off. They just have to hold on strong here, having 78 points, only 2 ahead of Major Pride of REGNUM CARYA. However, that lead's starting to build a bit here towards the top with next RÜYA.
Quite the move up from yesterday, right? Like, considering there was a lot, well, I especially had a lot of question marks around how MELISE was going to perform here in this final, but all the way up to 5th, getting themselves that win to start things off on Erangel today is very much so assisted them.
Yeah, MELISE could clearly make into PMGC with just like a few extra points if they continue that way. Though for MADBULLS to be critical, we hyped them up throughout the entirety of PMPL Europe in the full season as this hyper-consistent team. Outside of their 2 chicken dinners, they got very minimal amount of eliminations and placement points. You take those 2 wins away, that's 8 placement points they got throughout, what is that now, a total of 10 matches, which is very low for them, so
12.
Not really the consistency kings anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Because you take the 2 wins away, so they have 10.
I was so ready to jump on you and just...
I know I'm bad at math, but like,
bad at math.
I can do 12 minus 2. I couldn't do that calculation you asked me at PMWI, but I tried.
That's true.
Calculation at PMWI, I can't remember.
Like the square root of something.
Was it 5 times 6 you asked me or something?
Oh, no. Let's not get multiplication. I mean, it's taken you like 3 years to be able to get your addition and subtraction.
2025 maybe. Or
Let's see, actually, page 2 here. MADBULLS at 75 points. Gladiators, man, 67. They are starting to, I don't want to say struggle. I don't want to say they're out of it just yet, but I am having some worrying signs.
Honestly, I'd be tilted if I started off the day the way they did.
True.
Like, that was just unbelievable.
It ruined the entire day.
It might have. That soured the cake. That was rough, because they had what was effectively an amazing start rotate-wise, and then all of a sudden the circle was like, well, no. So, tough.
The circle was like...
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, Nexus, looking at them on the bottom of the rankings, completely unexpected. I was expecting a top 5 position for them, especially with how they performed at the end of the season of PMPL. And they were a top contender also in Spring Championship. Doran was the MVP, so we asked them to speed up the rotations. I haven't seen that happen any one of these games, so we need to see a change, but I don't see it happening now.
They finished 2nd place in Spring for EU Champs. And the thing is, in PUBG Mobile, you got to be able to adapt. You got to be able to learn. You got to be able to figure out what's going wrong mid-tournament and fix those things. And right now, we're not seeing it out of Nexus. And I don't know at the rate they're going, we're going to see it out of them, which is unfortunate because we've been obviously working like with Kapahala, Octavian, and them for so long, like what 2-3 years ago, and we had such high hopes with Eastern Stars, and to not see them have that breakthrough moment just yet. Kind of sucks, man.
It's been a while since Kalara said the Warlord for Kapahala, which... I
don't say it much anymore.
Yeah, and there's a reason. Yeah, it's just not been doing that great.
Well, speaking of Warlords, I think James was our Warlord today, so we'll take a look at our predictions and how they have shaped up. No more Baby Lars on the screen for us, as he's going to be tied at the top here. A 3-way tie.
Damn, I suck.
Yeah, it's been rough for you today. But you did commit to a strat, which really did not pay off.
It was not a good strat.
Let's be real.
I should not be an IGL in any of your games yet.
I will say, though, I feel like 6 of my points were absolutely free with the MADBULLS and the next RÜYA prediction on the islands. Because, again, as soon as they are there and the circle is popping and they're literally the only ones there to be able to really kind of solidify it, those were a bit too easy.
I'll come back tomorrow. Yeah.
You know what? You'll come back tomorrow with a Monster Energy, and your predictions are going to skyrocket. You can unleash your Beast Max with a Monster Energy right here.
Sorry,
that was
a little early, but I like the energy, man. Obviously, official partner here at PMPL. Love to have them on board. But gentlemen, we still have 2 days left. We're at the halfway point of the event. We still have much more PUBG Mobile action to come, and hopefully you guys tune in tomorrow to see the continuation here at PMPL EU Champs, and we'll see you then.